Mic check, mic check. Hello and good morning from the Willowmoore Cricket Ground in Benoni, where the third day's play of the 2026 Over-50 Men's Interprovincial Tournament continues and continues merrily along. And in just the third morning of cricket, we can already say that we are at the business end of this tournament. And happy to say that it has also started under the most fantastic weather conditions. A lot more warmer today than we've had on Monday and Tuesday. It was a day off yesterday, of course, for the ground staff to rearrange the pitches, and more importantly for the oldsters to maybe just relax those bones. So play is definitely underway. And number 7 is the bowler with the ball in hand, and that's Jan bowling into
number 90.
Master Adel. We'll get to the names in a moment, but that's basically what we need to just let you know early in the morning. We are at the business end. There are 2, maybe 3 teams that are really in the pound seats as far as the place in the final is concerned, which will happen tomorrow. It's a beautiful delivery, a bit of a away swing, drawing the batsman onto the front foot and beating the outside edge. That's a clever delivery. Eastern Storm had a very good win on the opening morning here at the main oval, and then didn't have it go their way yesterday. So back on home turf, they were looking to put in a really good performance with bat and ball. Again, the batsman this time off the back foot looks to chase one outside the off stump. There's just appreciable movement, and on both occasions the bowler must feel aggrieved that he didn't find the edge. Alongside me, as it has been over the last 2 days, good morning to Rodney Elliott.
Good morning, Aslam, and what a beautiful morning it is. Definitely the finest weather we've had so far. Could almost pass for early spring as opposed to, well, late autumn, early winter. Both of us were smuggling thermals and blankets and hot water bottles up into the commentary box the first 2 days of this tournament. No need for that now. The weather's taken a delightful turn as this one shapes away outside the off stump. Very good start. Number 23 on his back would be Taladia then, wouldn't it? So Mohamed Taladia, yes, resuming from the Kurulani end. The end from which we're calling this match, in this beautifully appointed pavilion. Ground still looks an absolute picture, real sight for sore eyes. I can't remember. We've been remarking upon it all the way through this tournament. Oh, wobbled. Very, very good start. They'll be pleased with this, the Eastern Storm. Start as you mean to finish. Yeah, the ground just really looks spectacular here. I mean, for mid-May, you know, we're technically well into winter now, and we ask for a more lush outfield than this one, and it's played so true throughout. Another beautiful away swing, a lovely shape on it. Nice job from the batsman, playing it nice and late under the eyes, getting a good stride in. Meets the full face of the bat. Really confidence boosting start for both these teams, in fact. Batsman getting an early feel for the ball, the bowlers finding their lines and lengths nice and early. This one is slashed over the slips cord in a bit of width, not a ton though, which is presumably why it's gone so fine, and it does trickle over the boundary rope, and the umpire confirms as much with that telltale wave of his arms.
Maybe you're hitting him a fraction outside the line of off stump. But good to see that Taladia is bowling with that 2 slips in a gully in position. They've dispensed with one fielder who's now guarding the third man area. And the only other fielder out in the deep is the fielder at mid-off. Or is he a fielder? We'll have a look at that. Of course, the rules allow 3, in fact, in the seniors tournaments. So Taladia in again. Yeah, he's striving on that fuller length this morning, and he's getting a bit of movement through the air.
Yeah, I'm afraid that man at deep extra cover is very much a spectator
He is,
as opposed to a fielder. I'm counting 11 on the field itself. Can be a bit deceptive, can't it, when one of the boundary spectators is clad in the same toggery as the men out in the field itself. This one offering a bit of width is slashed past point. A single accrues. They turn for the second. The throw is not a powerful one, and they make it home comfortably.
I must say that starting very early, but just looking at the number on the shirts of these batsmen, or these batters, it's got me slightly wondering what's happening, because on the official scoreboard they have Andre Seymour's name, but in fact number 11 is Wayne Steerman. So we hope to get that right in a moment, so that at least we know which batsman is facing. This fellow number 99 is not on the Titans veterans list as far as numbers go, so I'm not sure who he is, but according to the scoreboard, Adil K is the striking batsman. So hopefully we'll get that right, but what we'll do is we'll just evade talking about the names for now until it's all organized, and just mention the fact, of course, that the bowling's been pretty good, and the Eastern Storm team do know how important it is for them to put a good game together, because they're clearly under pressure after having a storming win in the a storming defeat, in fact, to the rampant border team, and then coming through yesterday with a result that went in their direction. This is a very important one for this team. Rodney will tell us what it's been like for the Titans in their opening 2 matches.
Well, the Titans' current points tally is identical, 4 apiece, but they're separated, these 2 teams, by only 0.21 on the net run rate stakes, and as we've been at pains to make clear to our listeners and viewers throughout this tournament, net run rate is very, very likely to be a factor here. Only 3 matches in the group stages, and this one side wins all of them. It's it's odds on you'll have to separate your potential finalists by the NRR reckoning. Rest assured, we've got our calculators at the ready, so should that become a factor, we'll keep you apprised of it.
Jan Grobler is the bowler from the far side, which is the chalet's end at this particular ground.
swinging away. Oh, really, really good shape at it. His feet were a bit wanting there. Committed early to that front foot, and the ball dragged his hands, but not the rest of his body away with it. Very fortunate not to glove it or have it kiss the outside edge. It's been a really good start from the Eastern Storm bowlers. Right on the money first up. And again, carbon copy. I think we can give the batsman the benefit of the doubt there. He seemed to pull his bat inside the line at the last moment. More of a Marcus Trescothic leave than an out-and-out play and miss. That's what I pretended was always the case when I was batting. No, I played inside the line. What are you talking about? Less convincing when the ball takes the top of your off stump, of course.
Yeah, and whilst you've been just mentioning all of that, what's crossed my mind is because we've seen two very good overs now. It's 7 without loss after 3, and Grobler in particular is very, very tight. And there was one fortuitous hit of the bowling of Taladia that went to the boundary. The one thing is, it is a patience game. It's a 45 over contest, but the early overs where there are very few runs scored do eventually begin to tell. So it's key here for the batsman to just weather the early movement, the indecisiveness, and get through this 5-10 over period. That's a good looking drive. Just opens the face of the bat, does Seymour, and he'll turn for the second. That's a good stop in the inner field. I also get the feeling that the boundary on the far side has actually been pulled in from what we saw over what we did witness over the first few days. Because what's happened now is that with this, the third game being played, the pitch to our extreme right is being used, and on the first day that boundary, where the rope was at least 2 meters away from the wall, it's been pulled in at least by another maybe 4 or 5 meters, which I think is fair given the age of the players. So Taladia in again, gets that ball to move, but he starts on that line of leg stump. The ball carries on from where it's hit the pitch. Watching the umpire carefully.
Yeah, it was a monster boundary on day one, wasn't it? Who was it who cleared it? We had one magnificent stroke, must have been the best part of 90 meters, which lodged right at the top of the grass embankment. Of course, as Aslam mentions, we're oscillating between the two pitches at the furthest extremes of the square, each being given a chance to rest at the conclusion of each day's play. Very sensible strategy. I quite like a long boundary, but you can understand that for veterans players it might be asking a bit much. Boundaries only came into cricket, of course, relatively recently in its history. There's a conception we have that they've been with us forever. Oh! Well. He planted the front foot, had a real swing at it, lost his shape terribly. I think Taladia might have taken a bit off this ball, played all round it, and his off stump goes flying, and an early and very valuable and very well earned breakthrough for the Eastern Storm here. The first wicket falls.
I'm not too sure why he actually went for that stroke, because this was pretty much on line and seemed to play around that front pad. So Adil departs for, I think he scored just on 1, and the Titans are 10 for 1 here in the 4th over. So very good start for Eastern Storms, and that's exactly what they wanted, with a quiet start, and then you pick up a wicket in between. You can squeeze the noose earlier on. It does mean that the batsmen coming in, even though they have the opportunity to penetrate that inner ring, given that only 3 fielders are allowed in the first 15 overs in this form of cricket, it continues to just maintain some sort of pressure. So good reason to be celebrating as well for the Eastern Storm team. And I think Taladia, from the way he started this morning, concentrating very much on the length and also the appreciable movement he's getting with the pink ball early this morning. We were talking about the first 2 mornings. There was always a heavy gust of wind about. Today It's all about the conditions that the bowlers can exploit and execute on, and Talaja seems to be really on his own here in demonstrating his wonderful skills. So the new batsman, Martin, has come in to join Andre Seymour. So he's all set and ready to go to the new batsman. Starts on leg stump. This is so neatly played. Martin gets so nicely into line, and even though there was drift and a bit of swing through the air, he was perfectly positioned to unleash a very, very neat stroke to that deep square leg boundary for 4. Really well played, and deserved the boundary.
A rare boundary off Taladia, who's had a wonderful time of it in this tournament. His 15 overs so far have gone for just 42 runs, as this one's clipped to mid-wicket. That's an economy rate of 2.8, which, when you consider that one of those matches was played on this very ground, this very high-scoring ground, as we've seen, really does redound a great deal to his credit. He's been very accurate. He's kept a nice high action that can be a tad difficult once you cross 50, getting that arm perpendicular. Lovely wrist behind the ball. You really can see it flex and propel the ball forward. Lovely seam position. So the shape he gets on it is not at all surprising and truly appreciable. He's looked a dangerous customer to date.
Looks like we're about to get the main scoreboard going, and that'll allow us to get the names right. I must say, I'm emphasizing and this whole issue about the numbers on the shirts and the numbers we have on our list, and to make sure that we've got at least the batsman's name correct. Number 11 is supposed to be Wayne Steerman, but on the scorecard, Andre Seymour's name is on the television pictures, but we are watching Jan Grobler from the far side. I think what most of the bowlers picked up, especially after that first match and on this particular ground, was the manner in which Justin Price ran in, didn't put too much of effort, just hit the lines, hit the lengths, and picked up 5 for 35 or 5 for 53. And you get the feeling that Grobler is very much in the same mold. It's a short run-up. Oh, that's a really good-looking stroke. Runs away for 4. Stood up for the cut to be played. Bent down so nicely and then stood up and got right on top of that stroke to dispatch it for 4. Takes the score to 18 for 1. We in the 5th over.
Yeah, it's been a nice, even contest so far this morning. We've seen much to encourage the bowlers, but just as much, I think, to inspirit the batting side with some hope. Runs are coming when they're there to be got. Wickets seem to be promised when the ball hits the right area. Like that occasion, that was top of off, cramped the batsman for room. He bunts it into the short cover region, and there is no run. Eastern Storm, the only side to date to have had 2 matches on their home ground. We should make clear to our viewers that that's less a question of them flexing their home ground advantage and more the product of a very lengthy debate yesterday. We were briefed on how it went earlier this morning. It was always going to be the case that one side would have 2 matches at this venue. Ultimately, it came down to a choice between the Lions Border and Eastern Storm. Border seems set fair for the final, in which case they'd already be playing here again, whereas the Lions played in only the previous round, so by a process of deduction, it seemed only sensible that the hosts should be granted the privilege of a second go here.
And invariably what would happen in an 8-man tournament with 4 main fields, with everyone vying to play at least at this beautiful oval, is that one would miss out completely. So just to add to what you're saying, but so far we have been witness to some real high quality cricket. Wonderful batting, some excellent bowling, some long spells the chaps have been able to put in, even though they're over 50 years old. Taladia in again, and just a neat little dab towards that third slip area. It's well controlled by Martin, because he could have easily played that into the hand of the fielder, but bat nicely angled, maybe on that occasion coming a little slower off the pitch. So we have a first slip, a third slip, and a fly slip between the two of them. Taladia runs in again. This time Martin does get on top of it, but unable to hit it past the inner ring. So having picked up the wicket and the scoring going slow, with I think just 2 boundaries hit, they're playing with all of their fielders in the inner ring, which they have the option. Yep, all of them are in the inner ring. We'll give the field to you, which is out of your picture, down the leg side from Taladia. The umpire will confirm that. And just to run it through for our viewers who would be interested in this, as I said, a 1.5 slip, and then a third slip, and then a fly slip somewhere in between that short third man. Backward point, extra cover, wideish, now a shortish cover catching, a standard mid-off and mid-on, and a squarish mid-wicket. That's the field for Taladia. I think it's a good one, because he does bowl that outswing with good skill. This ball on a good length just comes off the inside edge. On this occasion, Martin unsure, but gets enough of the thick edge to stay out of harm's way.
We should say, of course, that playing on this ground isn't axiomatically an advantage. It plays to certain strengths, as all cricket grounds do. As this one is lofted just over the outstretched hand of the man at mid-off, it plugs in the turf. Does seem to have slowed down slightly, this outfield, as we've progressed. On day 1, I dare say that would have almost gathered speed en route to the fence. The batsman crossed for 2, I believe. And the score progresses to 14 for 1.
So that was a very clever stroke, because Bakker realizes that everyone's in the inner circle and walking in from what we would describe in cricketing terms from a normal fielding position. So would Taladia and the captain be advised to actually have one fellow on the edge of the circle for that particular type of stroke? Because Bakker seems to be the fellow who does play powerfully, as he does on this occasion as well. Just on the line of leg stump, one bounce into that mid-wicket fence, just a flick of his wrists, and there's 4 more runs to the total.
Total goes to 25 for 1. It was in fact 21 at the conclusion of the previous delivery. I've been relying, foolish me, on the scoreboard, which is well behind the official scorers tally at the moment. That stroke taking Seymour to 17, I believe. No, it's Martin on strike, and he's now moved to 10 off just 7 deliveries. A very positive start from him.
Yeah, Martin is with the short sleeve, and Seymour is in the long sleeves, number 11.
It's Martin Bakker. We should probably be calling him by his surname. As he slashes again, a bit of width, lofts it over the man at point, and earns his full reward once again. Yeah, Bakker is the man we should be referring to. Don't know about you, Aslan, but I can't claim to be on first name terms with the man.
No, certainly not. So, and Martin Bakker, with those 3 boundaries in that over, will force a change, and I think that has also forced the hierarchy of the team in a little huddle, three of the men immediately after the over was complete, having a long chat. But I can tell you that Grobelaar will continue from the far side, and both of them have now completed their 3 overs each. Taladia, having picked up the wicket and bowled really impressively early on, has been unfortunately on the receiving end of as many as 5 boundaries now. 29 for 1 after 6, with Seymour on 13 of 13 and Bakker having just come to the crease already on 14. No change to the field, no fielders in the deep, with a change of over. 2 slips in the gully remain, and then 4 fielders on the offside, saving 1. I thought initially it was a gentle question from Grobelaar, but then he seemed to just increase in decibels, and the umpire says not out. So they run the leg by.
Yeah, an uncharacteristically brisk start from Martin Bakker. He's by no means a sluggard, but his career strike rate is respectable, but by no means dashing 78. In this tournament, coming into this match, it was at 75. He's clearly set out his stall to take the attack to the Eastern Storm bowlers, perhaps appreciating that these conditions are a bit more salubrious for that kind of approach.
Goes for the big hit, and it's powerfully played. He's really picked his spot from the moment he's come in. He looks an out-and-out stroke player. I remember on the first day we saw the likes of Suleiman Ibrahim, was it, that came out and played some beautiful strokes for the Eastern Storm team, and got away with wonderful runs. And then with the Dolphins, Deepak Anand seemed to start in the same fashion in the top order. And Bakker punishing Grobelaar on that occasion, slightly over pitch, maybe just fetching it from that area outside the off stump. But here we go now, as I expected. That conventional mid-on has now been plugged deep on the edge of that inner circle, 27.5 meters. 2 slips in a gully remaining position, but he's down the leg side, is Grobelaar. Wide call by the umpire.
Yeah, 18 of just 9 balls so far from Martin Bakker. 4 of them have gone to the fence. None of them terrible deliveries, you wouldn't say, but once he sees it in his slot and feels the opportunities there to free the arms, he needs no second invitation.
Not afraid to go for his strokes, is he?
Like I say, he's generally been a lot more cautious, certainly in this tournament. Mentioned that his strike rate coming into this match was 75. Today it's about 200.
I wouldn't be too surprised when you get to the ground early in the morning, beautiful sunshine, the covers have been peeled off, the heavy roller running over it, and you look at the wheels of the roller and there's no moisture on it. You reckon, listen, this is an ideal pitch to be betting on, and maybe just upped his enthusiasm that much more. This is a much better delivery. Seymour leaves. What was Andre Seymour's provincial stats like? Now playing as a veteran. It's no wonder I'm doing the veterans tournament as well, because I remember young Seymour on debut somewhere in the late or the early 2000s. Grobelaar in again. There, he's hit that teasing length where the experience of Seymour decides that he'll have no more than just a pat down the pitch. Of course, the opportunity is there to go over the top, but there's an element of caution in his play.
Yeah, a long storied career for Andre Seymour at the highest domestic level. 107 first-class matches under his belt makes him probably the most experienced high-level player we've seen in this competition to date. He scored in those 107 matches 6,330 runs at an average just a tick under 35, highest score of 175. 10 other hundreds to his name.
Wow.
81 matches at list A level, a lot more comparable to what we're seeing here. Scored 2,251 runs at that level with a highest score of 101. One of 200s he managed at that level, and again an average just a shade under 35. A very, very consistent performer at that level.
Impressive figures at the time, and obviously reads even better now. All in all, I think in the two divisions of play, you were saying he's got what, 13 or 14 hundreds.
13, yeah.
13 hundreds, that's fantastic. And then, I mean, to have scored, what was it, 6,000 runs, you said?
It was 6,330 at first class level.
That is phenomenal. He would have been up there with some of the much more vaunted names in time during his career. And then, just to remind us, he played for the Titans, but I remember him in colours of the Lions as well. Who else did he play for? Taladia continues. But this time he does have protection on the deep. Backer watches this better delivery and just taps it to the onside for the single. So they do have a fielder place now, a deep extra cover on the fence. The fly slip remains in position. That's the only guys who are deep on the offside beyond the green. Now they're making a change with Seymour about to face. That fielder comes off the offside boundary and will fill the wide cover region area. And in fact, there's no fielder on the boundary because mid-wicket has been brought into the inner circle. That's a good stroke. Just slightly outside the off stump, waited on it, and that's the key on this particular pitch. We've seen with those that have scored runs, is to just wait that split second. And that is the most attractive shot of the morning. A beautiful back cut off the bat of Andre Seymour, and beginning to give us glimpses of why he managed to score over 6,000 first-class runs during his career. That takes the total to 41.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he divided his time between the two Gauteng unions. Also spent some time with Easterns. Perhaps the most regrettable statistic he has to his name is that he retired on 99 first-class catches.
Okay. So Taladia again, this time a lot straighter, a good bit of discipline on that occasion. You can't keep giving away boundaries, and I'm quite certain that as he trudges back to his mark, thinking about why is it that the boundaries are coming off his bat, but he really needs to readjust. Sometimes you overplay the swing that is on offer, and you tend to drop it short. He needs to keep it on that teasing length, rather feed the fielders who are in that inner ring on the offside. This time a bit of width offered, but not the best of timing from Seymour.
Wouldn't be the only player, of course, to call it a day on the precipice of a major milestone. Mark Boucher, of course, well, he was more forced into retirement, wasn't he, on 999 international dismissals. Have you ever heard of the great Bomber Wells, who retired on, I think it was 998 first-class wickets? As Taladia resumes, this one is hung outside the off stump, and the invitation is accepted, but the gap is not pierced. There is no run. Yeah, Bomber Wells was asked, Bomber, you're only one or two away from reaching the mythical four figures. Why didn't you carry on a bit? He apparently retired with a few matches to go in a season, and his explanation was pretty endearing. He said, well, plenty of bowlers have taken 1,000 wickets, but how many have taken 999?
What a pragmatic old man. Another two classy looking drives now, just beginning to time the ball a lot more sweetly is Andre Seymour. He will end it over with the total on 41 for 1. That's after 8 overs. And after that early loss of Adil Khan, who was bowled by Taladia with a real beautiful delivery, getting a bit of swing on that occasion. And this partnership out of the score of 41 is 31, so they were exactly 10 for 1 when that first wicket fell. So the one thing we need to mention, and for those who would be very curious with the numbers that you've just shared with us, 998 wickets, he would have played for close to 20 seasons, probably into his late 30s, early 40s, which was very much the order of the day in that pre-war era in the UK.
Yeah, very much so. Bomber Wells actually was a lot more famous, believe it or not, as a batsman. Although he was a better bowler than a batsman, the interesting fact about Bomber Wells is that he scored a higher proportion of his runs in sixes than any other batsman in the history of the game.
Okay.
With the one exception. I wonder if you can imagine who that was. A recent Protea, in fact, plays a bit at Test level.
Just hit lots of sixes. And
This individual has roughly a third of his first class runs in sixes. I don't believe he's ever quite managed one at Test level though, and as the actuarial tables begin to catch up with him, he won't have many more chances.
Short and pulled away by Seymour. He's found the gap. He needn't run, because that sails away to the backward square leg boundary, and confirmed by the umpire. And good to see that Seymour's now just beginning to find his range, looking very attractive. He's moved to 22 off 23, and I think it does help when you have a player of Martin Bakker's abilities on the other side, where you are allowed to then just play with a little more freedom. So Grobler now in a long chat with his captain, who until this last few overs has been pretty tidy. He's only gone for 17 runs into his fifth over, and take that boundary away, that'll indicate how well he's bowled. Most of the boundaries have come off Taladia's operations here closer to the commentary box, the Kurulani end, which is the town end here in Benoni. And now they are certainly being forced to make changes, but I still find it very interesting, because the areas where the ball would go for 4, you'd rather have somebody on the boundary, and somebody's made the suggestion here, I think the wicket keeper has, that a backward point needs to go to the fence, and that's exactly what's happening.
He's approached his role today, Martin Bakker, almost like an old-fashioned pinch hitter, hasn't he? Don't really see that anymore, or at least hear that expression anymore. Throughout this series, we've seen early wickets beget a profound drop in the scoring rate. If anything, the first wicket today has only spurred them on to greater heights.
I'll tell you what, Grobler in again, driven very straight to the fielder. He will have come in, observed a number of his strokes, some of which went for 4, and said to himself, there's no way I'm getting out on this Willowmoore pitch. I want to be here for as long as possible, because they all have made notes of the high run scoring we've seen over the 2 days. That's a good stop from Grobler. It's a firm drive from Seymour. Bowler does well to just get his hands to it, so no runs. So let's go back to that question to compare a Proteas player of recent times. Not retired.
Not yet officially retired, no. He was briefly in the conversation to play in the World Test Championship final. Very much a number 11 when he plays for the Proteas, and as I say, I don't think he's yet cleared the ropes at Test level. But at first class level, he does it for fun. Seems to be the only thing he is interested in doing with the bat in hand. It's Dane Patterson.
Dane Patterson, eh?
Yeah.
I'll admit to you, I would never have guessed Dane Patterson. I see he's been recalled to the SAA team, and a number of surprise call-ups there, but I surprise, of course, in inverted commas, because clearly what the selectors are doing, given that South Africa are going to go into a bumper summer after many, many summers, and of course the World Test champions will finally be defending that trophy after 18 months, or close to 18 months, when the likes of Australia, Bangladesh and England tour South Africa. I think it's more about making sure that South Africa's depth is up and strong and fit and exposed to a good level of cricket. So they're going to be making a few tours. Some of them are, of course, playing county cricket. So very, very important. Presently, there's a high number who are playing in the IPL, but I don't think too many of them will be considered for the test matches or even the one-day internationals. But the likes of Marco Jansen, perhaps Kagiso Rabada will be penciled in for all 3 formats. But just good to see that the players who are in, let's just say, the squad of 30 in all three squads are given a chance to continue to play through the South African winter. So change of bowling, and number 11, Dion.
Dion Kruger, yes. He looked pretty good on day one on this ground. Bring up his statistics when we have a moment. And when the internet obliges, he resumes again from the Ikuruleni end. A bit of width. Came back on the batsman slightly, but he adjusted well, brought down the hands in it and cut it. Past slip. They'll take 2 as the ball trickles down to third man. Yeah, I do think the outfield has slowed a bit over the course of the week. On day 1, it was absolute lightning. Save your legs, lads, you know. But it is now offering the fielders a bit of a chance, and I think, well, that's probably all to the good.
I think they would have preferred a faster field, like you said on the first 2 days. Once it passed, we'd rather let it go for 4 because there was so much of value in the strokes that the guys were playing. But there's another thing also. If this one was now really in CSA sanctioned official competition, then they would have had to keep and if it was a 4-day setup as an example, then they would have had to mow the lawn to keep it to the height that it was on the first morning. But I don't think that rule is in play right now. Seymour drives, Dion tries to field it, doesn't manage to, and they run through for single and brings up the 50. 54-1 here in the 10th over. It's a quiet start, but beginning to look very impressive. This partnership now on 40, and what they've managed to do is with being able to hit a number of those boundaries in the previous overs, they've been able to hit that rate at just above 5 to the over.
Can you think of any other near misses on the milestone front? Any players bowing out when they were on the precipice of something great? I can think of W.G. Grace. He had a similar logic to old Bomber Wells. He once declared an innings closed when he was in the mid-90s on the precipice of what would have been yet another 100, and he was asked why. There was no particular urgency about declaring, and like I say, his logic was very similar to Bomber Wells's. He said, well, the score I'm on now is the only score between 0 and 100 that I've never made before, and I thought I'd make a clean run of it. So in fact, he was pursuing a kind of milestone in that instance.
What does come to mind is perhaps checking the details of A.B. de Villiers. End of the over, the 10th gone, 54-1. Because these days the benchmark is 30 hundreds, and you know, anyone who scored over 40 were all phenomenal players. Your Ricky Ponting, Sachin Tendulkar, Jacques Kallis. I think there's just a handful that have gone up there. So. But when he retired, that was one of the statistics that I looked at, if I remember well. The other, of course, was Hashim Amla, where again, if he was looking to give up cricket, the one format that he should have continued, I believe, was continue to play Test cricket, get to 30 hundreds, closer to say 10,000 runs, which is also the other benchmark. And then perhaps call it quits. But he just threw in the towel in all formats, and I think it was unfortunately a season or two too early. I certainly had that impression at the time when Graham Smith shocked South Africa and the cricketing world with his announcement. But from a statistical point of view, what do you see interesting?
Nothing else comes to mind. I think I've shot my load there on the near miss milestones front. Yeah, interesting your invocation of the idea of players retiring a bit too early. You had a very interesting conversation on day 1 as this one is cut past the man at point and past the man on the cover boundary for 4. Beautifully placed. Tell you what, the outfield looked pretty quick down that side. Lebohang Peter, our colleague at the Benoni City Times, tells me that this ground does slope a bit, and I think towards that grandstand, it does seem to pick up pace. certainly seen it slow down a bit on the other side of the ground.
Change of bowling, that's Alwyn Fourie, just to mention it. So bowling gentle off spin. So if he does say that, is he saying that it's from our left to right? In other words, where Seymour is batting now, the offside is where the slope is in his favour.
Yeah, and that being the shorter of the two boundaries as well, there would seem to be a great incentive to attack the offside. And I guess the leg side from the other end. Bowling currently from the chalet end, away from us.
And what we're seeing here with a good start from the Titans batters is that the Eastern Storm have already inside the 10 overs now turned to their fourth bowler, unlike what we saw rather peculiarly with Lions in their match against Dolphins. The Dolphins put on 84 for the opening wicket. There was no wickets that fell in the first 10 overs, and their two opening bowlers bowled unchanged. Something that I'll emphasize I've never seen before.
A slightly sloppy piece of fielding, the ball before last. We agreed at the outset of this tournament that we weren't going to be too critical of the fielding. But I must say, the Dolphins' efforts on Tuesday, well, they set a new standard, and I'm inclined to lift my expectations accordingly. They were wonderful in the field, weren't they? Barely let anything go through, scarcely let a chance fail to go to hand.
Well, in every department they set standards, there's no doubt about it. 11 overs complete, it's 55 for 1. So going at a clean 5 runs and over with just the loss of 1 wicket.
They'll take some beating, the Dolphins. Currently a little primed to earn a place in the final here tomorrow. They'd certainly be worthy finalists as things stand. They'd have to do an awful lot to forfeit that position. As Kruger resumes from the Ikuruleni end, his first over having gone for 3, pegging back the accelerating run rate somewhat. This one is full of length, just outside the off stump. Seymour punches it through the offside. The sweeper does the mopping up, and 1 run accrues as Backer resumes the strike. I puzzled a bit over his low strike rate in this series, but of course he's been plying his trade on the outgrounds, which have been, generally speaking, much lower scoring. Boxes this one up to mid-off in fact, and scrambles through for a quick single, fielder slightly on his heels, and set fairly deep, so one was always on.
Becker now on strike, actually, the short-sleeved player of the two.
God, that scoreboard.
That's pulled across the line. It's a really improvised stroke. Slow off the pitch, very much in line with that leg stump, and given the way Becker has started, not surprised that he was able to pick that up and also find the gap behind square. So 59 for 1 it is. In fact, it's gone to 61 with that, and Becker himself has gone to 22. Plays forcefully to the onside. He'll pick up just a single.
Kruger resumes, running away from us. Gainful of length, a wristy stroke, does not beat the man at wide mid-on. It's been very tidy so far, Kruger, wicket to wicket, offering no width on a true surface. That's the last thing you want to do. Do not let the batsman have any scope for throwing his hands at the ball. Again, very straight, but this one is driven powerfully, and an excellent bit of fielding by the man at mid-off, who runs across into an almost mid-on position and makes a tumbling stop. There's 1 run. Piece of fielding well worthy of the aforementioned Dolphins. They'll do very well, Eastern Storm, if they attain those heights. End of the over then, it's 59 for 1. 63 for 1 in fact. I really must stop looking at the main scoreboard, which tends to lag a bit behind the official scorecard. No criticism meant by that, of course.
So we're about to see the beginning of the 13th over, and Alwyn Free continues. Sure, for just a moment there, the two batters having a chat at the end of the over. So I don't know what the plan is at. Are they perhaps thinking that there's 3 overs left in the power play and that maybe they need to take some advantage, so that they continue to just build on this foundation. The partnership now 54 and looking ominous, because I don't think I've seen a delivery after Teladia's opening salvos within the first, say, 2 or 3 overs where he got a good amount of swing. I haven't seen much else happening.
Oh, powerful drive, inches away from the outstretched hand of the bowler, who made a fantastic effort to get to it. An effort replicated on the boundary by the man at long on, who runs across to the long off boundary, makes a diving stop, saving 2 runs certainly. Well, 1 run. They crossed for 3 in the end. The score now 67 for 1. Lovely stroke again there by Andre Seymour. He's looked very accomplished so far. This one beating the bat outside the off stump, perhaps not quite as short as he'd suspected.
Also, I think it was quicker from Furi. He was beginning to just find it a little easier to hit the mark.
Slower that time, and well, no sooner had I praised Andre Seymour for looking so accomplished than he had his bat beaten twice in succession by the wily Alwyn Furi. Got a few Alwyns mulling about the grounds in this competition.
We've got Alwyn Labuskachny, who's assisting us here with a lot of stats in between. I asked him, does he prefer the Labuskachny or the Labuschagne, and would he rather be Alwyn or Alwyn? And he said it's definitely Alwyn Labuskachny, which I'm happy to say is the way I'd like to go always. So end of over number 13, 67 for 1. Partnership worth 57 of 58, 25 of 21 deliveries to Becker, who's on the non-strikers end in the short sleeve, and Seymour is 39 not out, and about to take strike in those light blue pads, as you see in your picture, and clearly very well padded around his waist as well, after having had a checkered career in first-class cricket in South Africa. Why not? So Dion Kruger about to start the 14th over. So 2 overs of the power play left. There's 1 fielder on the offside guarding the boundary, and that's much too short from Kruger. Well played, but fortunately the fielder is well placed and pretty deep, almost on the edge of the circle at backward point, so enough time for him to have gathered that.
Yeah, I think Kruger was experimenting there, bowling a bit wider of the crease that time. It can often throw out your rhythm a bit. He operates again, straighter this time. both
Oh,
in length and in
that's-
approach, and this one is driven powerfully through the extra cover region. Oh, went off like a tracer bullet that. A lot of bottom hand in that drive, but he played it right under the eyes, looked in control throughout and all along the ground. 4 more runs to the total.
Well, we don't have a replay feature here, but I can tell you that he was deep on that front foot in a beautiful position to unleash that off drive. And from the moment it left the bat, it was smooth sailing all the way to the ground, penetrating the inner and the outer ring of fielders. It's a class shot. He moves to 29 with that stroke, having started quite strongly with 3 fours in his, I think, first 4 scoring shots. This time he checks the drive straight through to the field at deep mid-off, or deep cover.
Very punchy player, isn't he?
Yeah, powerfully built. I think you described him beautifully when he had just come in. Strong shoulders, and I like the stride to the wicket as well. As soon as that first wicket fell, he walked in there, certainly meaning big business. This ball is straying down the leg side, and the experience of Seymour just clips it around his front pad and picks up the 4 to long leg. Coming a little too easy now for the Titans batters, 77 for 1, and they're now scoring at over 5.5 runs and over, with Seymour leading the charge on 44-44.
Yeah, what had been an excellent economical start for Kruger has gone desperately awry in this over. His first 10 deliveries yielded only 6 runs. He's now bowled 17 for 22.
Yeah, so the 3 fielders out in the deep backward square leg, just posted there recently, and then deep cover point. And I think we do have a long off away to our right, hidden by the side screen. Oh, this is a much better delivery, looking to just bowl a sharp one in towards that off stump, and it comes off a leading edge, but very good call here for the second run by Becker. Seymour had settled for the 1, but it's a deep set field, and 2 runs taken to end the over. 79 for 1 after 14. 1 over remains for the power play, and as soon as that is over, we'll also be happy to welcome Brendan Stoll of Eastern Storms, the current, chairman of Eastern's Veterans Cricket. He'll be joining us to give us a bit of a history and a lowdown on the development of. I just find this so odd, because whenever you talk about development, it's about youngsters. The development of veterans cricket, not just in the eastern region of Gauteng, but also in South Africa, and of course beyond our boundaries.
Alwyn Faree resuming from the chalet end.
Martin Becker with 3 numbers on his shirt. He'd be one of those I'd like to ask, what does it denote or signify? 963. Did he perhaps finish his first-class career on 963, talking about not achieving or being so close to milestones? It's a powerful-looking drive. That's a good stop, good movement. I feel that mid-on, he's pretty wide, because he has a long on behind him. So he's done well to cover that and keep it down to no run. But this time it's straying down the leg side and neatly tickled to that fine leg region. It's a big chase for Dion Kruger. He just overhauls it inside of the boundary. And would you believe the batters have settled for 2?
Yeah, not something you want to be doing so soon after completing a long, tiring, productive over, at least for the batsman. Dion Kruger acquitting himself very well, giving a game chase and preventing the boundary. Bowled well so far for Ree, perhaps with the exception of that last delivery, as this one's floated up to the bat and driven to the man in extra cover. There is no run. This last over, in fact, one of only 3 so far in this innings which have not yielded a boundary. Real testament to the way the Titans have approached things here, not allowing the Eastern Storm's bowlers to settle, keeping the pressure on them. Not even the early dismissal of Adil Khan deterred them there.
Slighted delivery, Packer will pick up a single to the deep. That ends the power play, 82 for 1. They will now be allowed 4 players in the outer ring, will the Eastern Storm. And they'll take the drink, and we'll take a short break. And when you do come back, Rodney and I will be in the company of Brendan Still. So the first power play has yielded 82 runs at a very healthy 5.5 runs to the over. And more importantly, with all 9 wickets in hand, the 2 batsmen have now added a partnership worth 72 runs of 70, which means that in a very quiet way, they've actually gone about dominating the opening 15 overs of this clash between the Titans veterans and the Eastern Storm veterans. We're going to see a change in bowling. I suppose we'll be helped along a little in looking to identify the players as we go. Number 56 with ball in hand. Bernhard is the bowler who's going to take up the cudgels from the Ekurhuleni end. Now adjusting the field and using the options of 3 to maybe even 4 fielders outside of the inner ring for the next 15 overs. And then according to rules in seniors cricket, the last 15 overs from 30 to 45, they're allowed as many as 5. So at the crease, Backer on 33, about to face, and the partner on the opposite end is Andre Seymour. So Bernhard looks the orthodox right arm spinner, is going around the wicket into Backer, and he taps this slowly back to the bowler. So it's a beautiful morning in Benoni. It's the best of the 3 mornings that we've had so far, in that whilst it's been a coolish start, it's a lot more warmer than we had on the opening days, Monday and Tuesday. Flighted delivery, looking to play this across the line. It does hit him on the full. Those are generally decisions which umpires won't easily give because you're coming around the wicket. And I must say that if it was that full, or it was that full, it was clearly a very good question there from the bowler. So he's in again, outside the off stump and pulled across the line, a very deliberate stroke, almost waiting for that ball to be pitched in that area, perhaps noticing that there wasn't too much of turn to bother him much, and Becker once again shows his power and placement in executing that 6. Takes the score to 88 for 1, and whilst all of that is happening, it'll give me an opportunity to say hello to Brandon Stoll. Good morning, the Eastern Storm chairman and chairman of the Eastern Cricket Association, the Veterans Eastern Cricket Association. This time is shorter, almost as though the batsman had expected that, and they'll run through for a single. Tends to happen when spin bowlers are hit for big 6s. The very next one is the ball that's darted in, and clever batsmen actually wait on that, and this is exactly what Becker did. I don't think it rose up to as much as he anticipated, but he's picked up the single. 89 for 1. Seymour on the front foot, angles the bat, just looks up literally. Some wonderful communication here, some good eye contact between the two, and they run through for a single. They have rotated the strike beautifully. They found the boundaries on more than regular basis, and that's why they find themselves going pretty well. And I'm more than certain that the gentleman sitting next to me is maybe somewhat concerned. Last ball, and that's the end of the over. 90 for 1 after 16. Good morning, Brandon. Great to have you with us.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for having me this morning. It's a great Benoni morning. We're excited to be here. We're excited to host the tournament, and so far all that I've seen is phenomenal cricket. There's been some exceptional knocks, exceptional bowling as well. Some great catches in the field, and we're blessed to be on the cricket field at our age.
Absolutely.
And it seems like the guys are enjoying themselves. So we had a rest day yesterday for all those sore bodies to recover, and hopefully the gents can give 110% out on the field today. As we all know, tomorrow's the final day. We've kind of got our predictions, but we'll leave that to the end of the day because cricket is a strange game. Anything can happen.
That's right. Perhaps even the middle of the day will give us more of an indication who's going to be topping the two respective logs in the two respective groups to then play in the final here. Just a quick question, which of the 2 pitches are going to be used for the final, do you know?
So
or is there going to be a third one for the final?
So we're going to use the far deck again tomorrow for the final, the far eastern deck. So we're going to have to do some prep this afternoon, side screen wise and that. We need to get everything sorted out for tomorrow. So that deck has pretty much been prepped yesterday for the players, and we're looking forward to an exciting final tomorrow. So we're going to gear up for it, and may the best team win. But so far, I've been impressed by quite a number of players. I think if I can speak about provinces.
Inside out hit here by Becker, just steps his foot forward and stamps his authority there as he plays the lofted drive. He goes to 44 of 35, the score 95 for 1, and the partnership now growing in stature, 85 of 79. Fourie, of course, the off spinner, is in operation, and he hasn't given much away in the spell so far, but that was a really clever inside out stroke. What we've seen in this partnership is they've watched the field setting very carefully and exploited those regions. So really testing time for the bowlers and the skipper. This time it's step back to the bowler.
I must say I've been very impressed, and I've got no favourites, even though I'm a Storm man. I'd love my Storm guys to do well, but the Dolphins have really impressed me this tournament. I think from where the Dolphins have come and where they are this tournament, I can see there's significant camaraderie, there's great talent in that squad, and they've really put in the effort so far. So they've really impressed me this tournament. Mm-hmm. And I'm not singling them out, but I think from what I've seen in previous tournaments, they're really contributing to the tournament.
Yeah, it seems to be the opinion all round. Even though they played on that sea field where things were really tough, the way they adjusted to the conditions, all of the batters on that thick outfield, they decided the only way to actually play there was to go over the top and to have most of the batters contributing significantly with that idea in mind. Saw them post that score, and then they defended it all the way towards the end. But what we saw in the match against the Lions was they looked the more polished of the two in their approach, in the way they were led, the way they batted, and in the field. I mean, the two of us, Rodney and I, couldn't stop talking about just the quality that we've seen. So I have to agree with you that that's been the general consensus. But as you said earlier, I mean, anything can happen. Sometimes your worst game you leave for the final. And how often we've seen that in recent times. So change of over, the 18th about to begin, and Seymour just backs away, sees the slowness of the pitch, looks to play it down, but finds the fielder. No run.
Excellent partnership so far, 87 of 83 deliveries. Going well. Storm really need a breakthrough here, so I'm rooting for the boys.
Yes, I know it's a bit difficult to be getting into a real thick of the conversation.
Yes.
But we'll let the pictures do the talking. Rodney is watching this with us, so if something does happen, he'll need to get to it. But there's a 50 there to the crafty batsmanship of Andre Seymour, who started the more sedately, and it was Becker that took on the bowling early on when he just arrived at the crease. But we've just seen good experience at play here now with Andre Seymour, and he's got to 50 of just 52 deliveries.
They do keep up a great over rate, these veterans, don't they? It makes carrying on an interview rather difficult.
Yeah, that's true. Good control. It's really well played. He's searching for that run outside the off stump, square off the wicket. And that's where you normally play square when the pitch is slow. So his foot movement is really good. His selection is pretty adequate as well, but on both occasions he's found the fielder. Oh, this ball turns back quite a bit, appreciably. And he was in two minds, and that's perhaps the ball of the morning from Bernhardt. He's really got it to come back. He's tall. He uses the crease quite intelligently. On this occasion, he looked to just give it a bit more fizz, and it almost worked for him. And that's what you need to do to make the batsman, on the other hand, have three balls in mind. This time it's much too short. He does find the gap. It's possibly going to beat the fielder. It will, because when Seymour does strike the ball, it is beautifully timed. He picks up the 4, that brings up the 100 as well, and that will end the 18th over. 103 for 1. We continue with Brendan Stoll. Brendan, let's talk about the genesis of official veterans cricket, because it's gone on from time to time on an ad hoc basis, but we're seeing it now at a more organized level.
It has. It's being formalized at this present moment in time. We've been extremely fortunate from the East Rand. So we had interaction with Frank Auger from the Lions, and Alvin Labuskaghni actually put this all together, and we managed to play in the Lions League in 2023, and we literally had 2 months to put an over 40 squad together for the IPTs. We successfully did so.
First ball from the bowling of Fourie, neatly tucked away by Becker. He's turning for the second. He looks like he's 25 between the wickets. So whilst he sprints through, Seymour trudges through to quietly through to the other end. Did you have to get down on your knees and beg players to say, guys, we need fellows who are over 40s to help us form a league or a team?
Absolutely not. It was overwhelming.
Okay.
We managed to fill a squad, like I say, within 2 months. We went to the initial over 40 RPT that was held at the Wanderers, hosted by the Lions, and we managed to play in the final as runners-up against Western Province. Western Province took the win.
Was that in 2022? Was it the first year?
I think that was 2022. But what a fantastic tournament, and what a fantastic showcase by the guys.
So where was the first tournament?
So we played at the tournament. So we played ours at the Wanderers.
Okay.
For us, we didn't play under the Storm banner. We played under the East Rand Veterans Cricket Association, which we established ourselves.
Okay.
We then later approached the union, the Eastern Cricket Union, and we were accepted as an affiliate.
So there are 8 provinces that are involved. We can't call them franchises because here they're basically taking the names of the provinces. What about the likes of Free State and others?
We'd like to see it develop further. There are talks about the Northwest launching something very small. There were chats that in Mpumalanga we would also be putting something together. But I think it goes around the willingness to come together and start something up like this. Mm-hmm. Our committee is very committed, very well versed in cricket, and the guys have got a passion for this. All players still playing cricket, the entire committee still playing cricket, but I think it's just the amount of guys that we have in the committee and the passion that puts this all together for us in the East Rand under the Eastern Storm. We've got various strengths, and with putting all those strengths together, we provide a phenomenal platform for our cricketers to play. I think just to echo what our ECU president, Tata Moahi, echoed at the opening ceremony, he said, veterans cricket is reviving cricket in the provinces. And I think he's got a valid point there.
It's a very interesting point too.
Absolutely. We've grown from 8 teams over the last 3 years, and this year we'll be on 18 teams within the Eastern Storm Veterans League.
That's phenomenal. It's a good shot here, hit with lots of power, and unfortunately the misfield means they can run through for one. That single takes Becker to a very well played 50, a very attractive 50. He's played with a great amount of virtuosity all around the wicket, and his 50 has come off just 41 balls. That's included 6 fours and a 6. So that is quite phenomenal in the numbers, because then it gives credence to what your president says, that seniors cricket is actually reviving the game in the area. I think I made a comment on the first day that how do you see the revival? Because one of the issues that I've struggled with being in administration for a long time after I've given up. In fact, I was in administration since the age of 19. So. And been continuing in that same fashion in the Lenasia area. And one of it was, how do you force players or request players who have just completed a very long provincial career, have earned good money, to come back and just give a season or 2 into club cricket, where even if they bat at number 8, they attend one day's practice, guide the captains and vice captains along and be there. We don't see that anymore, and I believe that's one of the reasons why league cricket at Premier and even Premier B, and I'll say this, that in the Gauteng region, of which I'm a board member in the area as well, is that what bothers me, because every time I walk to see a domestic a club match, there are some glaring errors in what we see there, and it's almost the elementary stuff that are not at play. And that sort of boggles my mind, and it frustrates me because it's lacking somewhere. Yet we talk about this massive growth in the game, so many people following the great game of cricket because of the advent of T20. Parents have come into the game in bigger ways than we've ever seen. But on the playing side, that's what bothers me. And this proves to me that those seniors can actually come back to play club cricket and assist. Becker again shows his virtuosity plays, though in fact it's not him, it's the long-sleeved Seymour who chops down to the point fielder. There are two of them at backward point, so he's going to be really challenged to find a gap in that area. This time he's on the back foot, again searching for the gap, straight to the wide extra cover fielder, no run.
So what we have noticed in our leagues, since we got the Vets League, so we play our league during winter, and during the summer seasons, our official club leagues, we've noticed a massive uptake in veterans playing in those club leagues now. So we've got individuals that are now competing in those Premier League divisions. We've got local tournaments where the guys are now participating with the youngsters and just handing down that knowledge of cricket.
So that brings the other question to mind, and that is, have you seen a difference in what's going on at Premier League level? From a standards point of view, the improvement point of view?
There is an improvement in certain areas, there definitely is. There is room for much more improvement. At this point in time, we need those, if I can call them captains of industry, and if I refer to captains of industry, I refer to guys who've had their cricketing knowledge throughout.
So those 2 runs brings up the 100 partnership between Andre Seymour and Martin Becker. Seymour, I got the feeling that over was perhaps just tied down, couldn't find the gap, went for the lofted drive, fortunately just over the fielder on the edge of the circle. But they managed to turn for 2 and also register the 100 partnership. And now he plays a beautiful wristy looking on drive, 2 fielders converging. Both of the batsmen have decided that they'll finish the run in first care. 112 for 1, and that is the end of the 20th over, is it? 1 ball remains. And I'm sure that is a work in progress, because you're not just going to see guys come in to play a league cricket and suddenly there's this whole big improvement. But it's, I'm just wondering if this has come off the bat or is it buys, but the bowler has got his head in hand. And we'll keep an eye on the umpire, and there was an edge to it, so not just 4 runs, but the possibility of a chance gone, a bagging. 116 for 1 it is. That's perhaps the first 4th stroke in this partnership of 106. And both batsmen, just to remind you, have gone to their respective 50s, and the Titans veterans look in a very strong position with all 9 wickets in hand and scoring at 5.5 runs to the over.
Just looking at veterans cricket overall, the aim for us on the outset was to see why are we doing this? Why do we want the older crowd to start playing cricket? And I think it was more around the social aspect, the camaraderie, the family, the inclusion of families, the inclusion of our kids within the sport. And we've managed to build that, and I can see a lot of other provinces have done the same. So it's not a matter of testosterone-full 21-year-old chasing a dream. The guys on the field get to enjoy themselves. It's self-funded mostly, but this is just something else to keep the guys going. What do the guys really do when they hang up their bats and their helmets at the age of 30? Well, here's a platform for you to come and express yourself.
Yes, and I must say, in your press spec, which is very colourful and very informative, that mantra is mentioned on a number of occasions. The camaraderie amongst the teams, players, and then a family outing it is. And well, after the cut and thrust of playing at Premier League level and also professional level for those few that have. Clearly, it's a better time now to have the family included. So I see so much of positives coming out of it. And I know that you guys are hosting here, but would you say that in the 4 tournaments that have taken place, that you guys are beginning to set standards that other provinces should look at so that it continues to go on the up?
We try and raise the bar. We've always, and it's always I say, we are a servant to the game and we're a servant to our players. As much as we are a servant to our players, we are a servant to our other provinces during this week. We take our tournaments very seriously, and we have to deliver and raise the bar. And in veterans cricket, I think as we go year after year, we can see a massive improvement in terms of how we're hosting our tournaments, and we hope we can showcase whatever we showcase here must be improved upon going forward. If we play in other provinces.
Well, I did say over the opening 2 days that we've been so impressed, and so we should be, because these are veterans. It's not as if these are upstarts from somewhere. So when we see the glimpses of quality, we can appreciate that it comes from somewhere. And after maybe a 10-15 year hiatus, suddenly the guys are back in there and showing exactly what they were all about in their time. So high praises to everybody that's involved from a playing point of view. The organization has been fantastic. The way you guys have allocated the umpiring, the scoring, I think it's been spread nicely across the genders as well. So good to see. I'm going to ask you one of the difficult questions, and I've been sent some messages because we don't see too many or any black African players in the over-50s tournament that we are covering now. And my immediate response or reaction to that was not a response, was that we're still perhaps waiting for those young guns to get to the age of 49 and 50 before they can start playing. But is there an emphasis, is there a way in which to look into that so that we look as inclusive, all-inclusive as the rest of the national leagues are concerned?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. From an over 40 perspective, there is quite a large contingent of black African players coming through the ranks. Over 50s, we are struggling with numbers at this moment in time. But we can proudly say, so we started the league, we formulated a black African team by combining 3 of our local townships. Okay. And what we've ended up this year, we're going to now launch our 3rd full black African team in our league this year. So there is massive emphasis of inclusion there.
Because these days I also feel that sponsors, because they need to, big companies who are sponsoring, it's one of the leading questions. Is that how are you, in a business sense, what's your BEE position like? It's a powerful looking drive, and that's gone all the way for 4. So Becker has decided that he's had enough running between the wickets. He's going to intersperse all of that with some lusty boundary hitting and gas that one across to the long off boundary. 126 for 1. Becker with that has gone to 48 or 49, and certainly now beginning to show exactly what his strengths are like. 115 over 117 is the partnership. If they can continue with this momentum, I reckon, Brendan, your team's going to have a huge task when they come into bat later.
Let's hope our opening bats can get off and put up a great partnership for us, opening partnership, so that we can lead off that. The last thing you want is to lose 1 or 2 early wickets. It's going to put us under pressure. So these 2 batsmen have formed a fantastic partnership, and if the Storm can do anything now, they need to break this partnership. So I think a bit of strategy needs to be discussed on field, a bit of a change up to see how we can make the breakthrough here. But the Titans batsmen so far solid in building a phenomenal score.
Both of them, in fact, have gone to their highest scores at this level in this format. Martin Backer's previous best was 54. He's now eclipsed that by a margin of 5. And Andre Seymour, his previous best 63. He's now on 64.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Rodney. I'm sure they don't know that they wouldn't know that themselves. I see Roger is pitched up. I hope he doesn't have jet lag. And that's, of course, the chairman of the National Seniors Association. I'm sure we'll get to be chatting to him in time. But we are into the 24th over, and Bernard, who's kept things pretty tidy, continues from the Ikurulani end, tall, with good control. Some of the fitness of the guys is the positive side of the fitness has actually impressed both Rodney and I during commentary. I mentioned running between the wickets, some of the chaps bowling unchanged, even though they're just trudging up maybe half the run-up as they would have in their heyday. But it takes quite a bit of doing. And having said that, the Lions, having played their first game yesterday, it looked like their legs were just about giving in because their fielding after this, let's just say 20-25 over, seemed to go on the downhill. So it's pretty demanding, obviously. And maybe that you could just give us an idea, because you guys seemed very well drilled. In the opening morning, the guys were going through a full warm-up here, and much to my surprise, because I'm saying, what are they going to do for the next 90 overs, these chaps? And you know, I mentioned that a few times on it, because that impressed me. And we saw the bowlers in action, a whole lot of fielding catches, some fitness drills going on. And I asked myself a question or two at that stage. Listen, are these guys all 50 and over? So with your team in particular, what's the preparation been like for this tournament?
I was going to say the preparation is very important. We had around 4 to 5 months to prepare, and I think we can see the positives out of that now. The guys are lively on the field. We're very fortunate, just chatting to the other provinces as well. Very few injuries, if any. But luckily we've got the medics to help us, and I see some teams have got physios on site to help out, to look at the ailing bodies. And you know, effectively we had the rest day yesterday for the guys just to work on those niggles and refresh them for today. So I hope that's paid off for a couple of niggles.
So I'm sure that there are viewers who've been watching over the last 2 days and a bit, and knowing that, of course, this is also now happening at an international level. To fill us in with the progression now, obviously from this competition we had Raymond Boer yesterday, who was one of your selectors, chatted to us about it. That must clearly be, even for fellows over the age of 50, a great fill-up motivation as far as their cricket is concerned. So that, and also, what is it that you look forward to on the international stage? What is in store for the players? And maybe you could just go through it for the over-40s and over-50s.
So if we look at over-40s and over-50s, I think every year we're putting a better side together. There's some real thought going through it. It's not just a matter of, we need to send a team. I would hate to be a selector at this point in time, because there's so much talent out there.
Okay.
And the nice thing we've got, there's so much depth to choose from now. So on the world stage, we compete at the highest level. I don't doubt that the SA squads will again go and keep...
Finish ninth.
No, not finish ninth. They need to do better than that. But, and represent the country properly. I think to Roger and his team as well, they've done a phenomenal job in setting everything up in the background. I think people don't realise how much work actually does go on in the background to put all of this together, and to give these guys the ability to participate in those competitions. I think if we look at it worldwide now, the eyes that are on us, even here today, there's a lot of interest from international spectators and international bodies to see what we're doing, and we've achieved a lot over the last few years, and that goes through to not only VCASA themselves, but to the players and the contributions that everyone has made to the game. So I think in years to come we'll definitely be on top in terms of our SA teams, and we'll start surprising a few other countries. We've got the names to do it. We've got some real first-class cricketers that are still playing veterans cricket, that have still got the ability for major upsets on the international stage.
So the other question is, retired internationals, is there an emphasis to get them back in it, or is it rather left to, let's just say, the retired first-class cricketer? because they've had their time in the sun, haven't they?
So if we look at it, there's actually very few international cricketers that are participating in veterans
In the
cricket.
teams, yeah,
if we look
I
at
see
it,
that, yeah.
Majority are the first-class cricketers.
Well, that hand clap's coming from both myself and Brandon, because a marvelous catch has been taken. You'll identify that player for us. 139 for one. At last, the break has come after a partnership of 129 runs. A full-blooded stroke of the bat of Andre Seymour, and well caught at backward point, diving to his right, the ball dipping as it did that. And it certainly will have given the Easterns some encouragement as well. They've broken the partnership, and it's come through a most magnificent piece of fielding. That fellow looked like he was 19 when he picked up that catch. 139 for two. Brendan, who's the fielder there?
Willie Bernard, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
That was a great catch. Well taken, one-handed.
68 of 79, and that has included 9 fours from what has been a very, very attractive innings, a very powerful innings, a well-measured innings, showing all of his class in the middle. It's actually been a joy to watch, and Andre Seymour's innings and this partnership again allows me to emphasize the fact that we are watching veterans, and we're certainly not surprised to see the quality of cricket on hand. 139 for one. That partnership was worth 129 runs, and they really well placed. I think that was at the end of the 25th over. So everything to play for. Can the Eastern Storms now, in fact, bring the Eastern Storm team, bring themselves back into this game and pick up a few wickets just to try and ensure that they have a score of around 250 in the remaining 20 overs, that they can curb the Titans' batters too. That will be the key point, I reckon, because the same team were unable to defend the 257 they managed on the first evening, when that was this Eastern Storm team. The Border Vets were quite relentless in the way they pursued that target, and they achieved it with just 3 overs and some to spare, with as many as 7 wickets in hand. So now everything to play for. A marvelous piece of catching. Maybe I need to just register the fielder's name again.
Willie Bernard.
Willie Bernard. Maybe when we see him, we'll certainly be giving him a big handshake.
Yeah, that's him with a ball in hand now.
Okay, so Fourie was the fellow that picked up the wicket. Let's just talk about money. I see that in your stats spec, you've got a number of companies that have, contributed. You can name them, and what is it that we'd be looking for? First of all, from an Eastern's point of view, what is the type of money that we're looking for, and how would it help these players who are having to actually pay their own way to these regular these tournaments in and around the country? And some of them who are also going to be picked for the South African team will have to find their own money to do that. And I know that going to Guyana next year is perhaps the most longest way around to any other part of the cricketing world on the South American continent. And that's not going to cost you anything less than 25,000 Rand just to get there and back.
Correct.
So fill us in with that as well, if you can, Brandon.
So at this point in time, it's extremely difficult to get funding for these tournaments. Not everyone, so you'd have to go and procure a proper sponsor for these events going forward. I think there's a lot of work that we can do. I don't think we do enough to find sponsors, and I don't think the sponsors understand our sport. If I look at our tournament, we've got our partners here that are helping us during the week. Not necessarily a sponsorship; it's more subsidised to a large degree. And it's a self-funded project most of the time. So it takes a lot of fundraising, takes a lot of efforts, we knock on a lot of doors, and but mostly, like I say, it's player funded, which is tough for the guys, especially those international trips. I mean, the guys going to Guyana. I mean, an entire trip like that is a significant amount of money to raise.
And not all the players are professionals or well-to-do business people, so that's really important. But I find that it does account for so much, because ultimately you're representing the country. You don't go there playing as a bunch of players. It says South Africa's seniors, South Africa's over 40s, or South Africa's over 50s. So sponsors out there, whoever may be listening, may need to get in touch with Roger Moult, who's the chairman of the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa, and maybe get into some kind of discussion. I was teasing yesterday, was it the day before, that maybe we need to look at companies that are producing any kind of a product that only attracts or appeals to the older generation, and maybe come into play, in some way. And hopefully, if it's of an international brand, it may get involved at a real high level, because these type of television coverage that you're getting now on YouTube and on your own vets channels do garner a lot of viewers.
Correct. So medical aids come to mind. Bigger medical aid companies could help us. But ultimately, you want to send your best squad overseas to represent your country. And maybe there are in some cases that a squad is chosen and an individual just cannot afford the expense of the tour. So we would appreciate those sponsors to come in and assist the traveling teams in getting there. Because that's effectively what we need to do as a country, is to field our best 11 on the day.
I would go, before we close this discussion and say goodbye to you and thank you, is that a letter to the Minister of Sport. If they can give money to people to go and spectate over in other parts of the world, and giving them tons of money, I would rather have a squad of cricketers plying their trade on anywhere else in the world with a South African flag flying. I think that would be money better used.
Absolutely, and I think we would have an ear with him, and it would be important to raise it. It's like I always say, if you never ask, you never know.
You never know. And if you have a good motivation, which I think you will, now that it's really established and the tournaments are of a high level, the fact that there's international exposure, I reckon you've got a lot to motivate for. So I wish you luck. I wish the association in general, the National Association, luck, and that you guys grow from strength to strength. And thank you for inviting us to be a part of your tournament, Brendan, and for looking after Rodney in particular, because he's brought his expertise, and he's really actually brought so much more than I even expected for the broadcast. And it's not done yet. We keeping a keen eye on this particular contest between the Titans vets and the Eastern Storm vets. And we'll also bring you up to date with what's happening on the other 3 fields, including the Lord's Cricket Ground of South Africa, which is in Actonville. And of course the Cup final tomorrow, which we're looking forward to. Thank you very much, Brendan Stoll.
Thank you, Aslam, Rodney. It's always nice having you in studio here, commentating. It's been great so far. It's been fantastic just listening to the commentary, and just a special thanks to the Eastern Cricket Union for making this facility available for us to host this exciting tournament. So we hope tomorrow we have lots of runs, and that it's a well-contested final, and I will definitely see you around the field. Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it.
No, thank you for inviting us, and thanks for all of the information. I think it's answered a lot of questions that both Rodney and I have had. And maybe we can in fact take this discussion further as well as we watch. And of course, it's piqued my interest now, because it was a passing show as far as I was concerned, even though we're so involved in the game. But it's no longer a passing show, I can assure you. So thank you.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aslam.
Terrific, man. Thank you very much to Brendan Stoll for chatting with us for the last period or so. I thought it was going to be a good 10-15 minute chat, but clearly there was so much to offer the discussion itself, and it's much appreciated. So in the meantime, the only thing that's gone on in the field is 1 wicket has fallen. The partnerships have been very good. The score looks very healthy from a Titans veterans point of view. 148 for 2. Becker is there on a very, very well played 72, and that's come off just 64 deliveries, and he remains the mainstay now, and hopefully in the company of Con Purchase, the new batsman, that they'll be able to continue to where that partnership between Andre Seymour and Martin Becker left off. It was worth 129 runs. Second wicket falling on 139 in what was really a very, very entertaining partnership, and very well measured and well played throughout that period. It certainly challenged the Eastern's vet bowlers. Becker, Bernard, who picked up that wonderful catch at backward point, continues. He's into his 5th over unchanged. And Fourie, on the other hand, in fact, like most of the spinners have done in these series of matches, has completed his 9 overs, 1 for 44. Welcome back, Rodney.
Glad to be back. I'm on the precipice of a heck of a sneeze, so I may have to delay my next contribution.
Go ahead. Good flighted delivery now to the new batsman, Con Purchase, batting left-handed.
Fine example, Con Purchase, of nominative determinism. He forces bowlers to purchase his wickets at a pretty high rate, averaging 50 at this level, 50.25 from his 8 matches in one-day veterans competition to date. Highest score of 95, 150, 3 scores of 25 or more. Plenty of not outs there, which no doubt help.
Number 47 has a very interesting name, Con. So he's certainly not conning us that he does love to play the game of cricket, and given the stat that you have just shared, he's adept to purchase runs all around the wicket. Yeah, Becker has impressed. Seymour was just excellent to watch. But Becker has impressed with his power and placement and how he just suddenly decides to unleash. He's a very effective player. This time he's lofting this over the top. There's a fielder getting under this one, and he's unfortunately grasped it, number 4 for the Eastern team. He certainly made the approach. What we've seen over the last few days is that many fielders in that deep, having to dive forward, in fact decide against it and allow it to land because of the fear of injury, of course. But here he certainly made the attempt, and it was a very good one. It's the second chance for Becker. Early on, one perhaps went wide of the wicket-keeper's hand, but here dropped in the middle.
It was a strange one. He did very well to make up all that ground, and he looked very composed under it. It just failed to stick. Happens sometimes. We've all been there. I think we have a new bowler into the attack. Number 2.
Nell. Johan Nell is the new bowler from the Chalet's end. He continues from where Fourie left off, also a gentle off-spin, right arm.
This one drilled out to the sweeper on the offside, and a single accrues. So 2 days into this competition, we should have a fair idea of what might be a decent pass score here, Aslam. What would you lean towards, especially given the circumstances, the platform the Titans vets have built for themselves?
Well, I must say today, the outfield, there's good sun on it, but because it hasn't been mowed since the first morning, perhaps not just offering too much of speed on the ball as it leaves the green or the table. So, and that's a small percentage. A free hit, no ball called by the umpire, signaled by the umpire, or wide rather, and a good firm hit over the top. Fielder gets under that, will make a good stop to keep that free hit down to just a single, and that'll allow the new batsman. Well, the new batsman has already, in fact, got himself to 9. So Becker on 74 now, about to take strike, 158 for 2. And to answer that question, given that score of 328 that we saw on Tuesday, which the Dolphins were able to muster, I would reckon in the region of about 295. Because the pitchers played well on all days, both of them on the either wings of this huge table. And that's perhaps giving lots of praise to the quality of batting that we've seen. How some of the players have come through. Becker on this occasion, of course, looks a mainstay here. He seems to be, he's out. And I'm looking at the bails, and the bails have been dislodged. So he was really all at sea of the very slow bowling that Nell has been able to deliver, tossing it up as high as one can, and unsure as to whether to get forward or back to that. And just shows, as we spoke on the first day, about these type of deliveries that get the better of the players. We saw Tyrone Henderson, in fact, do that in a very tidy over on the opening day. And now the Becker innings has come to a close. He's actually been bowled perhaps off the inside edge of either the bat or the pad. He's out for 74 of 69 deliveries, and he has hit 9 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, it looked to me almost as if it came straight off the face. Perhaps the hands were slightly too soft on that occasion. Not a critique batsmen often undergo. I remember Anil Kumble doing for a whole set of South African batsmen one series, just defending forward and the ball trickling off the pitch back on to the stumps behind them. It always feels an unfortunate way to go, but Nell won't be complaining. It's an important wicket. The all-important wicket, in fact, of Becker, who, well, he looked set fair for something humongous, and Eastern Storm will be very glad indeed to see the end of him, however it happened.
New batsman for the Titans. Jaco de Swart. So Johan Nell comes in. I'm just looking at the previous match that he did bowl. He came right towards the end, and I think he bowled 1 over in that Border Vets brilliant run chase. A very face-on approach, and then also when he delivers, he's almost got his shoulders parallel to the popping crease as he delivers. And it's very much straightforward, gentle off spin if there's any spin. And I can't understand how the impressive Martin Becker just misread that. And I suppose, as the old adage goes, if you bowl, if you can control the delivery above the batsman's eye line and let it land on a good spot, you'll always have the better of the batsman. And he has done in that previous over, the 29th, 160 for 3 ETs. The last wicket adding just 20 runs after that wonderful partnership of 129. We continue to be a little confused here. The numbers on the shirts of the batters and what the scoreboard is indicating is a bit of an anomaly, but we'll go with a huge scoreboard. So facing now for the first time is Mr. De Swart from the Kuruleni end, and it is Bernhard now into his 8th over. None for 39. He'll claim the 1 wicket, so to speak, because of that glorious catch which made the break, and now they've got 2 to follow, the 2nd wicket to follow. He's his good controlled spin. He certainly darts it in. He changes pace quite nicely. So he's more than a handful. He's Bernhard.
Returning to our conversation about par scores, yeah, I fully agree with you. 269 proved much too little on day one, and 320 plus on day two proved much too much. So splitting the difference would seem the rational thing to do, and yeah, I'd suggest anything north of 290 would be about par, would make for a really interesting run chase. Titans are well placed here, perhaps to set their sights even somewhat beyond that mark. Short and wide, cut uppishly to the man at point, there is no run. Bounces a good 2 meters in front of him. For a moment his heart might have been in his mouth. It was more edge than middle.
I think what we saw on the first day may have reasons for why we are seeing the gentle spinners who are in operation. A bit of a misfield will allow them to not run for just one, but there are two on offer and 2 runs taken. So De Swart will pick up 2 more to add to his score. He'll go to 5, and the score 164 for 3 here in the 30th over. Is that most of the spin bowlers have actually been demanded to just bowl through their 9 overs. What we saw that was quite odd on day 2 was the Lions opening bowlers, one seam bowler in Gareth Flusk and Manak the spinner, also bowled 18 overs unchanged. And what was peculiar about that was that the opposition hadn't lost a wicket in that period. In fact, it's into the 15th over when the wicket did fall, that to Gareth Flusk. And that's the reason why the opposition got to that huge score of 328. They had a wonderful platform. It's time for drinks, the second drinks break in this innings. It's 163 for 3 for the Titans vets after they were put into bat. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Welcome back to Willowmoore Park, where the Titans veterans, having lost the toss and been put into bat, have made a pretty Edenic start to their innings. We're now 2/3 of the way through it, so perhaps no longer a start. Just though, as they've seemed likely to rest the initiative entirely, they've lost two very important wickets. On purchase at the crease now, averaging 50 plus at this level, well equipped to lead a recovery. He's joined at the other end by Jaco de Swart. Jaco de Swart, in fact, facing that one, punches the ball back in the direction of the bowler Johan Nel. This one's floated very high, almost a Spedegue's dropper. The kind of delivery that if the bowler were unsatisfied with it, he might have run down the pitch and retrieved and tried again. Instead, it's boxed down to long on for a single. Johan Nel, who just took the all-important wicket of Martin Becker, who really was setting Willowmoore Park ablaze. A man whose strike rate entering this match was in the 70s, probably dragged down significantly by the slow outfields we see elsewhere in this. Oh my goodness, what a hit that was! That'll boost any strike rate. Slow delivery on leg stump and, well, sat up and wagged its tail. And Con Purchase had no hesitation in sending it walkies. Lovely hit. Shortest boundary, that side of the ground. We're on the far edge of the square, nearest the grandstand. Yorker length delivery, dug out with some difficulty. He's proved a wily customer so far, Johan Nel. 1 for 13 into his second over. Those figures slightly damaged by recent 6. This one's boxed up to long off. Another single accrues in spite of a tempting misfield. Again floated, attempts the paddle sweep, it's down the leg side and the umpire gives his arms a stretch. He'll be disappointed, Jaco de Swart. It was there to be hit. He'll get another chance. This one flatter in trajectory, cramps him for room. You can do no more than punch it to extra cover. There is no run, and that concludes the 31st over. The score 172 for 3. Jaco de Swart unbeaten on 5 of 10 deliveries. Con Purchase on a runnable 15. Plays for the Proteas, Con Purchase at this level, primarily as a left-arm spinner, very economical. Did impressive things, I believe, in Colombo last year on the Proteas visit to that climb. It'll be Willie Barnard resuming after the drinks break from the Ukuraleni end. Moving his boundary rider, his sweeper, a bit squarer. He also has a long on and a deep mid wicket. This one's flat outside the off stump. It's cut fairly late. The batsmen scramble through for a single, but do not complete it before the bails are dislodged. Excellent fielding and wicket keeping there. And the Titans lose their 4th. It looked out to me, umpire much better placed to judge than we are up here. Batsmen, as batsmen tend to do, looks disconsolate and askance at the umpire, but I think it's reasonable to say that the correct decision was arrived at there. So, an early disaster after the drinks break for the Titans. They're now 172 for 4. I think it's Jaco de Swart who's out. Or is it? No, I think he's still out there, so I think it's Con Purchase then, right? Jaco de Swart was wearing the 47. Do you have?
Yeah. Was it in LBW? That's all we need. If he's run out, let's go back. So, just to confirm, Jaco de Swart was run out there with his score on 5. So, after a very good second wicket partnership of 129, which took the score to 139, 2 wickets have fallen in the space of just 30 runs. And it has somewhat brought the Eastern Storm team back into the game. Can they limit the scoring? They have allowed the Titans vets to continue to score at a very healthy 5.5. At one stage it did go to 6 runs and over. So can they continue to pull it back? Bernard has been very impressive into his 9th over now. He's gone for 42 runs, but they've not been able to hit too many boundaries off his bowling. He's operating from around the wicket to the new batsman in Eckstein.
Yeah, Quintus Eckstein, no relation so far as I can tell just yet to the illustrious Clive. He's played 10 matches at this level in this format.
The only similarity is he's also a left-hander.
Well, indeed. 142 runs in those 10 matches at an average of 18, highest score of 44. On 3 occasions he's passed 25. So this one is boxed back to the bowler. Looks a punchy player on first impressions.
Maybe the reason why he's come up the order as well. Let's watch how he gets on with it. I think you mentioned just off air when we went on that drinks break, was that the spinners have had a lot more success on this particular pitch as we saw on the first day. Unlike what we saw on the second day when even the Lions spinners got very little out of that particular surface. So it may be a point well made. And again, with the final beckoning tomorrow, teams will have made notes of all of that to see who of the bowlers have actually, and also on which end they will be benefiting from. But we've also heard that the final is in fact going to be played on the pitch to the extreme left, which in essence then, from what we are saying, is the better of the two surfaces. So we're probably in for a high scoring final, much to look forward to tomorrow. The weather is set fair again, but all eyes on what happens today, because it's going to determine somewhere through the halfway when the day is complete and towards the rather when the innings are complete in the first part of play today and somewhat into the halfway, we'll be able to determine in fact who will be playing in the finals tomorrow. In the meantime, it is Nell who will continue from the far side. Sweep shot played, it's come off very nicely. It's going to run away all the way to the boundary. They don't need to exert themselves between the wickets.
Yeah, a quicker one fired down leg. All the batsman had to do was get the minimum of contact to help it on its way. Very nicely played indeed. The score moves on to 176 for 4. Con Purchase has looked very, very accomplished in his better than a runner ball 19. This one's floated wide of the off stump. Shapes to cut it when I think he'd probably have been better off driving.
I think the message there is to blow as slow as you possibly can. We saw what happened to the impressive Martin Becker. There's a good bit of footwork. Gets to the pitch of the ball. So as slow as you bowl, if you do get close to the ball and use your feet well, you can smother the slowness and in fact find runs on either side of the wicket. So there Con Purchase just demonstrating it quite nicely. He's very much aware of the fact that the ball out of Nell's hand is possibly at what? 50 kilometers an hour? Maybe less?
Well, he bowled earlier in the spell what I described as a Spedigue's dropper. It came down with snow in it. Have you ever heard of the story of Spedigue's dropper?
You're going to need to explain that.
It's a short story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, more famous for the Sherlock Holmes series.
Plays across the line effectively. This time it's Exteen, but he's caught. It surprised him somewhat when he realized that there was a fielder positioned there quite nicely. And what we have seen with the Easterns team on the first day and now also this morning is that when chances have gone towards them, they've certainly made good of it. So unfortunately for the powerful Mr. Exteen, he will have to trudge off, and suddenly 5 wickets down with a score 177. There's a bit of a fight back here by the home team. 177 for 5 in the 33rd over.
Struck it beautifully, didn't he? He got it right out of the screws, travelled really low, really flat, straight to the man on the boundary, unfortunately. Almost hit it too well. Had he slightly miscued it, it would probably have gone a few yards either side of the sweeper on the leg side boundary. As it is, Exteen has to go. First duck of the day, second duck of the day in fact, a 5-baller in this case, and the Titans, having once looked set very fair indeed, are entering somewhat troubled waters. Half of their wickets have fallen. The score is 177. They have another 13 overs in the bank. And that past score you mentioned earlier, Aslam, that 290, takes some getting now. It will require a very good rear guard from the lower order.
And what we did see in those previous innings was that the top run scorer was still at the crease going into the last 10 and 15 overs. Here we've got 2 new batters in the middle, so a lot's going to depend on how Con Purchase has gone about his batting.
Wayne Stearman is the new man for the Titans.
And also just to mention that they've lost 4 wickets for the addition of 36 runs. So after that very impressive stand for the second wicket, which was worth 129 runs, will it still count for much? This is a slow delivery, but it actually bounces quite nicely, comfortably for Steelman to actually pick that little stoke to the onside and pick up a single.
Very friendly delivery to get off the mark too. Bit of tennis ball bounce. He almost elbowed it into the leg side. This one's squeezed away, backward of square on the offside. There is no run. He'll perhaps relish this opportunity, will Wayne Stearman. His career at this level has been a story of starts rather than substantial scores. 3 over 25, he averages around 20. The highest score of 29. Presumably he's been forced in most of those cases to come in during the denouement, where you're really on a hiding to nothing as a lower order batsman. Around 100 runs, in fact, to go with the round with the round average of 20. So a real opportunity for him. It's a strong Titans batting lineup, so he won't often have come to the crease this early. Conditions are beautiful, although, as mentioned earlier, have offered a bit of help to the spinners. pitch indeed already has a day's cricket under its belt, so it'll be suffering a bit more wear and tear than it did on day one, or than its counterpart on the other end of the square did on the second day of this tournament. We've seen a few come back very nicely indeed.
Is this Sean Kleingeld? He's got ball in hand. It may be him, number 9. The huge scoreboard hasn't flicked over from the fall of that previous wicket.
Yeah, that would be Kleingeld.
Small money.
Well, hopefully a few sponsors were listening to your excellent interview and have heeded the call. We'd like some groot geld coming into the veterans game.
Yeah.
This one boxed back to the bowler, does his own fielding.
You know what does bring in the money? If these type of competitions get a wider audience and it eventually flows onto the Indian subcontinent, they want cricket on for 24 hours because of all the freedom that they have as far as betting is concerned.
There are whole leagues around the world that draw virtually no crowd at home, but are designed purely to cash in on that Indian primetime audience.
Correct. So if Brendan's listening, maybe he should get some of his buddies of the subcontinent to get involved in some way. I know the African Cricket Association, which had 2 of their competitions televised to a huge audience, went to close to 90 territories around the cricketing around the world. And when the sponsor and the broadcaster had a fallout, the thing just fell through. That's a good, powerful-looking drive from Wayne Steerman. He means business from the way he started up here. Meneer Steerman, number 3. But let's keep an eye on Con Purchase. He stands very tall at the crease, number 47. He's left-handed. He's gone very nicely to 20 off 20.
It's a great name, isn't it? Really nice and memorable. Haven't had to glance at the scorecard once to remind myself of his identity.
Mm-hmm. So Kleingeld in again. The ball keeps very low. He's looking to chop this down towards that vacant third man area. Unfortunately, doesn't make any contact. There is a wide, short third man just on the circle, cover point. In fact, he's in front of the umpire, so he'd be at point, and then there's a deep extra cover on the boundary, a floating mid-off, and then the leg side field has a very fine straight, long on, deep mid-wicket, and then a fielder station on the edge of the circle, or just midway at mid-wicket. That's the 3-man leg side field. It's a very brave field set, but you can tell why no ball called. And Purchase does manage to just hit this wide of the field on the offside, so they run through for 1, and there's a chance for a free hit. We'll keep an eye on the umpire.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is that the first front foot no ball we've seen on this ground over the 3 days?
I reckon we have, because there is also the opportunity of the free hit. If I'm not mistaken, earlier in this particular match, let's just watch this. An opportunity lost. That we saw a wide call, and then there was a free hit signal as well, so that was a bit confusing. 182 for 5 after 34, 11 overs remain, and can Titans still make a fist of it to get them to a more than respectable score? Right now, I think we need to readjust our sights. 250, 260 would be at least a good defendable score. At the moment, 182 for 5 with 11 overs to go. They are scoring at 5.4 runs an over. If they can take it to up to about 6, then they will certainly get to a competitive score.
We were speaking earlier about the potential appeal of these veterans competitions to that vast subcontinental audience. I wonder if you've ever listened to David VCASA's podcast.
No, I haven't, to be honest.
It's very good. I can't quite recall its title, but I'm sure a Google of his name and the word podcast would throw it up. It's very interesting. He talks about how discombobulating it can be playing a cricket match before one man and a dog, and yet knowing that there are millions watching halfway across the world, the millions for whom the whole event is designed. It's a strange world. Cricketers who predated TV and streaming scarcely have imagined the form it's taken now. This one offers a bit of width. It's chipped over the mid-off region and some very aggressive running. Excellent stuff. Brings them 2 as the man at long off runs around to clean up. Con Purchase has looked really good touch so far. Primarily a bottom-handed player, it's fair to say. Very punchy.
So with 11 overs to go, Steyn rolling his arm over for the first time. So interesting to see in the tournament. That's how most of the veterans have gone about their bowling changes. Just a powerful looking hit off the back foot by Purchase, but straight to the fielder guarding that offside fence. Andre Steyn is with ball in hand. Right arm seam up, wearing number 25. Again, just readjusts his field because he's now running into bowl to the right-handed Wayne Stearman. Just to remind our viewers that they are now allowed 5 fielders outside of the inner ring, so we'll keep a keen eye on exactly how they go about that field placing. Of course, that is the maximum you are allowed, but you can have a minimum as well. So for the left-hander, there's a deep cover point, a long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, all 5 on the boundary for Con Purchase. He plays a lovely little deft little shot, glides it off the face of the bat to that fielder at short third man, runs through for 1.
He's done an excellent job so far, Con Purchase, of keeping the scoreboard ticking over. He's a very aggressive runner, always awake to the possibility. It's virtually a tip and run game at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's just been a clever little innings, 25 of 25. Playing across the line, appeal for LBW, and given the positive from the umpire. As we've seen through this tournament, most of the batsmen are really not in agreement with the umpires, but the bowlers seem pretty sure. All I can say from watching this action from behind the stumps that he was clearly looking to play around his front lip pad, and would you believe that is the 6th wicket that has fallen. So there's a mini fight back here by the Eastern Storm veteran team, and the score now 187 for 7 with Stearman out for 3.
Yeah, I don't think on seeing the replay he'll have much cause for complaint there. Looked pretty adjacent, and planting that front foot, playing around it, you're always a candidate. He'll perhaps want to consider straighter batted methods going forward. I used to have a great vulnerability along those lines. Used to love planting that front foot and flicking at the ball. It felt very cool when I pulled it off, but the thud on the front pad was almost inevitably followed by an upraised finger at the other end of the pitch. Learned my lesson eventually.
Well, with me being a stodgy opener, old school stuff really, it was listen, the first 5 overs, you've got to give it to the bowler. You've got to well left as much as possible, play in the V, and then when it's there to be hit, you can start going into the upper gears. So pretty much schooled on that basis, and I'm not shy to say that some of the guys actually nicknamed me Jeffrey, as in boycott. Now, I also had the habit of having my collar up because of a sunburn on the neck, which would even appear on a not so hot day. So yeah, but it had more to do with my batting clearly. And as an opener, you almost felt it, you only picked for the duty of seeing the shine of the ball. And then, of course, if you manage to turn it over and get a good score behind your name, that'll be good enough. Full toss and neatly turned away, but the new batsman, Vis, will only pick up a single. He's off the mark. It's 188 for 6. We're in the 37th over. In fact, that's the end of the over, the umpire is signalling. So that 37 is just read 39 going to 40. So, or 35, pardon me. So 10 overs remain, and if they can up the rate to about 7, they'd get themselves closer to that 270 mark, which I think in 45 over game has to be a psychological mark that you can actually reach. But it will demand a lot out of Eastern Storm because they're looking for a win here, and it'll be interesting to see how, in fact, the upper order approach this this run chase. But in the meantime, there's still a lot of work to do. 4 wickets remain. If they can try and tidy up the bowling and pick up quick wickets as they have done in the last at least 8 overs, then they're going to give themselves a good chance to bet against a rather low total. 188 for IPTs, 10 overs remain, and it is plain geld.
Curious to know, Aslam, since you mentioned your own batting, just how stodgy an opener you were. Must have been fairly stodgy to have earned comparison with the great Geoffrey Boycott.
Oh, and I'm not shy to say that's exactly what it was. This is an uppercut that's just eluded the outstretched hands of the fielder at point, but in the end tied it up for just a single.
Could we get a ballpark figure on your strike rate?
I will reckon it was somewhere around 45.
Okay, well, that's fairly respectable, actually, certainly by Sir Geoffrey's standards. We had a very famous young man at my high school. I never quite got to watch him bat, but his performances, his statistics were almost parables. This one's floated down the leg side, the batsman makes no contact, and the umpire obligingly stretches his arms. He'll have to re-bowl that. Yeah, I'll spare you his name, but on one very famous occasion, he batted through 50 overs, all 50 overs, carried his bat, finished not out in single figures.
Sunil Gavaskar, appealing for an LBW team. That was in the World Cup, wasn't it? Where
well, I'm talking about my high school.
Yeah. But you're not mentioning the name, you're saying?
No, I think it would be best to spare him. He's a private citizen.
But you remember that particular innings by Gavaskar in the opening World Cup, the inaugural World Cup of 1975. He batted the full 50 overs, and I don't think he got beyond 30.
30-something of about 180 deliveries.
26 or 36, it was somewhere there.
Yeah,
somewhere
something like that. The suspicion must be that he didn't realise that you couldn't play for a draw. I think that was his first one-day match.
Well, I'll tell you that it was England and Australia that played a number of one-day matches, and because they were playing the 45 over John Player League, and then also they, I think, progressed to 55 and 60 overs. Domestically, of course, they were playing in the county championships. Not many of the other teams that participated had actually had a second format going at that stage, and not especially India.
I don't think the ultimate winners of that competition had either, had they?
West Indies.
Yeah, although, of course, a lot of them were playing county cricket at the time, which no doubt helped.
Yeah. So, crazy times. That World Cup was done in 2 weeks, you know that. Including a team from East Africa. Not Kenya, they played as the East Africans. Kleinveld in again. Good and straight. He's appealing for the LBW. No, in fact, he's dislodged the off stump. He's just hit it on the outside, and he's just leaned over towards the middle stump. That indicates clearly he's hit the outside edge of the stumps. He's deserved it. And this last pair of Kleinveld and Steyn are clearly doing some good sterling work with the ball. So 191 for 7, and that is the end of who was the last batsman that came in? Who's in the partnership with Purchase? Last out was Vis. So clean bowled, beautiful delivery. and Kleingeld on this occasion hitting the outside edge of the stump. Vis picking up only 2 runs in the 4-ball stay at the crease, and the Titans veterans in a bit of a wobble here in the middle and lower middle order, 191 for 7.
Well, only, what do I make it, 7 overs ago, they were 154 for 2, so we've had an almighty collapse. The last, shall we say, 37 runs have come at a cost of 5 wickets in 8 overs. So not only have they lost wickets, but they've palpably hit the skids on the scoring rate, and with only 3 wickets left to play for, they're still 100 off what the very knowledgeable Aslam Kota suggested would be a par score batting first on the surface. Suddenly they've got it all to do, the Titans. New batsman is Monty Sadler. I'll bring up his statistics presently.
It's a lovely performance towards the end of the innings. That was, in fact, the change of over. This ball is up in the air, and Con Purchase has just been dismissed. He's gone for the big stroke, and the fielder at that wideish long on position was perfectly positioned, and that's gone down his throat, the easiest of catches, and a wicket again on this occasion for Steyn. His first ball of the the 36th over, pardon me. Con Purchase out for a very well played 26 of 30, 2 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, I think that was a product of the circumstances as much as anything. Con Purchase really playing a lone hand here. His last 4 partners have all fallen for single-figure scores, and with his new partner averaging only 5 at this level with a strike rate of 24, it was very clearly all on his shoulders. On whose shoulders does the mantle fall now? The new batsman walking out to the crease appears to have a number 9 on his shirt.
Abbas, I see, is the name that's just been put onto the electronic scoreboard.
Abbas Muhammad, he's got a number 8 in fact on his back. Abbas Muhammad, who has 6 one-day veterans matches under his belt, scored 20 runs in those. He's only been out once, so his average is around 22.
So 191 for 8 as he gets himself all gloved up and ready to face Steyn. They maintain a very deep outfield, just 4 fielders in the inner ring, saving 1 backward square leg and short fine leg. Steyn in again, keeps it nice and straight, and there's 1 fielder on the offside on the square, and then there's a conventional deep cover, long off, deep extra cover on the boundary, deep point, and also a third man. So Steyn, short run up, right arm over, high arm action, drifts down the leg side, yet another extra, 192 for 8. So can they at least now, you reckon, with just 2 wickets in hand, get to about 220?
Yeah, that would be the hope. Really, priority number 1 must be to try to bat out as many of these remaining 8.5 overs as they can. It'll be tough going, at least on the statistics. Neither of these are playing for their batting, but they're being called upon to contribute.
Full toss, and Mohammed not really taking advantage of that juicy full toss, slow through the air at a good hitting height, around, I reckon, pad height, and he's just nudged it slowly to the fielder at square leg. Had it gone anywhere between the short fine leg and that fielder at square leg, there would have been 4 runs. He's a fielder, of course, at deep mid wicket. This time he's playing a defensive stroke back to the bowler. We do have one static camera, so whatever is happening in the outer regions of your views, we will continue to broadcast it almost in radio style, as we have been doing for the first day. He wants the single, and the non-striker, Mr. Sedler, reckons, no, I reckon I'm a little too tired for those cheeky singles, but they eventually run the one.
Abbas Muhammad now off the mark. Difficult man to Google, Abbas Muhammad, given the prior existence of
Muhammad
a very
Abbas.
famous Pakistani cricketer whose name is flipped and reversed. We'll see if we can learn a bit more about him.
So at the end of the over, that single allows him to continue to strike. 193 for 8 after 37. 8 overs remain under bright blue skies as it has been since the opening day. Beautiful weather, autumnal weather as we're heading towards the winter months in South Africa. June, July, August are your official winter months in the southern hemisphere. This time he goes back, turns us away to the leg side. Again, wants a single, turned down by Sedler. I think this time wisely so. Sedler knows how quickly he can get to the other end. So, as you've just mentioned, it's important that they just bet through the remaining 8 overs and just accumulate runs. Very impressive in the way Kleingeld and Steyn have both bowled. Kleingeld very tidy now. He's picked up 1 wicket for 7 in his 2.2 overs. Steyn has got 2 for 8 in his 2. So 3 wickets falling in a space of just 3 overs, and that's reduced them from 159 for 3 now to 191 for 7.
Yeah, it's rather snuck up on us, this batting collapse. There didn't seem to be too palpable a change in conditions or momentum.
It's a healthy edge. The field is going to allow this one to run away because he's of good, reasonable pace, is Kleingeld. So a healthy edge allows it to go through to that vacant third man. 197 for 8.
I was going to suggest he'd opened the face, but you're probably right. More edge than face there. Nice soft hands though, which helped. Moves to 5, does Abbas Muhammad. Score on the brink of 200. Well off where they want to be, and certainly a long distance off where they look like going.
Hits him in front. The umpire says no, maybe just evading the outside of the off stump, maybe on the angle. He doesn't ask once, he asks twice.
And then asks for an explanation. Not sure how satisfied he is with it. It looked like it might have hit the back pad, in fact. Very, very close thing. It's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Perhaps it pitched outside the line.
I reckon the umpires perhaps just made that decision on the basis of the angle of the right-hander to the left-hander.
Well, that was a near thing too, wasn't it? Loopy off-cutter that came back a long way. I think it was merely the height that did it. Bounced right over the top of leg stump. No wide signalled accordingly. Batsman escape with a bye. It deceived the wicket-keeper too. I think he thought it was bound for that leg stump, and as such, he didn't do the tidying up once it had evaded that piece of paraphernalia.
Wicket-keeper Roland Braun, is it?
Yeah.
Just to try and confirm that, because that was so close to the off stump, or to that leg stump. He could have done a little bit of a better job. Kleingeld in again, outside the off stump. A powerful hit attempted, completely missed. There was a great opportunity for a big hit outside the off stump. But it does show that they're bowling to a lower order batters here, no doubt. 199 for 8 after 38 overs. 7 remain. They're still scoring at 5.2. At a minimum, they need to keep it around there, or even 5.5. that 220 is going to be 220, 225 is going to be crucial.
Yeah, didn't quite get to the pitch there, Monty Sadler. A real estate agent these days. He'll want to take out as long a lease on the batting crease as he can here. The closer the Titans come to batting through their allotted 45, the healthier their position ultimately will be. No alarms, no surprises, no risks necessary, just keep those wickets intact and save the fireworks if you unleash them at all for the final over.
Well, as a property salesman, he could at least get his foot a little further down the property if he's looking to pick up those strokes here on the pitch. So change of over means that it will be Stain that continues from the far end. Very close to the stumps, as you can see, is trying to keep it as straight as possible. And most right-arm seamers, the orthodox right-arm seamers, do look to get very close to the stumps, especially when they're bowling to left-handers, to make absolutely certain that they're keeping it straight on around that middle and off stump. Watch him again. It's a very slight angle run-up. He gets close to the stumps again, almost in front of the umpire. And this time it's neatly angled by Mohammed. The score remains 199.
I think there might be a case to bring a catcher into play. Surely the premium for the Eastern Storm would be to bowl out their opposition.
I agree. He's in again. This time he waits on it, steers it away. And Sadler is certainly not going to stretch those leg muscles. He's in no position to. I think he's being wise to himself. He knows what and when he can run. So he turns on, I reckon, in this short period, perhaps a fourth single. Good ball, an attempted little chop down to that third man area, missed by Mohammed.
Yeah, 5 men on the boundary. It seems a bit superfluous at this stage. We haven't seen very many expansive shots from this ninth wicket pair, and understandably in the circumstances, it's mostly a case of survival for them. This time the single does accrue just to the right of the man at short fine leg, allowing Sadler enough time to gallop through, and that brings up the 200 for the Titans at the end of the 39th over. There are 8 wickets down, unfortunately. Sadler not out on nil off 1 delivery. Abbas has worked his way to 6 off 16.
They've managed 37 runs in the last 9 overs, and they've lost 5 wickets in that period. So hence the run rate achieved has been dipping all the time for the vets. And the thing with the veterans is when they pick sides is they do still go for specialists in those positions. The modern game, of course, is very different, as we see Kleinkelt now start the 40th over.
Can't tell you how much I regret that it was Stearman that it was Stain, who got Con Purchase out. Imagine Kleinkelt purchasing Con's wicket. The headlines write themselves.
Is this off the bat? No. So say that again.
I'm just regretting that it was Andre Stain rather than Kleinkelt who got the wicket of Con Purchase, purchased his wicket with small money.
Small money.
Yeah.
So a single taken, leg by, that will allow Sadler now to take strike. He's only faced 1 in the last 3 overs that he's in fact come in here. Two and a bit overs that he's been. The last wicket fell with a score on 191, so they've added exactly 10 runs, this pair. And this comes off a thickish bottom edge. The third man has to do a bit of sliding and diving to keep it down to 2 runs. 203 for 8.
Nice stroke there from Monty Sadler. Opened the face, Yorker length delivery, Angled it very fine, giving himself scope enough to turn 4 and complete the second.
Goes for the big hit, but mistimes it. Doesn't find the gap either, because in that area he would have found a single for sure. Wide of the fielder, deep mid-off. There's a long off in position as well. I suppose because they don't know too much about the likes of Sedler and Mohammed, whether they can unleash the big strokes, they're persisting with a very, very wide spread field. All 5 of the fielders on the boundary in that outer circle, and then we've got 3 on the offside, saving 1, and just 1 at backward square leg on the edge there, saving 1 on the leg side. It's all about just keeping it straight, not giving any room to the likes of Sedler and Mohammed. Again,
really good bowling this from Kleingeld. I think that's his 4th successive Yorker. Really firing it into that popping crease. Nothing for the batsman to work with. Really excellent stuff.
well, you have to say, for the property developer, he doesn't use much of the area that's in front of him, does he, with his feet? Sadler, on a number of occasions, he's gone for the big hit, but the front foot has gone nowhere near. So even if you don't make a good contact off the middle of the bat, a thick edge would certainly result in some run somewhere on the offside. And it's not meant as a criticism, it's just that, you know, does he have his game in hand? Has he played enough in recent times to just get a good rhythm going? So into over number 41, 203 for 8 after 40, I'll make a note of that.
You really have done so well here, the Eastern Storm. Things were looking pretty hairy for a while as that third wicket partnership accelerated and swelled. Didn't let their heads drop, and now they're very much on top as this one's cut fairly square, so the third man has a lot of work to do, and he does it very well indeed. Another aspect of their game that's been vastly improved on the showing they gave us on Monday has been their out cricket. They've been sharp and strong, energetic. As I say, even as that third wicket partnership was growing, they didn't allow their heads to droop, didn't allow their energy levels to drop. They've been very, very accomplished and professional.
He plays the big hit, the heave-ho, and it beats the fielder. That's the first forcing shot that actually was meant to go to the boundary, and he's found the gap and he's achieved that as well. So Mohammed just goes for broke, literally, gets 4, takes the score to 209 for 8.
Yeah, it was in the slot. His eyes lit up. Held his shape nicely. Placed it just wide of the man at cow corner.
Yeah, I reckon Nell will be aggrieved because he's been so good until now. That's a sweet looking off drive, and it's going to go for 4. One fielder closer to it converges, but neither of them can get to it. 2 4s in a row. This is exactly what the Titans vets need, and those 2 4s takes the score to 213 for 8. The partnership 22, and Sedler on the other side, I think maybe has come in with the intention that whatever happens, the full 45 overs need to be batted out.
Well, if its predecessor was a tad agricultural, I've seen few more urbane shots than that beautiful extra cover drive. Lovely weight. Just leant into it. Kept the elbow nice and high. Caressed it past the man at extra cover, and the fielder at long off had no chance.
He's got a 4-man leg side field. He's got the rest of them on the off, so he's pretty much demanded to bowl straight, which is kept in the main. But as you say, the lofted drive was there in the slot to be hit, and then of course the overpitch delivery also runs away for a crisp looking boundary on the offside. The last ball ends the over. Number 41, 213 for 8. 4 overs remain. They've got to 213. Can they get to 230, maybe even 235 to give them a decent score to bowl at on a pitch which I reckon does, certainly under the sun, the winter sun, does get better to bat on, and I'm sure that there'll be the heavy roller that we'll see requested by the Eastern's veterans team.
Yeah, they'll know all about this wicket, will the Eastern Storm. Not only is this their hometown, but they, of course, have already played a match on this square.
Yeah, and
Very
this-
astute decision to send the Titans in first, I think. May not have looked like the wisest at one stage, but certainly fully vindicated now.
So Kleingeld into his fifth over, 1 for 15. Oh, those are tidy figures for chaps who are bowling at the death. A big heaver once again. A real agricultural swipe at this foolish length delivery. It keeps low in his defense and it goes through to the keeper. This is when it helps a little bit when, as a non-striker, you just mention to the fellow, get closer to the pitch of the ball. You've missed a number of them. Now he plays a straight drive. Long on does get to it. It's a tumbling stop. It's a very good one. And he underarms the ball as far as I can throw it overarm.
Yeah, that one much more in Monty Sadler's arc. Very powerful punch down the ground. He'd do well, Kleinfeld, to stick to that fifth stump line when batsman's front foot's not moving with quite the alacrity it would have done 20 years ago. Forcing it outside that off stump and making him chase it seems a productive tactic. He doesn't do it this time. It's full and straight, and Sadler cashes in again. One more run.
Now, as you say, much too straight, and once it's straight, it's in his arc. So he's made 2 contacts over the last 2 deliveries and pretty firmly hit as well. So now Kleingeld has to change tact. He has to look to go straight or across the left-handed Abbas Mohammed. Mohammed does make good contact here. He's played quite sweetly. He's angled the bat and he'll find the boundary as well to that vacant third man area. That's sweet stroke play. Takes this partnership to a very effective 29, and that boundary brings up 220 on the scoreboard.
Also takes Abbas Mohammed to his highest score at this level. His previous best was 16. He was on 16 as he faced that ball, angling it beautifully down to the vacant third man. He's looked very accomplished. His statistics certainly belie his quality. He's paced this beautifully.
So Kleingeld now deciding to come around the wicket again. He's happy to just place it wide of the fielders in the inner ring and truddles through for a single, 221 for 8. Well, a bit of a recovery here. I think this would also be the second highest partnership of the innings, coming for the 9th wicket. So well done to both Sadler and Mohammed. One ball remains in this over. Outside the off stump, fetches it from outside the off stump. This foolish length delivery. Hits it powerfully, but it maybe comes off the very bottom edge of the bat, so it trickles through to the field in the deep for 1 run. End of 42, 3 remain, 222 for 8. And Sadler on 6, Mohammed on 21. Partnership worth 31.
Strange change in tactics from Kleingeld to Sadler that over. He previously had a great deal of joy with the Yorker length and in hanging it outside the off stump. This time it was straight and more or less of a good length, which looking at Sadler's technique is just the sort of stuff you'd want. Looks like we've a change of bowling on our hands.
Grobbelaar back in the attack. Jan Grobbelaar, the opening bowler. So he's bowled 5 overs, none for 18.
I was going to say just that. His previous 5 overs were very tidy indeed. Did a great deal to slow the Titans after that very, very quick start. So this one's driven out to long on. They think about the second because he didn't time it all that well, and the man at long on had a lot of work to do running in to clean it up, but in the end they settle for the single.
So Grobbelaar, let me get this right. Grobbelaar will be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Abbas. Please, thanks. Around the wicket to the left-hander.
Oof.
Gets the ball to lift of a good length. Forces a defensive stroke to the offside. That's good bowling.
Where'd that come from? That was as mean a delivery as we've seen all day, right up into the rib cage. 1980s West Indies fast bowler would appreciate that.
Yeah, I think it's important to mention that this series of matches, this tournament, being played with the pink ball, and it is a 4-piece, and they're only using one on both ends. So that says much for the fact that he got good lift out of that one. They're looking for the second, they're expecting a slow throw to come in. Both fielders get into their respective ends pretty comfortably in the end, with the throw going quite wide. So 225 for 8, Abbas moves to 23. A very effective and well-played 23, and as we've just heard, he's gone one better than his previous best of 16 runs. He'll be pretty happy with the way things are going. Oh, that ball keeps low. He was nowhere near. The intention was right. Certainly the body was in no position to play that stroke.
Did the umpire signal wide?
He did signal a wide, yeah.
Looked a little harsh to me, I must say. Batsman was backing away to leg slightly as well, which made it look a bit worse than perhaps it was. Straighter this time, and oh dear, a comedy of errors. Skewed off the outside half of the bat. It lobbed to the man at point, who found it almost too easy. It went in and just as quickly went out again.
Yeah, what a pity, because that forced the wrong stroke. Clearly, Abbas is looking for anything pitched up to now look to maximize and score runs. He plays against the run of play. The top edge actually ends up on the offside, and the most easiest of chances unfortunately gone down. We have heard from Brendan Stoll how hard they've worked in pre-season. This is short outside the off stump. The fielder under this one, he 2 chances, and unfortunately he grasses it. Did he perhaps overrun this one and rather allow the ball to land in front of him where he'd be able to pouch it? Rather unfortunate for Jan Grobbelaar. 2 catches have been dropped of 2 consecutive deliveries. That ends the score at the end of the 43 on 227 for 8. And 2 overs remain, the partnership 36. And again, the likes of Sadler and Mohammed getting away at a stage where you just feel, with the Eastern Storm's vets having been in so much of control, they've picked up wickets at regular intervals, they've kept the run rate down, but unfortunately on this occasion they've dropped 2 catches that would have literally spelled the end of the innings. And now it is Sadler taking strike for the penultimate over. Again, a foolish length delivery once again, as you've mentioned, keeping it very straight to Sadler, allowing him to make contact, and he does find the single to long on. Partnership continues to go at 3.7. Run rate has actually just creeped up from 5.1 to 5.3. Hence the 228 on the board.
Jan Grobbelaar must be wondering what he's done to upset the karmic authorities. 2 dropped catches in succession, both very easy.
Full toss around the wicket, powerfully hit, but straight to the field at point. A good throw comes in. Maybe it's just slightly short and wide of the stumps itself. The keeper, in fact, doesn't get there in time. Sadler does. Single taken, 229 for 8.
After a bit of early hesitancy, these two have achieved a very good understanding between the wickets. Virtually a runner ball now. Tip and run stuff.
Another straight hit, hands to the ball. Oh, and it's just eluded the fielder, the bowler on his follow through, tried and got hand to it, and unfortunately long on, perhaps a little too wide. And a straight drive goes for 4. I reckon that's possibly Sadler's first boundary. You can confirm that, but that's taken the score to 233, and importantly, the partnership beyond 40. It's 42 now. They came together with a score on 191 for 7, and a good bit of a fight back here from the likes of Sadler and Mohammed, who've batted well.
Yeah, that is Sadler's first boundary, and boy, did he hit it hard.
Again.
In spite of the fact that the bowler got a hand on it, it raced away to the fence. This one he connects with slightly less authority, drags it across into the cow corner region, takes a single.
Playing around the wicket to the left-handed Mohammed. 2 balls remain in his 6th over. Can he clean it up here? He has a deliberate lofted drive and lands between the 2 fielders. Again, long on, long off, much too deep to make any attempt to get under that one. So a single taken, 235 for 8, 44 is the partnership. And these type of partnerships actually give the bowling team a lot of encouragement. And it allows them to come out with a bit of a fight. It lifts their spirits. There'll be lots of handshakes and hugs around at the end of this innings. Whenever it comes to a close, it's a powerful hit. But long off is pretty straight, so he'll keep it down to a single.
He does strike the ball cleanly when it's in his arc, does Sadler. It's a bit curious, however, that the bowlers keep bowling into it. They had him very quiet for the first 6 to 12 deliveries of his innings by either approaching the Yorker length or hanging it outside the off stump.
So the last 4 boundaries in this partnership, I think there may have been 6 altogether, have really counted well for them, because it's taken them to 236 with 6 balls remaining, and it will be Grobelaar that will be operating from the far end to finish things up. And he will have been aggrieved because, as well as he's bowled, 2 successive catches in the previous over went to ground. So he's got nothing to show for his efforts. But now, can he bring this innings to a close rather quickly? 6 balls.
He's on a unique kind of hat trick here, isn't he?
He is. He's in now to Sadler. Full toss. Sadler finds the gap. And as you just mentioned earlier, he's quite a powerful striker when it does hit the middle of the bat. Starts the innings with a 4, takes them to 240. And I think this is more than a respectable score, given the fact that they had more than a wobble in the middle and the lower middle order. This partnership has now also progressed to 49, and giving that score more than the respectability that they perhaps anticipated somewhere between the 35th and the 40th overs.
Well, it was an open question 8 overs ago as to whether they'd even break 200. They've done it comfortably now, and with 5 balls still in the bank, you'd be hoping perhaps to breach 250.
You made that very good observation about keeping it too straight to Sadler. And sometimes it's the keeper that needs to say, listen, this is what I've seen. So to prevent the run scoring, keep it away from where he can meet the ball. And every time he has from outside that off stump, when he does make contact, it's not the powerful hit that goes to the boundary, and even invariably, I reckon, perhaps on the 5th or 6th occasion, gets a single to long on. So there's a lot of bottom man at play, and that's why those drives also, with the elbow not coming into the picture, it invariably ends up on the onside. But he's picked up the 1, so 5 of the first 2 deliveries, and Mohammed, who's looking in good touch on 26, will face the 3rd over of the final, 3rd ball of the final over. He makes room, he's missed it. There's a bit of a shout. I think the bat's just scraped the ground on its follow through, and that's hence the appeal from both the keeper and the bowler. But more importantly, it's a dot ball.
If he did get anything on that, I think it was before it had bounced, so very much a bump ball through to the wicket keeper.
(26 of 33). That's good going for Abbas in the lower order here. Makes room and plays it away to the onside, and very effectively too. He'll get 4. 245 with 2 balls remaining. Can he get his team to that score of 250? Whatever happens over the next 2 deliveries, what this pair have done, having gone and eclipsed the 50 partnership, that boundary now bringing it up to 54, has been an exceptional performance in the lower order. They could easily have been demoralized, but they've just held things together in this partnership. again looking for the big hit. That's a good ball outside the off stump. Gets a bit of bounce as well on this occasion. Good carry through to the keeper. And Mohammed misses out on the opportunity. He had already predetermined the stroke to go somewhere over the onside. Had he waited and played, he would have had opportunities on the offside, more than one, perhaps more than two, to find the boundary. What does he do with the final ball of the innings? Again, fails to make contact, just hoping for ball to meet bat. In the end, Grobler finishes nicely, and the total 245 for 8 at the end of 45 overs, at the end of the Titans Vets innings.
Trying a bit too hard there, those last two deliveries. Abbas Mohammed lost his shape terribly on both. He bowls a good heavy ball, does Jan Grobler. Surprised he didn't try digging a few more into the surface. He's got more life out of it than perhaps any bowler we've seen over the 2.5 days we've been watching cricket on this ground. 245 for 8, it's 45 fewer than Aslam suggested would be the pass score, but it could have been a lot worse than that, thanks to that 9th wicket stand of just a shade over 50 in the end, I believe it was. The Titans have left themselves something to defend, and if their out cricket is anywhere near as good as Eastern Storm's was for much of that innings, perhaps up until that final wicket, they'll make a good go of defending it.
I'm just trying to get the final bowling figures so that we can share it with our viewers before we take a well-deserved break. The Easterns team are all in a huddle. They've not left the field. They're in a deep discussion, and the umpires are signalling to the ground staff. And I don't see the roller being rolled onto the field of play. It still remains well beyond the boundary. So it seems as if the home team will be happy to, in fact, bat on the surface. Of course, if anything happens between the time we finish the scorecard, we'll certainly bring it to you. But there's confirmation. The match summary is there for you. The Titans in over 50s in their 50 overs have managed to score 245 for 8. And the Eastern Storms will need 246 to go into that scorecard. The opening partnership lasted for just 10 runs when it was Adil Khan who was bowled by Tiladia for 1. But then we saw a quality partnership, as we've seen over the last 2 days on this particular field. It was Andre Seymour and Martin Becker that added 129 runs for that second wicket. Seymour finishing on 68 of 79. Becker then looked destined for a big score. He was bowled by Nell for 74. It was Con Purchase who contributed 26 in that upper order of 4 batsmen. And then there was a whole string of low scores from Jaco de Swat, Quinton Exteen, and also Steerman. And Vies, in fact, also was out for 2. And then this partnership of 54 between Monty Sadler and Abbas Mohammed, who got 20 and 30 respectively, and both of them not out, has certainly given the Titans veterans and a respectable score to defend, certainly defendable, and they have everything to play for now, and that they've got the score on the board. The Easterns, as we've mentioned, their target will be 246. In the meantime, the bowling figures, in fact, I'll leave that to Rodney.
Yeah, Jan Grobler bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 28 dot balls, none for 32, very unlucky. Had several chances dropped off his bowling, including 2 in succession. Might have brought affairs to an abrupter conclusion than they were. Mohamed Taladia bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Dion Kruger, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Elwayne Faree, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 44. Willie Bernhardt bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 42. Johan Nel got through 3 overs, none of them maidens, 2 for 21. Sean Kleingeld looked very good in his 6 overs, none of them maidens, 1 for 33. And Andre Steyn bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 19. Perhaps the pick of the bowlers then.
So that's the scorecard, and I can tell you that in front of that strap where you can see the ground staff just sweeping up and tidying things up, the large roller has in fact come onto the field. So it'll be there for about 7 minutes. There's no third official timing the ground staff, but clearly they know the rules, and that will allow us, and of course the umpires and the players, to take a welcome lunch break, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes. Until then, from Willowmoore Park, it's goodbye.
Welcome back to Willowmoore Park, and doesn't it look a picture? Where the Eastern Storm, having won the toss and elected to bowl first, restricted the Titans over-50s to 245 for 8 in their 45 overs. By far the lowest of the three scores we've seen on this ground in this tournament to date, on what has elsewhere, in fact, been a pretty high-scoring day. Western Province over-50s in their match against the Lions scored 264 for 6 in their 45 overs. That'll take some getting on what's generally been a much lower scoring venue. Elsewhere, Border over-50s batting first. To all appearances, the strongest batting lineup in this tournament. Scored 244 for 5 in their 45 overs against Boerland over-50s. And in our final fixture, the Dolphins over-50s, once again the highest scorers of the day, as they have been in each of the two previous. 268 for 9 they posted in their 45 overs against Eastern Province over-50s. Not sure what really accounts for the swollen scores we're seeing today, all in the region of 240 to 270, having 2 days ago been largely depressed, almost half that size. All of those will take some getting, whereas the one in this game, the 245 that the Titans put on, by Aslam Kota's estimation, is a good 45 short of par, so it'll take some defending. But the Titans have proved a formidable bowling unit in this tournament to date, and they'd be foolish not to back themselves. Outside the off stump first up. Roland Braun shouldering arms. It's Martin Bakker who has the new ball. He's already played a star turn in this match with the bat. Oh, lovely shape on that. Started on middle, swung away beautifully, and Roland Braun shoulders arms once again. Looks a very fine cricketer, does Martin Bakker. Looked set fair for a century during the Titans innings. Set about the bowling from the first, elevated almost to a pinch hitting position, not an expression we use much in cricket nowadays. Pioneered, of course, by the likes of Sanath Jayasuriya in the mid-1990s. He entered this match with a batting strike rate in the mid-70s. Today, at times, he went at, well, all but double that. And he comes again, this time with the ball, and again, beautiful shape. Had we access to Hawkeye, I dare say we'd be marveling at the degree of swing he's extracting. Even from this distance, it's palpable. Roland Braun's going to have to play the ball very late. A little less shape on this one and fuller of length. Braun leans on it, pushes it out to extra cover. There is no run. So a tidy start here from a very tidy cricketer, Martin Bakker, leading from the front in both disciplines. Charges in again from the chalet end. And once more, a beautiful little channel he's operating on. That fifth stump line has proven mightily effective on this wicket all through the tournament to date. And we've had a few overs that have harnessed it better than the one we've just seen. Finishes a maiden, score none for none after one. Plenty of time for Eastern Storm, of course. required run rate just a tick over 5.5. We've consistently seen better than a run a ball scoring on this surface over the course of 2 previous days' play. But wickets have had a way of stunting momentum. The universal rule really in cricket, unless Martin Backer's the new batsman. Second over of the day to be bowled from the Akuralani end.
Abbas Mohammed.
To be taken by Abbas Mohammed. Played a very valuable cameo at the back end of the Titans innings. This one's left arm orthodox, floated, bit of overspin. Reaches the batsman on the half volley, so we've no clear impression of how many revs he's got on it. It was leg stump of line. He'll probably consider himself fortunate not to have been punished more severely. As it is, the ball is tucked away to mid-wicket, a single accrues. Suleiman Ibrahim, the benefiting batsman. Off the mark first ball, that always settles the early butterflies. So Roland Braun resumes the strike. Flighted outside the off stump, too far outside the off stump in fact. Didn't quite get the arm over as he would have desired. And we have the first extra of this second innings. This one is straighter, but a bit too full. Roland Braun will rue the fact that he's bunted that one straight to the man at mid-wicket or wide mid-on. Had he beaten him, there were 4 in the offing. More flight on this one. Hung outside, off stump this time, a little shorter, half volley length. He'll want to sort out his length as quickly as possible. I don't think he's found a good length just yet. Prepared to give the ball a bit of air though. One likes to see that, especially in this age of T20 darters. That's much better. It's a good length and a nice channel outside the off stump. Not much turn just yet. His fingers, of course, will need a bit of time to warm to their task. This one is bunted up to a wide mid-off. Comes around to do the fielding and prevent any further damage to the score. Well, that's the best delivery he's bowled so far. A bit of drift too. So those fingers are indeed warming to their task. If you're drifting it, you'll almost certainly be spinning it. End of the over, it's 2 for no wicket. Martin Backer resuming from the chalet end. Excellent record he has in this format at this level in his 4 matches to date. He's got through the best part of 19 overs, 3 wickets for 42, which works out at an average of 14. His economy rate is still more impressive, just 2.23 an over he's gone for. And we could see why that first over. Beautiful channel outside the off stump, shaping the ball away. Different challenge for him here. Bowling to the left-handed Suleiman Ibrahim. His outswinger becomes an in-swinger when he bowls to the left-hander. On the other hand, he may be able to shape it the other way too, I guess we're about to see. Oh, very much an in-swinger to begin with. Nice bounce too. We saw Krogelar in the back end of the Titans innings extract some unwanted, that's wanted with an O, life out of the surface. Bowled a very good heavy ball. Understandably, we don't see much of that in over-50s cricket. But those bowlers who are able to get the ball to get big on the batsman have a real weapon at their disposal. This one's, oh, it's beautifully bowled, beautifully bowled. The shape he gets on that. Well, it's a well-earned wicket. He's yet to go for a run. He's yet to bowl a delivery that even hints at conceding a run. But a wicket has looked on the cards from the very first, and, well, back as a serious cricketer, and he's made the first serious inroad. Eastern Storm are 2 for 1. 2 balls into the third over. And Suleiman Ibrahim takes his leave of us, having made just 1 run from his 4 deliveries. Wajid Faisal, the new batsman, coming in rather earlier than he'd have liked. An ideal start for the Titans, defending a very modest total. Early inroads are of the essence. They've started immaculately. First a maiden, next a 2-run over, and now 2 balls into the third. They've a wicket to go with all of that. Martin Backer has fine an all-round performance so far as we've seen in this competition. Again, beautiful shape on it, a bit fuller of length, but the new batsman understandably tentative, does not get all of it. It's pushed out to the point fielder, and there is no run. Scored 74 in his turn with the bat, did Martin Backer. Just 69 balls, 9 fours and a 6. As this one yields the first run off his bowling, and, well, it was only going to come via a quick single, one feels. Pushed to the left of the man at mid-off, who came around with some alacrity, but not enough to prevent the batsman from crossing. Brings Roland Braun back on strike, and he leaves again outside off stump. Beautiful channel once again. It's as accurate an opening spell as we've seen in this competition. Roland Braun, 74, of course, was the top score of the Titans' innings of 245. His wicket, when it came, was rather against the run of play. Oh, this one starts a lot straighter, but still with that magnificent shape on it. It takes the leading edge. Falls safely just in front of the man at point. Slightly erratic throw, but the keeper did well to prevent any overthrows. And at the end of 3 overs, Eastern Storm are 3 for 1. Yeah, his wicket was desperately unfortunate. It wasn't a false shot at all. defended a very, very slow delivery from Johan Nel, and the backspin on it took it from his popping crease onto the stumps behind him. A very unfortunate way to go. It's not the sort of thing you really can criticize a batsman for, playing the ball late and with soft hands. Such are the vagaries of this sport that you can be punished for doing something too well sometimes. So this one squirted away backward a square on the offside. No run on offer. Settling into his length now is the left arm finger spinner. Very nice again. Not extracting much movement off the pitch, but he's varying his flight and his delivery point to great effect. And now that he's settled into a decent length, the onus is on the batsman to transfer the pressure should he be so inclined. This one's a bit slower outside the off stump. It's pushed cleverly into the offside. Cover was never going to prevent the single there, and Wajid Mahmood is off the mark. Brings back on strike Roland Braun, who, despite having faced 12 deliveries now, is yet to get off the mark, 13 in fact. That one hinted at an opportunity of breaking his duck, but did not beat the man at short third man. Bit of flight on this one, again of good length. He's been very consistent this over. He overpitched slightly in his first. Largely escaped punishment. Only one run off the bat in that first over of his. Abbas Muhammad, like his partner at the other end, contributed a good deal to the Titans in their batting effort. It's nicely bowled. Which can only give him a pep in his step when it comes his turn to handle the ball. Bowlers do tend to look a bit more energetic when they've got a few runs under their belt. Very much a psychological sport, cricket. 90% played between the ears. The Titans have received a few early fillips to their confidence. Both in keeping the runs down, no delivery has yielded more than a single, and in making that important early breakthrough. This one's short and wide, perhaps the first to offer any genuine width. And it's helped down to third man for a single. He's otherwise been immaculate, has Martin Bakker. I mentioned earlier that he came into this match with an economy rate in the 2s, which in limited overs cricket is, well, peerless really. At the moment his economy rate is 0.5 in this innings, and that's why. Perfect area. Just slightly full of a good length. Beautiful shape away, forcing the batsman to play the ball very late. Just one slip in place for him, perhaps surprising given how good he's looked early on. This one does take the outside edge, as if to vindicate your humble servant, flies out to third man and another single accrues. We've seen 2 slips and a gully on several occasions over the course of this tournament. It's been a refreshing sight to see bowling attacks actually attacking, until a lot of these players learnt their cricket in the pre-T20 era. slower, fuller, and a misfield. Well, really was the only way you were going to get a boundary of this quality of bowling. Backer does a very good impression of a teapot there. I think he's letting his fielder know how disappointed he is. His otherwise immaculate figures have just been dented slightly through no fault of his own. He's in again. This one helped with an open face, down to the man at third man. And there's another single. Definitely worth thinking about bringing another catcher in. We've got a man at third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, and perhaps unnecessarily a deep long on. Early wickets being so important, it does feel the Titans may be missing a trick, not employing an extra catcher, especially given the quality of the bowling. That's the end of the 5th over. Eastern Storm are 11 for 1. It'll be Abbas Muhammad to resume hostilities from the Akuralani end, as we look on over his shoulder from the pavilion. Excellent record at this level. 6 matches he's played in Veterans one-day cricket. 24 overs he's got through in that time, as this one's pushed out to cover for a quick single. Abbas Muhammad does his own fielding. He's taken 5 for 76 in those 6 matches. Bowling average of 15, an economy rate of 2.92. Well, no wonder we've had such an economical start. Both of these bowlers extremely miserly. To be going at under 3 runs an over in limited overs cricket in any era, let alone the present, really takes some doing. He's now squared up the right-handed Roland Braun. First hint of turn he's achieved so far. Braun has struggled to make the running. He's 1 of 20 deliveries. One can scarcely blame him with bowling of that quality. This one's floated beautifully. Ball of the morning, of indeed the afternoon. Time does fly. First one from which he's extracted real bite and turn and bounce. Wicketkeeper did very well to take it. Batsman nods his appreciation and acknowledgement that he's been bested. 2 very useful cricketers plying their trade at the bowling crease here. This one's floated out a bit wider. Keeper does a slightly less tidy job on this occasion, but no damage done. Yeah, he looked very organised at the crease as Aslam Kota rejoins me in the commentary box. We both very much admired the way he approached things in that all-important 9th wicket stand. 30 he scored at better than a run a ball, at a time when the Titans had their backs very much to the wall. Run rate now creeping up close to 6, which, given that it started under 5.5, this one flatter, straighter, punched off the back foot by Braun, and some slightly sluggard fielding enables them to cross for a single. It's 13 for 1 after 6. Excellent start here from the Titans. They've been immaculate so far. 1 misfield, or it might have been even more impressive. Morally, it should be 9 for 1 after 6, in fact. Eastern Storm batters, you feel, are going to have to try and make some of the running here, transfer some of the pressure back onto the bowlers. They can't afford 18 overs of this. Can't allow the bowlers to settle. It's been a recurrent theme, certainly on this ground, that batsmen who have looked to transfer the pressure, especially onto the slower bowlers, have enjoyed their full reward. One doesn't call for reckless cricket, of course, but good attacking intent never goes amiss. We've seen a bit of that from Wajid Mahmood so far, to be fair. He's 9 off 9. Bit of width this time from Backer, but it does not beat the infield. Some athletic stuff there, point. Nice shape on that one from Backer. Perhaps the most up and down looking delivery he's delivered so far today. 963 he has written on his back. Never seen a cricketer go to 3 figures in that particular department. Braun attempts to play this a little later, but doesn't get it fine enough to beat the man at point. Very much a backward point. As suits Backer's bowling, he's shaping it away. The batsmen are forced to play the ball very late, and the later that you play it, of course, the finer it will go. Nice shape on that one. That's beautifully bowled. Lovely channel. It's been, I think, the most impressive new ball spell we've seen in this competition so far. He had very little more to prove after his batting heroics, Martin Backer, but he's not so much a jack of all trades as a master of all, on present evidence. This one angling across Braun, and this time he does get it fine enough to beat the man at backward point and avails himself of the third run of his innings, 28 balls deep. No need for panic stations yet, but the required run rate is now above a run a ball. Which feels more than it would otherwise do when you're only scoring at 2 and a bit. This one starts straight, angles across again. Nicely played from Wajid Mahmood. Drops the hands on the ball into the vacant leg side field. The man at short mid-wicket comes across to do the tidying up, but not before they've completed a run. Wajid Mahmood moves into double figures. Hello, Aslam.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for that solo effort. Just catching up with some work, but that's all in the past, and now we can concentrate on this run chase, which I reckon is well poised, because eventually getting to 245, the Titans vets, they've given themselves something to bowl at. They've picked up an early wicket. These guys have kept it pretty tidy. The run rate is only at 2.3. So you have to say within the first 7 overs that they've more or less been in more control than, let's just say, the batting team. And Fazil in the meantime has come in and been very adept at just picking up the quick singles. And he's hit just 1-4 in that innings of 10. So a lot to play for, and they're going to need some kind of foundation.
Don't know if you saw it, but that 4 should never have been a 4.
No, it shouldn't. It went through the legs.
Yeah, I'm afraid. The old shabobo. They've been immaculate, these two bowlers.
Yeah, Roland Becker just beginning to show that it's got a bit of intent in his play, because I suppose losing the early wicket, that of Sulaiman Ibrahim, would not have been part of their plans, obviously, but now they have to rethink it and not get too far caught into wanting to score those big boundaries with just 2, maybe 3 fielders out. In fact, it looks as though the Titans veterans have not got a fielder out in the deep. We'll count the inner ring of fielders, because our view to the leg side is slightly obscured. I think there is a deep mid wicket in position, walking between those flags. This is outside the off stump from the very impressive Muhammad Abbas Muhammad, because he's keeping it very tidy, and he's slightly quicker through the air. He's giving it a bit of a rip, and he's not the most easiest to get off the green. There's a short cover in position, short backward point. short
Nice
third
ball.
man. This time they do play into the deep area, and singles always there for the taking in seniors cricket, with the fielder almost on the edge of the circle.
His control has been immaculate, Abbas Mohammed, especially since he's done such a good job of varying his speeds and his flight. Variation and consistency, obviously two things somewhat at odds with each other. To be able to combine them requires a bowler of some skill.
So he's bowled to this field. There's in fact a mid-wicket and also a long on in position, as this one is neatly chopped down by Becker. Or Mr. Braun, is it? Roland Braun, pardon me. And they picked up the 2 runs there. So 20 for 1. And he maintains the same field for both the batsmen. Long on and mid-wicket, only 2 fielders in the deep. They do have the option of a third, but because that run rate is well in check from a bowling point of view, they'll play with that short cover and the extra fielder on the offside. It ends another impressive over from Mohammed. He's gone for just 9 runs, 20 for 1 after 8 overs. Did we do the half-time scores or the end of the first innings in the other competitions?
Yeah, I availed myself of the opportunity to walk our listeners through those. All clustered in that 240 to 270 range. Dolphins, once again, 3 matches in a row, the top scorers of the day, at least so far. The only way they'll be bettered, of course, is if they lose.
I'll be interested to see who's leading the betting charts, bowling charts as well, as we get towards the end of the evening. So this is Becker, but he's the bowler, of course, and he's got this ball to swing away. I thought it was just close to a wide.
He has been so good this afternoon, Martin Becker. A ball into his 5th over. He's conceded only 11. Morally, he's conceded 7. And even those 7, none of them came from full-blooded attacking shots, mostly drop-in runs or pushes slightly either side of the men in the inner ring. He now does have 2 catches in place.
Bowling to Fizzle. Fizzle looks to turn this. He twists it to the leg side, doesn't make good contact, but because there's no other fielder behind square on the leg side, the keeper has to go all the distance to pick it up, and they'll run through for 2. It looked like it may have come off the glove.
It's the first time he's aired in line, Martin Becker. You can see the amount of faith his captain has in him from the setting of this field. 7-2 offside field. 2 men catching behind the wicket. I'm glad to see the second man's been introduced. He's earned it. He's found the edge a few times now. Beaten it even more.
That goes into the gap that you were just talking about. It will run away for 4. No, it won't. There's a third man in position. They'll pick up just a single. I'm not too sure what shot he was looking for. Perhaps just surprised with the lift that Becker got on that position, on that occasion, and was already setting himself up perhaps for the pull. In the end, it's taken a thick edge.
Yeah, he also has a nice heavy ball on him, does Martin Becker. Not always the easiest thing to combine with a beautiful away swinger, but like Grobelaar before him in the Titans innings, he is able to get it up there. This one also gets big on the right-handed Braun and beats the bat for what feels like the umpteenth time. Really, really has bowled beautifully. I think it's the best new ball spell I've seen in this competition. 1 for 14 from 4.4 overs. Look, beautiful figures, but he deserves even better if we're being honest. Braun now taking strike outside his off stump.
Well outside.
But the result is the same. An airy play and miss.
That's a fantastic bit of bowling there, really. I mean, he's reading what exactly the batsman is doing and then hitting the right areas. So making run scoring difficult, as you said. The 1-4 off his bowling went through the legs of the fielder, who was so well positioned there. So he's been economical, but he's also threatening all the time, and that's the key in this opening spell. He's into his 5th over, gone for just 14 runs. This one's one of the rare deliveries as he's pitched up, but we've also seen a hint of a waist swing on that occasion because he's allowed it that much more, a meter or 2 further up And in fact, there's one of his colleagues pass him and gives him a bit of a handshake to indicate a job well done that particular over. So 23 for 1 after 9.
Somewhat surprising given the quality of the bowling on show today, especially from Backer. He never that he never played at a representative level in his salad days. One of the great charms of this competition, of course, is that it enables people who didn't quite make it at the highest level, at the height of their powers, to strut their stuff and enjoy a degree of prominence. An unavailing shout for LBW there. I think Wajid Mahmood was pretty far across. This one's floated into a Yorker length. The misfield at extra cover enables them to cross for the second. Disappointing, really, that the bowlers haven't been quite so well supported by their field as they deserve.
I see that it's the second time that Andre Seymour has just hobbled along. I don't know if he's playing with some sort of a niggle, but I wasn't able to get down to that nicely. It was reasonably struck, but he's had enough room to judge that, and the misfield has allowed them to run through for 2.
Slight miscommunication that time, a late cut straight to the man at short third man. Roland Braun was having none of it. Wajid Mahmood was pretty keen. Fortunately, the former's more cautious counsel is the one that prevails. Good fielding off his own bowling. That's how you do it, team.
The other thing to just try and pick up now, both of them, when Mohammed finishes here, he will have bowled 5, and so has Backer. So 25 for 1 after 9. 2 balls remain in this over. And then keen to see if they will make a change, because they've been really tight. And sometimes the captain may be lost between whether he wants to conserve the run scoring or not allow a change of bowling that will perhaps see the runs begin to flow, and then to get into a position where he has to make an unconventional change. So let's watch how things go. They've taken a quick single here. Fazal now on the non-striker's end, sporting the number 68 shirt.
We saw the Lions bowl their opening bowlers right through their allotted quota. This one down leg side and helped on its way. Sure, he got some bat on it, in which case the damage will be only around 4 runs. No, it's off the pad, 4 runs. And the only question was whether it had struck anything. It was of a wideish line.
Yeah, I definitely thought he must start with the bat, but good for the team that it's still rolled away for 4. So that ends the 10th over, 30 for 1.
Yeah, curious decision, wasn't it, by the Lions, bowling their frontline bowlers right through. Both of them bowled their 9 consecutively, in spite of the fact that they showed rather less control than the 2 Titans stalwarts so far here, and of course made fewer inroads as well. There would be a strong case for doing that on this occasion. Another wicket, and one of these 2 seem likeliest to get it. Really throw the cat among the pigeons and give the Titans an advantage that on the balance of play so far they would thoroughly have earned.
Yeah, and given the state of play now, scoring at 3 runs and over into the first 10, if the captain is now hell-bent on keeping the runs down and then look to put the pressure on, knowing that they've only got 247 to defend, 246 to defend, that if he does that, it certainly makes sense. It didn't make sense with the Lions on that first day when they bowled, on that first match we saw them play 2 days ago, bowled their 2 opening bowlers through the first 18 overs.
Well, we do have a change of bowling. It's Gideon Joubert into the attack. Looks like he'll be bowling right arm seam up over the wicket. Hard act to follow. But he's on the money first up. Martin Becker would have been proud of that. Well played though by Wajid Mahmood. Drops the hands on it. Takes all the energy out of the ball. Enables his partner Roland Braun to cross for the single. It's 31 for 1.
I like the way he's getting in line and then just making sure he meets bat with ball. He knows that the older colleagues are a little deep on the edge of that circle, so ones are certainly on. And if you work it out, apart from the one boundary, every other scoring shot has been a single of Wajid Mahmood Fazl's bat, 18 of 23. And I wonder if Mr. Dion Joubert is any relation to the ex-Titan professional.
I think Joubert's are a
Joubert
dime a
straight
dozen
on.
in these parts.
No, but hold on, that was Joubert Stratum, and I'm thinking of short ball, dug in deliberately just to see if there's any purchase, any bounce out of this pitch. He certainly does get it. An opportunity missed by Roland Braun on that occasion. Pierre Joubert is the man that I'm talking about. I think he's in the marketing division of Titans Cricket.
He's as experienced as anyone else at this level, is Gideon Joubert. This one's full and driven 2 straight on that occasion. One of the anomalies of the game. Another case of getting punished for doing something too well. I've had cause several times to remark on how odd a game cricket can be. It's the only game which punishes you for being perfect.
An oddity, no doubt. They always tell you to play straight. When you play too straight, it hits the stumps on the opposite end and you get nothing out of it. That's a good drive. On offer, in the slot, wide outside the off stump. Juicy half volley and beautifully tucked away, stroked away by Roland Braun.
Yeah, it's been slow going for Roland Braun, but he's weathered the early storm. He's seen off an excellent opening spell by Martin Becker. That fact alone is certainly worth gold dust to Eastern Storm. That opening spell from Becker was worth more than the 1 wicket it yielded him, and now perhaps is the time to cash in. His first boundary, Roland Braun, takes him to 11 of 39 deliveries, and he's looking a lot more comfortable than he was perhaps 20 minutes ago. This one he leans on, bunts to a wide mid-off and scampers through for a single. Takes the score to 36 after 11 overs. The run rate now well above 3 for the first time. The required rate 6.18, by no means out of control.
Yeah, so with just the one delivery that was hit for 4, it's a pretty tidy over, good start from Dion Joubert. 6 runs coming off that over, the 11th.
Gideon Joubert.
Gideon.
Yeah,
Gideon, of course it is. My pen is placed over the GI.
I've been there myself. No one reads his own handwriting worse than I do.
So Mohammed will continue into his 7th over.
Wouldn't surprise me if he's the one to bowl through, actually. It takes a lot less out of you, the slow bowling. This one's floated up there and clipped away through mid-wicket for a single.
Unless, of course, they've got another 1 or 2 slower bowlers in harness, then I'd prefer to see spinners bowl in the middle overs. We've seen that in limited overs cricket, that as the ball gets softer, run scoring becomes that much more difficult. But just the fact that the opening bowlers have started so well, I think the captain is just tempted to keep things down and build the pressure on that run, on the situation of the run rate. And it's now gone to above 6.2. Oh, that's a wonderful dive, but it's actually come off the head of the fielder in that inner ring.
Umpire signals dead ball. I think we've an accident on our hands. One hopes he's okay. Everyone rushing over. The medical staff showing commendable celerity.
Yeah, he did the right thing. He dived to actually block the ball from going, but it's taken an awkward bounce, and it's hit him somewhere near the temple, maybe even the forehead, because obviously he'd been looking the direction the ball was being hit. Batsman on strike there was Fazil, and he's been hitting those off drives with a great amount of control. There wasn't that much of power, but it was certainly skimming of the table, and that is, of course, the fastest part of any outfield. Those huge and wide pitches, very hard underfoot. He's on his feet. He's the fielder. We haven't got the name yet, but not too sure whether he's being taken off. In fact, I'm seeing indications from the umpire that maybe it'd be a wiser idea to take him off given the concussion rule.
Oh, I think that's a very wise call. You can't be too careful about this sort of thing. It really does boggle the mind how long we went in cricket in blissful ignorance of just how serious injuries like that could be. If any sport should have known better, really, it's cricket. We've had some ghastly accidents down the years, long before the unfortunate Phil Hughes. George Summers, perhaps the most famous and consequential one, took a glancing blow to the temple in a match on Lord's Cricket Ground in 1876. Continued batting, continued playing, was joined by several partners who, inspired by his late accident, donned perhaps the earliest, most rudimentary form of the helmet. Richard Daft arrived with a towel strapped around his temples. Lord's in those days was said to resemble more a quarry than a cricket pitch, and Summers' subsequent death, he died on an overnight trip back to his home county, Nottinghamshire.
As a result of the injury?
Believed to have been a result of the injury, yeah. Bumpy carriage ride, and apparently only accentuated the concussion.
I'll just bring you up to date what we've seen. There was Andre Seymour who was standing in that inner circle that took the blow to his head. They've had a bit of a look at him, and he's been taken off the field. I thought they were heading towards the first aid camp or tent, but he does have some first aiders now busy with him just at the bottom of the stand here at Willowmoore Park.
Oh, that's a lovely bit of fielding. Lovely bit of fielding by number 47. Who is number 47?
All about timing that was, I reckon.
He deserves
Con Purchase, in
Oh,
fact.
well done, Con Purchase. Yeah, stunning effort.
Yeah, so he's off the field. There was a gentleman by the name of Raman Lamba that at the time when helmets were just brought into the game, I think it was sometime in the early 80s, where he decided, playing in domestic cricket in India, that he'll stand at short leg without the helmet, took a blow to the forehead, completed the day, but then didn't feel too well, went into hospital, and it was just a few hours later, if I'm not mistaken, that he actually succumbed to the head injury. This time Con Purchase does make the dive. Is he going to get there in time just before the ball stops? No, it beats him. It just touches the boundary, and 4 runs to Wajid Fazal, who has played beautifully. A number of off drives. This is his second boundary of an off drive. Purchase on this occasion made the vain attempt. It was a little wider off him, and a beautifully placed stroke for 4. It takes the Easterns to 43 for 1. You have to say, with wickets in hand and the run rate now having picked up from 2.5 to 3.6, that this partnership, which is worth 41, is beginning to just take shape, the shape that the Easterns would want. Mohammed into his 7th over, driven again quite powerfully to the offside. The throw does come in, but Roland Braun makes his ground pretty easily at the end. So Raman Lamba was one of those, and it was a first-class match, again, if I'm not mistaken, in India. If you read that up, it was pretty much a tragedy, and if I'm not mistaken, in the last few years, they actually marked the occasion of that tragedy, of course, in the field. Today you'll see the fellows at short leg with their boxes on and the baseball, or is it the hockey pads, with a helmet and well protected even at short leg and Salimaran.
Yeah, it has always seemed a shame to me that accidents as consequential, as life-threatening and indeed ending like that have been required to focus minds in cricket. Even Chatfield suffered a near fatal blow famously in a test match in New Zealand.
Then, of course, Rick McCosker during, I think it was at the famous test,
Centenary
the centenary test in Melbourne, where he took a blow to his jaw and came back on the field to complete the innings. In South Africa, of course, the famous one was of Herbert Sutcliffe, New Zealander, who took a huge blow to his head and in fact broke his jaw and came with his face and head all strapped to complete the innings as well. So there have been a number of times that this has happened, but like you say, over the years it's just amazing that that wasn't a big consideration when it came to the protection of fielders. But of course this is a rather unfortunate incident with Andre Seymour. For those of you joining us, a good firm drive to him at a more or less short cover position, dived to get his body behind it, but it took an awkward bounce and hit him on the head, so he's off the field for now.
Viv Richards, in his autobiography, as this one's punched up to mid-on, there'll only be a single. Mid-on fairly straight at the moment. Viv Richards tells a great story in his autobiography about Brian Close fielding up to the stumps, no protective equipment at all, and a full-blooded cover drive, catching him flash in the forehead, knocking him out, in fact. As this one's pulled off the splice of the bat into no man's land. The man at mid-wicket does the mopping up. There is no run.
Well, being a Yorkshireman, I reckon he was built with pure iron, given that that's what they were mining.
Well, that's the thrust of the story. So Close gets knocked out. The ball spoons up off his head into a vacant space. No one bothers catching it. They're all much too worried about King Brian's fate. They gather round. Brian, are you okay? They bring him back to consciousness, and his first question is, anyone catch the ball? You idiots, I was knocking it on for you.
I thought you were going to say that the rest of the West Indians said catch it when it went airborne.
He spent the rest of the match cursing his teammates. They make them differently up there, they really do.
Of course, the famous video that goes around the world these days about Brian Close, and I think recently when the late great Brian Close's death anniversary was marked, they couldn't help but playing the pictures of how he took a number of blows to his body of a very rampant West Indian attack. Oh, this is beautifully played. We're just seeing some of the most wonderful touch cricket here from Wajid Fazal. I've seen a bit of it in the heyday of his career, having played alongside him, and I'm not surprised that they've actually sent him up the order today. He's shown that he can play both sides of the wicket. The only thing that I think perhaps he lacks is the real power hits over the top, and that's why you'll see as he grows in stature, he'll start playing the lap sweep and the lap shot and the reverse sweep and so on. But so far he's been pretty straight and up and down. Partnership worth 40, is it 46? 47 minus 2, so it's 45. Partnership is 45. Fazal's on a well played 26 of 32 roll and very nice supporting at 15 of 43. It is, that was the end of the 13th over, 47 for 1. And it will be Mr. Abbas Mohammed will continue and begin his 7th over. Beautifully timed stroke, lovely bit of wrist work there, no power needed. It was all about placement, getting into a classy position there, and unleashes a most delightful off drive. Wajid Fazal, 51 for 1. The 50 comes up with that attractive stroke.
Yeah, a very accomplished player with a very accomplished record is Wajid Mahmood. 15 matches he's played in Veterans one-day competition, 412 runs at an average of 46, strike rate of 88, very healthy, all of those figures. 350s and 3/4 centuries as well.
He played a bit of his youth cricket in Pakistan before he moved to South Africa in the early 1990s.
I do like the stats we get on this website, counting quarter centuries as well as half and full centuries.
Okay. Again, plays the off drive. Does this get the gap? No, it's well covered by Con Purchase. Puts his body into it to make sure that there isn't another boundary. Because if it continues in this fashion for the Eastern Storm team, then they look very much on course to overhaul that target of 246. But we've seen a pattern of play where wickets have fallen in clutches, and that could easily happen. This time it's Backer who plays quite nicely, gets good, well in line, good balance, and then deliberately plays it to the onside for one. They're happy to just turn the strike over and allow Fazil to continue.
Yeah, I do like that, the idea of registering quarter centuries. It shows you how often a batsman's got to start. You know, with some it's feast or famine, it's six or nix, you know. With others, the record's a bit more consistent. Inside edges this one onto his toe. He's never run.
You wouldn't find that stat in the longer version, would you?
No,
I think
you
in the
wouldn't.
T20s they also say, how many 30s has the guy got?
Yeah.
So I think in appreciation of the fact that at least that's a start and a contribution. If you get 30 or 15 balls opening the innings in a T20 match, you're doing very well. A lot straighter he's come. This is good, clever bowling. And the fact that the ball has beaten the fielder in the inner circle, they decide belatedly to take the single. But what I was just observing there with Abbas is that after being struck for that 4, he's decided to come wider off the crease and angle it more towards the stumps. So there's a short catching cover in position now for Becker, but again, he's too far down the leg side on this occasion, and no contact made by Becker. So, or Roland Braun by the, why do I keep saying Becker? Roland Braun, no contact made, end of the over, the 13th, 53 for 1.
Speaking of that inner circle, it's enormous on the offside of the field, as viewed from the vantage point of the previous over, from the Akuraleni end here. Very lopsided, almost as lopsided as the boundaries were at times on day one as we moved from the extreme ends of the square.
I'm even looking at the ones closest to us, where the slip fielder is in your position, in your picture, or just out of picture there, with wicketkeeper number 7 in picture. So Joubert in again to Fazil. Fazil pushes this forward. That they perhaps a lot more than 27.5 meters.
I think so. I think if you're standing on the edge of the circle...
Alvain is here with us, Mr. Libeskaghni. He's keeping an eye on some of the observations we're making.
Yeah, I reckon if you're standing on the edge of the circle, certainly closest to us, you're nearer the boundary than you are the wicket. This one is squeezed through extra cover. Fortunately, the sweeper is very straight and he's able to come across and prevent any further damage than the single that does accrue.
I think one of the early observations we made about the fact that this, first of all, is a very huge ground, and that the first match, which was played on this very same pitch, the leg side boundary, was much too long, and this cut chopped down very, very nicely by Roland Braun. He gets 4 at last, moves his score along quite nicely, and more importantly, the Easterns now find themselves at 59 for 1 here in the 14th over.
Beautifully placed that from Roland Braun. We mentioned that the sweeper on the offside was very straight. There's a backward point and a point within perhaps 3 yards of each other to try and cover that territory, but he bisected them perfectly.
Now plays a powerful looking drive, and I thought for a moment the fielder had made the dive and got the stop, but it's beaten him. So 2 well-timed strokes, and Braun coming into his own now. 24, 47, 63 for 1, and that run rate has moved from 2.3 to 3.3, and now it's at 4.3, and certainly in the ascendancy is this partnership. 61 runs now between these two.
Takes his strike rate, does Roland Braun, up to 50. Took him a good 13, 14 balls to get off the mark, so he is now going through the gears.
Braun on this occasion deciding to stand up to prevent the batsman moving around the crease, or perhaps even standing a foot or more in front of the popping crease. It's forced him back into a conventional guard. Braun standing up.
It's Weiss, the wicket-keeper, no?
Is it Weiss?
Yeah, I believe so. That's what the scoreboard says.
Yeah, number 7, according to what I have. is Louis Marks, in fact. Louis Marks is the...
I think we found that the Titans shirt numbers don't necessarily correspond with what we have on our team list. The team list immaculately lists them 1 to 15, and I thought, well, this is going to be an easy job today. Mm-hmm. One of them marched out with a 3-figure number on the back of his shirt, and I thought, oh dear, actually it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, that was Martin Becker with the number 963 on his back. But let's just give you some numbers as the teams take a drinks break at the end of 15 overs. 63 for 1. They are allowed 2 drinks breaks in the seniors cricket at the end of the 15th and the 30th over. So 63 for 1 after 15. The quick summary, of course, is that the Titans were put into bed by the Easterns. They scored 245 for 8 after a wonderful recovery from being in a rather precarious position at 187 for 6, having lost 4 wickets for the addition of just 36 runs. They recovered well enough to get to 245 at the end of their 45 overs. There was contributions of 68 from Andre Seymour, Martin Becker getting 74, 26 to Con Purchase, and then towards the end, the partnership between Monty Sedler and Abbas Mohammed, which yielded over 50 runs. I'm just trying to mathematize that. 20 to Sedler and 30 not out to Abbas Mohammed gave a semblance of respect to that Titans veteran score, and they ended on 245 for 8. There was a wicket apiece for Taladia and also for Alwyn Fourie, Kleingeld, and then 2 apiece for Johan Nel and also Andre Steyn. Of course, in reply, they've lost the 1 wicket, that of Ibrahim Suleiman, bowled by Becker, and Roland Braun and Wajid Fazal have gone about this partnership in fine style. They put on 61. Final word from Rodney, and then we'll take a break.
Yeah, I think we might as well update you on events elsewhere in
Yes.
this competition. Western Province over-50s, having batted first and set an imposing total, certainly outside of this ground, of 264 for 6 in their 45 overs, now have the Lions reeling at 39 for 2 after 12 overs. That mid-table battle heating up nicely. Border over-50s, meanwhile, posted 244 for 5 in their 45 overs, and in response, Boerland over-50s, still in quest of their first victory in this tournament, have made an Edenic start. Do not attempt words you cannot pronounce, Rodney. They are 59 for 1 after 15 overs. Slow going, but as in the present case, as in the match we're covering, plenty of wickets in hand, and that's the main thing. In fact, the required rate in both cases in the low 6s, both matches taking on very similar lineaments. And then finally, Dolphins, table-topping Dolphins, 268 for 9 they made in their innings for the 3rd consecutive day, posting the highest score of the day, at least so far. And in response, Eastern Province over-50s are 59 for 2, 1 ball into the 13th over. They require another 210 runs in 32 overs at a rate of 6.4.
I'll just make one comment in closing, and that is that it's just good to see that the players and the batters are coming into the own. The pitchers are perhaps playing a lot better. I don't know if they've made adjustments to the outfield where they've perhaps mowed it, but all scores over 250 in the matches that we've watched today. And in fact, some of the replies have also, although there have been 2 wickets down in 2 of those 3 matches, 1 wicket here, the response has been pretty positive. So I think the veterans are really beginning to show that they're playing themselves into good form. Looks like that was just a 5-minute break, so we're not going to take a break. 63 for 1. It seems as though the fielding team are more in a hurry because they're searching for a break. The Titans are.
We've cheated ourselves out of a drinks break, we have. Talked all the way through it.
No, but it was important in context of the competition for those who've been avidly and religiously watching this broadcast that they get an update on what's going on in the adjacent fields. And one about 6 kilometers away from here, which is in Actonville, the township, the residential area. So 4 fields being used in this over-50s 2026 men's interprovincial tournament. Play about to get underway again. And Gideon Joubert, no, it's in fact Fenter. So there's a change of bowling. New bowler into the attack, number 76. And Wajid Fazal has managed to get the bottom edge to that bat, but of course that's not the quickest fielder who's at backward square. So the ball has actually beaten him to the fence.
Also
And
running downhill, in fairness to him.
True, and that first ball since the drinks break goes for 4, total to 67.
Not-
It should read for 1.
Not quite a rank long hop, but short enough to give the set Wajid Mahmood plenty of time to swivel and help it on its way. He didn't get all of it, of course, as Aslam says, a thick under edge, but this outfield is very generous indeed.
I'm just going to turn back the scorecard just to see what he managed. He came in at number 7, 23 of 19. He hit 3 fours in that Eastern Storm score of 257 for 4. He was the only other semblance of a good score, given the fact that there was 4 scores above 40 in the top order, and then a whole bunch of wickets that fell. So I think that's why they've decided that they're going to go for him ahead of Andre Steyn, and certainly has done a very good job. 67 of 95 balls is the total. Short and pulled away, but straight to the fielder, this time at square leg. It does well to get down to stop that. It was very nicely hit.
Yeah, slightly erratic start so far by Juan Fenter. He's into his 6th match at this level and in this format. Gain just back of a length. He'll want to get a bit fuller. Got a bit of turn. Batsman very quick between the wickets. That did go straight 2 point. I'm not sure one was on there.
I'm not sure either, and in fact I saw an apology from Wajid Fazal, and Mr. Braun reckons that's okay, mate. I've made my ground. But that was almost a cheeky and a suicidal single, because he's come in with that intent. So he's almost of the belief that every time I'm hitting it firmly into the area there, I'm going to get one. He needs to be very careful, because these veterans have shown that they still have a lot of passion and drive in the way they've approached the matches here. And as our guest earlier on, Brandon Stoll, the chairman of cricket, the Eastern Cricket Association, was telling us that they put a lot of hard work into it, and I'm sure it's the same for the Titans. So the new over about to start. It will be Jubair who will continue into Wajid Fazal, who's on a very well played 38 of 44. Wajid was Fazat Mahmood. I've only known him. Oh, his holdout. An effortless stroke, just beautifully timed. Lifted it inside out, but this time the fielder was in a perfect position. He didn't move left, right or forward, and grasps it inside of his pouch and pouches it beautifully. A rather elegant innings comes to a close in elegant fashion. Wajid Mahmood out for 38 of 44 balls.
Oh, he'll be desperately disappointed with that. Not only in the sense that all batsmen are disappointed to get out, but because that man had been there on the extra cover boundary for several overs now, and he was the only man you could pick out if you went over the top, and pick him out he did. Not sure what he was thinking or trying to do. You mentioned he's not known or celebrated for his big hitting heroics, and it's a longish boundary. Would have taken some clearing, certainly to the far side of the ground, fairly straight as opposed to the relatively short square ones, and well, he pays the full price. The first false shot he's played or even attempted, and the Eastern Storm lose their 2nd wicket. It's 68 for 2, 1 ball into the 17th over. The required rate still a very comfortable 6.2. I was just going to praise them for how they'd approached things. Perhaps the opening 15 overs of this innings were most interesting, most evenly matched we've seen. The bowlers were on top to start with. The batsmen dug in, test match style, earned the right to play, had begun playing, and then the first bit of really loose cricket we've seen from the Eastern Storm batsmen yields the Titans a very welcome gift.
New batsman in, Johan Nel, at the crease now. I must say, Wajid Fazal's innings was amongst some of the very good betting we've already witnessed on this main field, must stand out as one of the more elegant knocks that we've seen. Pity we were enjoying it so much that it's come to an abrupt end. He didn't even hit that. If he actually hit it, it would have probably gone for 6. But it was all about his wrist coming into play. This is short and played quite nicely by Nell. He'll get off the mark with that slight misfield, but it was powerfully hit. That takes the score to 70 for 2. We're halfway into the 17th over.
Yeah, we were talking about Wajid's record of 25s or quarter centuries, very kindly displayed for us on the Cricket Club's website, which hosts all the statistics for this tournament. He does seem to have a bit of a habit, at least at this level, getting starts and then getting out. That's 4 25s he now has to set alongside his 3 50s. You'd want those proportions to be at the very least in the other direction, weighted the other way around.
Gideon Joubert short and pulled away. And that looks to me like that's the game of Johan Nel. He picked it up so quickly and placed it beautifully as well. It's a very, very vacant leg side field. For anything short, that's straight on for the batsman. That's going to be capitalized on. Johan Nel has demonstrated that perfectly. There's just one fielder at mid-wicket and a long on. So clearly he needs to be pitching it up. Joubert, he does pitch up and he's firmly driven.
Well, there are a few more experienced exponents of the veterans over 50 game than Johan Nel. 32 one-day matches he's played at this level, to go with 17 T20s. In those 32 matches, he's compiled 1,105 runs at an average north of 50.23, and a strike rate just a click under 95, highest score of 202, one of 200s he has to his name, to go with 5 50s, 6 50s in fact, and 9 quarter centuries. Averages a 6 more or less every third innings. 141 fours, on the other hand, suggests that while a powerful player, he prefers to get his runs along the ground. As he swats this out to deep mid-wicket, who fumbles, potentially disastrously. The ball plugged in the turf, and only a run accrues.
I needed to run away to just pick up a drink because I have realized late into the session that I'm thirsty. How thirsty is Johan Nel and Roland Braun? Can they take this partnership, 66-run partnership, coming to an end at the fall of Wajid Fazal Mahmood's innings? You know, of course, one of the Pakistan's greatest cricketers, very much in the ilk of Imran Khan, was the great Fazal Mahmood. I wonder if Wajid's dad actually gave him that middle name, the Mahmood name, to celebrate one of the true heroes of cricket in Pakistan many, many years ago. Died recently at the age of 92, I think it was. Was one of those long line and inspiring men who inspired lots of fast bowlers. This is a full toss. It's beautifully timed. A great chase here by number 3, but unfortunately unable to cut it off. So firmly hit, and that's how you deal with full tosses. That takes the total to 80 for 2. And I'm just looking to see that it was off the bat of Braun, who's on a very well played 30 now, 52.
Yeah, I'm afraid I mistakenly credited the opening run of this over to his opposite number, Johan Nel. Roland Braun now really coming into his own, strike rate closing in on 60, having been, as we mentioned earlier, at 0 for his first 14 balls. So he is now going through the gears. He's earned the right to play. He had a torrid time of it early on against some immaculate swing bowling from the very impressive Martin Becker. This one's short and receives the treatment. Good fielding out there at deep mid-wicket, more of a cow corner really. And they cross for the single. Bit fuller, bit slower. bit of turn too. He's extracted a bit more from this wicket than Mohammad Abbas did, or is it Abbas Mohammed? It's Abbas Mohammed, of course. I'm thinking of the Pakistani bowler. But he hasn't had quite the same control, Yuan Fenter. Abbas Mohammed was immaculate for much of his spell. Really put the strangle on. Did well to survive, did Eastern Storm, with only 1 wicket to show for that difficult opening period. They've since lost another, of course. In rather disappointing fashion, having earned the right to play, to forfeit it by gifting a wicket in the fashion they have. Really will sting.
Gurdian Jubair continues from the far side into his 5th over. He's got 1 for 24, picked up the wicket of Wajid Fazal Mahmood, caught in the deep square cover boundary. This is neatly played. I think he's taken that off the middle stump. Some wonderful improvisation from Roland Braun, and will turn for the second run as well. So just beginning to get a measure of the bowlers and also the behavior of the pitch, and rotating the strike very nicely. If they continue to score in this run chase at around 4.5 and stay in that region, then they're very much in control of this run chase. He wants the one. He's been sent back, and a good throw comes in, but I think he's made his ground in time. It was a bit of a loopy throw. Keeper didn't have to do too much. I wonder if he shouldn't have been in front of the stumps to grab it and then try and hit the stumps down. But nevertheless, they've just survived that possible run out on that occasion. Sent back by Johan Nel, and I think rightly so.
They don't need to be giving away another wicket, do they? I mean,
Correct.
1 freebie already seems more than enough. And he's worked so hard, has Roland Braun. I think any young cricketer coming through the ranks could learn a lot from the way he's conducted himself here. He was all at sea early on, and so often in those circumstances it looks like it's a matter of time before the wicket goes. It must feel that way to a lot of batsmen, but you've got the mental strength and the experience, which both of which Braun clearly has in abundance. Those tough passages can be negotiated, can be survived, and he is now beginning to thrive. A model lesson, I think, for any young cricketer who finds himself playing and missing a few times early on.
You know, it's important that that point is raised because this is a 45 overs competition. What we tend to see in the domestic competitions, especially the CSA One Day Cup, that most of the batsmen stay in that 20 over frame of mind and see them throwing the wickets away, not knowing that there's enough time to bowl the score. This ball is very short outside the off stump, and Braun is able to control this all the way to that offside boundary, but they'll run for just a single. It'll also end the 19th over 84 for 2. I've just been reminded by a friend of mine that I actually sent a post recently about the late Brian Close, where he's seated on a dressing room, let's say medical table,
I've seen that.
and with more than a half a dozen bruising from the West Indians. And that was the picture that they displayed after he had taken a number of blows, which fortunately at that stage was all televised. And he faced all of that, took the blows without flinching. And in fact, the picture has just come up on our screen alongside, where Rodney has called it up. I think there's a first aider actually looking at Brian Close and wondering if those were not broken ribs. Beautifully played, a full toss, pulled all along the ground, slightly airborne outside of the inner circle, but there was no way mid-wicket was going to get anywhere near it. It was hit quite powerfully, and that's yet another boundary coming off Braun's bat. He moves to 38 of 62, the total 88, and they needed another 158 runs to win. This time it's short outside the off stump, and Nell not too keen on running, and on this occasion the misfield means he's made the right call.
Yeah, that photo came up during the week at an event for the Association of Cricket Statisticians and Historians. We got a fascinating talk on the subject of Windrush cricket from Professor Michael Collins, who's just authored a fascinating book on that subject. And that photo was taken to be emblematic of the perception of West Indian cricketers. You know, a far removed that mean fast bowling battery from the Calypso style that had characterized or been used to characterize the previous generation. This one slips down the leg side. It's trickling away in the direction of the fine leg boundary, and I think it'll get there. Leg buys, one suspects. No, it stops just short, and the batsman, huffing and puffing, complete a third run.
Buys, in fact, so it's touched nothing on its way through. And of the two batters running between the wickets, Nels decided that, yes, there's three, but I'll amble through. I'm not going to turn and chase for the fourth. And I got the feeling that Roland Braun was ready to turn for the fourth. He's been pretty nippy between the wickets.
Surprised if it was buys that it wasn't wides, actually. Looked like it missed the leg stump by a good foot or so. That completes the 20th over. Juan Venter has gone for 17 in his 3 overs. Eastern Storm now 92 for 2, needing a further 154 from their remaining 25 overs at a rate of 6.16 an over. That required rate hasn't changed much in recent times, so they've got a nice grip of it now. Seem to be rising at a precipitous rate early on, but they've earned the right to play, as I've said, and now's the time to cash in.
I'm just coming back to the Windrush story. It's obviously been in the news for a long time recently, given the legal fight that has been launched by, I think, some sort of a union or a group. But in the meantime, you will tell us what, or in brief, what was last night's discussion about, and how is it that became a subject matter from a cricketing point of view?
It was a very wide-ranging discussion. It ran the gamut, really, from celebration of Anglo-Caribbean cricket, mourning at its present state. You know, looking at some of those beautiful newsreel clips.
Change of bowling from the far side, and would you believe it is rather disappointed Johan Nel, who goes out to the first ball from number 47. I'll try to make that out, and that is Corne Purchase, who's bowling from the far side. And his first ball yields a wicket. It was a juicy flighted delivery, and I think a little bottom-handed straight to the fielder. He didn't need to move much. The third wicket falls here with a score on 92.
Yeah, desperately disappointing for Johan Nel. Gives his bat an almighty kick as he makes his way from the ground. He'll appreciate he's erred there. It would have been wiser to have a little look at the new bowler before going after him. It was a teasing flight, though, and sometimes one pushes at it almost in spite of oneself in those circumstances, especially if you've felt bat and ball a few times previously. That's why changes of bowling, even if there's no particular rhyme or reason for them, can be so effective. Batsmen sometimes fail to recalibrate to new circumstances, and that was certainly the case there. 92 for 3 then are Eastern Storm, 1 ball into the 21st over, with Roland Braun still unbeaten on 39 and looking increasingly accomplished and determined to play the sheet anchor role.
So just looking to see who's out in the middle to join him. We'll get the details in a second. It shows the name Steyn.
Andre Steyn it is, number 38. Right-handed batsman.
A 24-run partnership for the third wicket. It was just beginning to look rather ominous, given the fact that Roland Braun has now found his range. He's timing the ball beautifully, was looking for an ally on the opposite end. I reckon Johan Nel was trying and perhaps just outfoxed with that flighted delivery above the eye line. It's another one of those teasing, inviting, flighted delivery that looks very easy when it leaves the bowler's hand at that height. But Andre Steyn is happy to give it a bit of a sighter.
Vastly experienced too is Andre Steyn, as he works this one to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Tell you what, very, very bold running for that one. Caught the fielder almost by surprise. No alarms, no surprises, however. And the score moves up to 93 for 3.
Braun on 39, shaped like he was going to go for the big hit and then just taps it back to the bowler.
Yeah, vastly experienced, the new batsman, even by the standards of over-50s cricket. He's played 41 over-50s one-day matches. I mentioned that Nell before him with 39, I think it was. Might be the most experienced player we've seen at this level, but the new man, Andre Steyn, exceeds even him. 41 matches, as I said, 1,209 runs at this level. Better than a run of ball. Strikes at 102, the solitary 100. Exactly 100 he made on that occasion to go with 8 50s and 25 quarter centuries. He averages 38. This one is played up towards extra cover for a single.
It's a good stop out of your picture there. Fielder diving to his right to make sure, I think that was Mohammed, and kept it down to a single. It has allowed Andres to pick up the single, and Roland Braun will take the strike. He's on 40 of 67. I get the feeling with 3 wickets down at the end of the 21st over, it's essential that he considers himself now the one who's going to need to actually bat through the innings and let those who come through bat around him, or who follow him bat around him. And importantly, Steyn is the one that needs to make sure that he puts his best foot forward. Number 76, Johan Venter, will continue. And a very interesting over that was from Con Purchase that got him the wicket of Johan Nell.
The Duckworth-Lewis pass score, not that there's any rain about, but it's often a good index of where things stand. If by some freak we were suddenly to be deluged by rain, I could see a single cloud in the sky right now. But if that were to happen...
Bowling!
Did that get through?
A flighted delivery, a rather lazy attempt at trying to play that one. And unfortunately for Andre Steyn, he's completely mistimed it, misjudged it, and the off peg has been pegged back. And that is the end of his innings, 95 for 4. What an important wicket that is for Johan Venter, following up what Con Purchase did on the opposite end. Suddenly 4 down, 95 for 4.
Gosh, that looked so innocuous. It was a full delivery on middle stump. Batsman leaned on it. I thought he dug it out. There was a very hard, willowy sound. I was just about to resume my reflections on the Duckworth-Lewis situation when the jubilant screams of the Titans fielders indicated that no, indeed, wicket had fallen. Well, the point I was about to make about the Duckworth-Lewis pass score, that at that point it was 105 as compared to the 95 Eastern Storm actually have, showed that they weren't totally out of it, and indeed before the fall of that third wicket were probably more or less where they needed to be. 2 quick wickets, however, and suddenly things look a bit more awkward. That 105 with the fall of that wicket has just inflated to 125, so they're now 30 behind the reckoning, and I think it's fair to say that the Titans are now very much on top. They'll be sorely disappointed, Eastern Storm. They did so well to negotiate a tricky early period, but we've had a flurry of very soft dismissals just recently.
Venter into the new batsman, and need we remind you, it's Bernhardt that's come in, Willie Bernhardt, and he needs to play a really responsible hand. We did talk about, or I did mention that Roland Braun will now look to occupy the end and look to play through, but he needs a willing ally, and hopefully in order to make this a good close game, that Bernhardt will be providing that. He looks to play a booming off drive. It comes off a thick outside edge, ends up at short third man, and he's in the ring to stop that from going any further and allowing the batsman to get off the mark.
Great start to this over by Juan Fenta. I thought he was a bit flat early on, a bit short in length. Everything's been well up to the batsman. He's given the ball time to breathe. He's been getting good revolutions on it throughout. He's turned it as much as anyone we've seen, and I think that's probably, that fourth ball of the over, the best we've seen. Tell you what, he knows how close it was too. It just skidded on. If it had got the turn he seemed to be putting on it, seemed to expect it to yield, LBW would have been a prime candidate.
I agree with you. I'll tell you why in a moment. He's in again.
Oh, nicely bowled again.
That's a beautifully timed stroke. That's going to run away for 4. That is so sweetly timed by Bernard. Good to see. And he'll be glad to get off the mark with a quality stroke. 99 for 4 it is this week into the 22nd over. And I tell you why, because when a bowler has just got a wicket where he's brushed the off stump, the umpires will generally go in favour, because if there's anything that's close to what they would feel the off stump and hitting the batsman on the pad, don't be surprised if you actually see the finger go up. So,
Sure.
because it certainly does play on the minds of the umpires, and obviously whenever they're there, they're asking themselves 3-4 very quick questions, and then they give it the X or the tick.
Even that last ball, there wasn't much wrong with it. Perhaps a little on the full side.
Yeah, it was on the full
But
side.
he's been bowled. He's floated it up there, and here he squares up the right-handed Willie B, leading edge into the offside. No result. Yeah, it's like a different bowler bowled that over. His previous 3 had been flat and a bit on the short side, and well, this over he made bold and got his reward. 99 for 4, Eastern Storm with Willie Bernhardt on 4 deliveries. Roland Braun unbeaten on 40 of 67. He's been especially admirable so far, and they'll need him to dig in deep, will the Eastern Storm, if they are to have any hope of reeling in what now looks like a pretty substantial 246. Oh, that's a freebie. But he does not capitalize. Swats it straight to the man at extra cover, off whom it ricochets towards the man at mid-off, who cleans up, but not before the batsman cross for a single, which brings up the 100 for Eastern Storm. It's taken them 22 overs and, well, not 22 overs, in fact, yeah, 22 overs and 1 ball. So this one is pushed in the direction of mid-on, who gets across quickly by some fancy footwork, prevents any further damage. This one's full again, driven straight to mid-off. You can see that entire delivery play out on your screen. It's one of the great challenges of commentating on a game like this, that we're sort of in a halfway house between radio commentary and television. We largely leave those balls which remain within your ken, within your sight, undescribed, and those which fly off screen, those are the ones that call into requisition our descriptive powers, such as they are. Interesting challenge, a nice little flex for the old brain. Nice air given to that one again. Perhaps it's time for another update from around the grounds. Western Province against the Lions. The Lions have somewhat recovered in recent times, as this one is cut straight to cover, no run. We mentioned earlier that they'd made a slightly calamitous start to their chase of Borders 244 for 5. They were 39 for 2. In fact, they're chasing Western Province's 264 for 6. Our interface has a way of brushing past each score, and while you're still describing the one, you're suddenly being presented with the other. But yes, so Western Province over-50s got 264 for 6 in their 45 overs. In response, the Lions have now recovered by aid of what must be a 50-plus third wicket stand to 86 for 2. They require a further 179 off their remaining 25 overs. Run rate of 7.16 for them. But with wickets in hand, that's by no means impossible. This one is clipped away through mid-wicket, out to the man sweeping on the fence. And another on a cruise. Meanwhile, in border over-50s v Boerland over-50s, the former, batting first, registered 244 for 5 in their 45 overs, and in response, Boerland over-50s are 88 for 2, needing a further 157 off 21 overs, 8 wickets in the tank. They need to go at 7.5 an over, so a not dissimilar equation there. And finally, Dolphins over-50s against Eastern Province over-50s. As this one's boxed back to the bowler, who misfields, and it evades another fielder en route to the man at long on, and a single is added to the total. So Dolphins over-50s batting first, 268 for 9, the highest score of the day. They've registered the highest score of each of the previous 2 days in this competition of the Dolphins. And in response, Eastern Province over-50s are 78 for 3 in the 20th over. They need 191 more runs in 25 overs at a rate of 7.44. So the other three games on at the moment, more or less in precisely the same position. And this one isn't too dissimilar itself, actually. As this one is clipped square of the wicket for a single. Brings the score to 103 for 4 at the end of the 24th over. Roland Brawn, 42 not out of 71 balls, 5 fours and no sixes, striking at 59. And he's accompanied by Willie Bernhardt, who has 5 of his 12 deliveries, just the one boundary to show so far, as the Eastern Storm look once more to recover from a little flurry of wickets. One constant has been Roland Brawn, who has my full admiration for the way he's acquitted himself. It's required no small mental strength, and now he's benefiting. A misfield at square leg. Now's the ball through, and it will cross the boundary line. 4 runs to Roland Brawn. He moves on to 47, just 3 away from what would be a really hard-earned half-century.
Much to his relief, I reckon, and as well as Willie Bernhardt as well, because it would prevent them from running the third.
Yeah.
Longest boundary, of course, today, even though they've brought it in, because we're playing to the pitch that is to the extreme right on the western end.
Titans' fielding's been slightly disappointing. The bowling's been of a very high caliber indeed, but not quite enjoying the support it deserves. We weren't going to be too critical of fielding when we arrived at the start of this over-50s competition, but after witnessing the exploits, the out-cricket of the Dolphins, who really are on another level, I think our expectations have been recalibrated. We've lifted them, and so far no one's quite attained those heights. This one is short of a length with a bit of width, and another misfield allows the ball through for 4. That gives Willie Bernhardt his second boundary. He moves on to 9 of 13 deliveries, the score to 112 for 4, midway through the 25th over. Eastern Storm needing another 134 at just over 6.5 and over. So a little counter-attack underway here from the Eastern Storm batters. This one is defended. It's a good delivery. Well flighted. Nice length. Teasing line too. Best respected. And the new batsman does just that. In again now. This is tossed up even more. Tempting. Fuller of length. Doesn't quite get to the pitch, Willie Bernhardt. Frees the arms and the ball spins past his outside edge. Nicely taken by wicket-keeper Weiss. One's driven, this time successfully, but no runs accrue as Con fields off his own bowling. That ends the 25th over. It's 112 for 4.
I was just going to say that when batsmen do look to hit or produce powerful strokes, sometimes on contact what happens is the bat face closes. And that's what's happened on that occasion. What I prefer him to do is, as they try to re-establish a partnership, it's only 11 runs since the wicket, the fourth wicket fell on 95, is that he needs to just try and rotate the strike and allow Braun to take charge of this partnership. It allows him on the non-strikers end to also settle down. So Johan Venter continues. That's beautifully played to the onside. He's played all around the wicket. He's found the gaps when necessary. That'll take him to 49.
I do hope he gets there too, you know? It's wonderful.
No, he's played well.
Yeah, wonderful to see a man who struggled early on, could barely get the ball off the square, could barely get a touch on the ball, in fact, early on, facing the excellent swing bowling of Martin Bakker. Nice to see a player fight through those early hardships and show his quality when he's able.
That's a good single.
Yeah, very good single. Gets him back on strike. They've run well between the wickets, these two.
And you know, the thing is, by now they probably know their opponents well enough. So to which fielders would you in fact run those sharp singles? You'll be keeping that in mind. 149 is Bakker. He plays a lovely looking drive. He'll pick up the one. If it's well fielded, he'll stay for the one and also register a very well played 50. He's being acknowledged by Rodney in the commentary box, no doubt, and of course some of his mates. 50 of 76. It has included 6 fours.
Yeah, great character he's shown. In adverse conditions, circumstances at least, both personally and collectively for his team. In fact, the better he's done, the more parlous their positions become. Everyone's falling around him, but he's kept his head. He'll need to bat deep if they are to get anywhere near what increasingly looks like an imposing target.
Yeah, well, having just passed 25 overs, we're into the 26th. Overs left 19 and 1 ball. And then I'm just looking at it, 131 needed of 115, so they're very much there. A little high, I think this is, for a very tall Roland Bernhardt. Umpire doesn't even turn it down, just walks away from his mark, hands the cap to the bowler.
I suppose what also counts against one Venter there is that he's spinning the ball as much as anyone else, and that one, perhaps to my eyes at least, looked like it might be a turning down leg. Most of the spinners we've seen today have been pretty much up and down. He's getting a great deal of work on the ball, is Johan Venter. Struggled early with his control, but he slowed it down a bit now. Attained the confidence after that wicket to give it a bit more air.
So, Con Purchase continues into his 4th over. Flighted wide outside the off stump. That's well played by the well set batsman. He's also, I think he's caught most of the fielders, including the one at deep covers on his back foot, perhaps even asleep. It's run through for 4. The placement was excellent. It was wide. He took his time, bent down on it, and got the desired result. Wonderful stroke.
Yeah.
Takes him to 54.
his placement had to be perfect there. There are 3 men square of the wicket, or just behind it on the offside. Takes some precision to bisect them, and he's done it on several occasions now. The sweeper on the offside boundary is pretty straight too, so once you have got past them, you're liable to cash in. This one's bunted back to the bowler, who very aggressively returns the ball. I think he wrapped the retreating batsman on the thigh. No offence taken, fortunately. Those moments can be pretty unpleasant.
One apologized, the other took it with a smile. Again, waits on it, finds that same gap. This time it's a little square off the wicket, so it'll be just a run. On this occasion, the fielder rather alert to it in the deep. 120 for 4. The weather has been absolutely magnificent. We've had one of the most unusual summers, and well beyond the middle of summer we've had rains all the way through. One of the reasons why all of the grounds have been very green, this one in fine fettle, white coal down the leg side.
It's like the climate's changing or something. You know, someone should really look into that.
Climate change has been part of the recent concern with especially ground staff, and how the seasons have changed and how they need to prepare the pitches. Oh, that's a juicy bit of flight. The big man should have really taken the bowler to the cleaners there, perhaps aim it somewhere over long on. But in the end, he's picked up one.
Yeah, that's twice in successive overs. He's received a slow, juicy full toss outside off stump and failed to get it any further than the man at extra cover. That's 6 runs cumulatively they've forfeited.
The umpire was not in position, I don't think, to see that ricochet from the bowlers follow through and fingertips. In the end, he gives himself the benefit of the doubt.
It's been played in a very good spirit, this match.
Certainly has.
Never any danger of the hostilities I was briefly fearing when that rather violent return wrapped Roland Brawn on the thigh. And there we have a little cuddle between batsman and bowler at the non-striker's end.
Nice deliberate edge here. He'll get a single. Roland Brawn, and that'll also end the over. 27 complete, 123 for 4. They need 123. They're exactly halfway through that of 108 balls. If they can keep wickets in hand, they can remain secure from that position. I reckon then, of course, the Easterns, the home team, will be in line to pick up a win here. But we've seen at this stage of the game, in the 2 that we've covered so far and those others that we've been following, that it's always in this period where wickets fall. So Bernard's really going to need to put a lot more concentration into this partnership along with Brawn, and to also look to make sure he does pick up the loose ball and punish it. So 28th over about to start. Number 76, Johan Venter, just making a slight adjustment to the field. Normally in the summertime, the fielders in the deep there would be happy to stand in the shade. On this occasion, I think he's happy to move into the sunshine.
It's pushed away to extra cover. There is no run. All 4 matches today remarkably well poised, and poised in more or less exactly the same way. 4 scores between 240 and 270, and in response, all 3 teams needing more than a run a ball now, having lost early wickets, but not calamitously so. The Lions currently 99 for 4, needing 7.5 and over from this point to haul in Western Province's 264. Oh,
Bowl him! The previous delivery, he went down the track, pushed it to the onside, really determined to try and keep the strike rolling. On this occasion, he premeditates an approach down the pitch. He's missed it completely. Venter is so delighted he's got the wicket. A very, very important wicket in the context of the match and in the context of how exactly Brawn has played. 56 of 83 with 7 fours.
Yeah, the all-important sheet anchor man receives his marching orders. That's a huge wicket for the Titans. While Brawn was there, things were on a fairly even keel, but you've got to say, they've tilted very much in the Titans' favour now. 2 new batsmen at the crease, and they'll need to get a move on. 7 and over needed now, which is more or less the equation, as I was saying at the moment that wicket fell, in all of the other matches. I mentioned the Lions currently 4
Just
down.
lost one now.
Yeah, they've just lost one. They're 100 for 4, needing a further 165 at 7.5 and over. Boland Over-50s, they're in rather better shape, at least on the face of it. They're 115 for 2, but the required rate for them is swollen to 8.3, so that'll take some doing, and they'll need to take full advantage of the wickets in hand that they're enjoying. And finally, in the Dolphins match against Eastern Province, well, they're in all sorts of trouble at the moment. 87 for 4, needing a further 182 at 8.2 runs to the over. So all 4 teams batting second, making very, very hard work of their run chases. Hopefully, none of them lose too many more wickets. I'd like 4 close matches, please. 4 that go right down to the wire. Most of all this one, since it's the one we're covering. Lovely bowling there by Juan Fenter. After a slightly ropey start, he's really come into his own, getting a lot of work on the ball, varying his pace to great effect.
Just looking to see who the new batsman is. We'll get that in a moment. But it is the successful Juan Fenter with ball in hand into the new batsman. Flighted delivery. He's just bowled very straight. Throughout the spell, he's bowled well. I think it was the approach of Roland Braun that actually got him out. So the old advice, of course, is just try and keep it straight, let the batsman make the mistake. And as well set as he was, 56 of 83, he made the mistake and paid the ultimate price. So in that over, the 5th wicket falling, and 28 runs were added to that score for the 5th wicket.
The new batsman, by the way, is indeed Sean Kleingeld. They'll hope that his loopies are of rather more substantial proportions than his geld. They stand in sore need of the former right now, Eastern Storm.
So 28 overs complete, 123 for 5, and 123 needed. So change of bowling from the far side. Con Purchase has been replaced. Number 85 will come into the reckoning now. Monty Sadler. Starts with a very straight, fullish length delivery. And unfortunately for Willie Bernard, he has missed out on a very good opportunity there. It was certainly there for the hitting, and he's just missed it completely.
Yorker length that time, well negotiated. 7 matches at this level Monty Sadler's played. He's bowled in 5 of them. 3 wickets, cost of 106 in 18 overs. That works out at an economy rate of 5.9, a bowling average of 35.3.
Sadler appealing for that, but there was such a woody sound to that. The ball rushed to the field at backward point. No chance of an LBW. Also, he was stretched far across on that front foot, the very tall Willie Bernard.
Curiously, Monty Sadler's more economical in T20 cricket than he is in the one-day format. Travelling at only 5.69 there, as this one is clipped away down to fine leg, a vacant area, so they're able to run 2. And Willie Bernard moves on to 13 from 25 deliveries. The score 125 for 5. They've really bowled well, have the Titans. Very little in the way of the loose gimme stuff on offer. Haven't quite supported their bowlers with the same quality in the field. They've been by no means awful in that department. A high standard in one area has a way of showing up slightly lower standard in another, of course, as this one's cut backward of square. It doesn't bisect the 3 men patrolling that zone in the inner ring, and it concludes the 29th over. The score remains 125 for 5. Willie Bernard is on 13. Sean Kleingeld is yet to get off the mark. Kleingeld, a veteran of 22 matches at this level in over-50s competition, one-day cricket. 133 runs with the bat at an average of 16.62, our highest score of 42. One of 2 occasions he's passed the 25 mark. Strikes at a modest 60. As this one's clipped behind square on the leg side, it's giving a very teasing chase to the man at square leg, and the batsman cross for 2. 127 for 5 then. Juan Fenter now a ball into his 8th over. I'd be surprised if he doesn't just bowl through at this stage. He's done very nicely. This one's a bit flatter, and outside the off stump, Sean Kleingeld tries to drag it across to that productive square leg area again, but this time unsuccessfully.
Now, I do think Fanta has been very impressive. He's just gone for 4 runs in the overs that he's bowled so far. He's into his 8th.
Not terribly impressive that time. That was a gimme. Fired into the pads. All it needed was a little help on its way. And Kleingeld moves to 6 off 6 deliveries. Very nice delivery to be receiving early in your career, in your innings.
He's actually done well to really get a lot of wrist into that stroke, because it's allowed it to go a lot finer, and it's really a free hit because behind square there's absolutely no field on the leg side. So Fanta for once just strays in line and is punished.
He does tend to a bit when he quickens it up, but a lot more control the slower he bowls. It's when he's tempted to fire things in that he either drags the ball down or airs slightly in line, as he did, I think, in his first 2 or 3 overs. He's since slowed things up a bit and enjoyed the reward of a wicket, and 2 wickets indeed, and a very miserly economy rate. This one's full of length and driven authoritatively, but it does not bisect the gap between the man at cover and his counterpart at extra cover, and as such there is no run.
I think the fact that he's been so tight in his lines and lengths is the reason that forced Roland Braun to do something differently. And the one mistake he made, he paid dearly for it. In clean bowled, leaving too much of room, leaving the crease, looking to play to the onside, and that was the result of that rather important dismissal. So Fanta picked up the wicket of Roland Braun in this session, which was crucial to the direction this match is heading towards. 56 of 83, 7 fours. At the moment they won 31 for 5 after 30 overs. We're going to take a short break. The players are doing the same, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
I think we did really well that session.
The final drinks of the day are of the past now, 131 for 5. And in comparison to Titans, who were 163 for 3, there's clearly an indication that Titans were very much in control. And it was, in fact, at a period where they had lost a number of wickets, lost another 5 in the pursuit of that eventual score of 245 for 8. But here it's all about just trying to keep things together. The run rate has increased to 7.7. They've been reduced now, in fact, from 5.5 to 4.5. And Eastern Storms are going to depend on Bernard, who's been there for 27 deliveries, Kleinheld, who's just joined him, there for 10, to give this the partnership that the team really requires as they look to overhaul that target of 246. So in comparison, again, just to repeat, 163 for 3 were the Titans this morning, and 131 for 5 are where the Easterns are right now. If they lose another wicket or 2, you have to say that it's going to be the Titans who are going to be in control of the result. Do we have some lower order hitters that can turn things around? That's left to be seen. We haven't seen much of the lower order, and I know that the middle order with the Easterns in the match that we did cover, the opening match of the tournament on this ground, they had much of a wobble, so there was no indication as to what the abilities are. Willie Bernhard is certainly tall enough, big enough. Can he make things work? Monty Sadler is with ball in hand, and we continue into the last 15 overs. He does look to play with a bit of power. There's a misfield that allows him to run where there was no single. They've taken 1. I was just thinking off air for a minute that this is veterans cricket, and listening to the music that really goes pretty blaringly loud during the short intermissions, that they should play some veteran music too, don't you think?
What do you have in mind? What would these chaps have been listening to when they were young and free-spirited? And
in the 70s and 80s, I reckon they'd be listening to some really fantastic pop and pop rock. Oh, he's looking to play this to the offside. He's just hopped over the edge of the bat on that occasion. Kleinheld missing an opportunity. Maybe the idea is to get in line and then choose your spot. So immediately they sense that he was looking for the little dabble to the offside, and they've dispensed with short third man into a regular third man position. There is a deep extra cover on the boundary. That's the offside boundary riders. 4 in the inner circle, saving 1. One of them will come into the picture, but he won't prevent the single. It's exactly where that fielder was, who was moved to third man. So soft hands allows the single to happen nonetheless. 133 for 5.
I may be actuarially millennial, but I think when it comes to music, very much a boomer. Frankly, I think it's been all downhill for pop music since the Macarena.
This is nicely played by Willie Bernard. Whenever these little strokes, even the little touch strokes and the firmer looking ones, when the player is middling it, then you feel that he's in a good space. And there, a good deliberate little punch or jab down to third man was easy pickings for a single.
Well, things aren't going very smoothly elsewhere for the chasing team either. Eastern Province up against Dolphins. They require over 9 and over now. They have 6 wickets in hand, however. Boerland against Border. They also require the best part of 9 and over, 8.86, but they still have 8 wickets in hand. So they're probably the best placed of all the sides currently chasing down sizable first innings scores. The Lions, meanwhile, 127 for 5 in pursuit of 264.
Kleinheld misses this widest delivery from Monty Sadler.
Lions required rate is 8.12. So really, Eastern Storm may have lost as many wickets or more than anyone else, but they're the only ones chasing a sub-8 runs per over equation. They have that going for them. Another play and miss outside the off stump.
He's asking for the wide, and the umpire immediately indicates to him that you've moved that much. So across that, I'm going to uphold my decision as a legitimate ball. That also signals the end of the 31st over. It's 134 for 5, with Bernhard on 15, Kleingeld on 7. Their partnership is just worth, I'm looking, 11 runs. So they're going to need a lot more, as you say, sub 8. 4.3 is what they've achieved.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So can Fenter and company continue to just, if anything, keep runs down and continue to put the squeeze on? Because that's what we've noticed with games on the other side that you've just mentioned. And every time you go to the scoreboard, the Lions have lost a wicket, so I reckon you better stop. I'm a Lions fan.
As am I, incidentally. Yeah, Lions very much overrepresented in the commentary box. Fortunately, not playing in front of us today, so our bias won't be too much to the fore. This one's darted
Bernhard
in.
wants the one.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh
This
dear,
is
oh dear.
so needless. He really felt the one was on. He was running to the danger and he was so far across. He does walk off rather a disappointed and a disgusted man. He felt there was a single. There was no backing up from Willie Bernhard. As we've seen for most of the time that he's been out there, very reluctant to run the quick singles. He did play it to the right of the fielder there. I got the feeling that if he did set off, that would have not given the fielder that many chances to look up to see where he needed to which end he needed to throw the ball to. In the end, it was much too easy. A very good throw goes in, and a simple run out results in the 6th wicket falling here with a score on 134. And that's rather disappointed to see. Whenever there's a run out, it never goes down well. Not with us, and I'm sure not with the batting team.
Yeah, it's been the story of the innings so far, really, for Eastern Storm. No sooner have they consolidated their position than they relinquish the advantage they've had to work so hard to attain. Some very soft dismissals following some really admirable graft. You do feel for them, having put so much hard work in to make a start. So many batsmen have immediately capitulated.
Kruger is a new man in, waits on this, hangs back this Willie Bernhard, who's on strike, of course. Kruger is the new batsman at the non-striker's end. Dion Kruger.
Final over of his allotment, this, for Juan Fenter. Excellent predictive analysis there from Kota, who called it several overs out. Bowling right the way through, and how well he's bowled too. Oh,
Got the key wicket as well. On this occasion, there's another good strong appeal. Because he got the ball to come back, he really felt he had a chance with an LBW. I'm not too sure if it was a height. The umpire does signal the leg by, so it clicked, nothing else on its way.
I think it was the correct decision, just outside the line, I reckon. Just pushing at it, got a nice stride in, did Kruger.
Cecil Rabi, the umpire on our end. So Kruger will take strike for the first time. Since he's walked in, they need 111 runs of the remaining 80 deliveries. Can they turn on the taps here now? It's very much required from the host province, the Easterns. Finds the gap and gets off the mark. They really do need some good 6 hitters in there right now. They need 1 or 2 overs to go for about 12 to 15, 18 runs to just get that required run rate come below 8 and in fact 7.5 to remain encouraged. That's a very good stop, moving sharply to his left, preventing the run. He does have the deep extra cover on the boundary that would have tidied things up, but it was so well hit, it could easily have gone through for 4. That has ended a successful over and also a successful spell of bowling from Fenter. 9 overs, 2 for 35 with a maiden.
Yeah, did very well. Figures actually even better than perhaps they appear, since he didn't start terribly well. His first couple of overs consistently over or indeed under pitched. Got swatted to the fence on a number of occasions there, but cleaned up his act very quickly and very admirably, and was well rewarded. His team will be very pleased with the return he's granted them here.
Sadler has just gone for 5 runs in his 2 overs. Neat push and a good follow through as well from Dion Kruger. He set off quite nicely. He looked very comfortable running through to make sure that there was no further hiccups with the run out. In the end, a well-timed single between this pair of Bernhard and Kruger. Kruger now taking strike, 138 for 6. 77 balls remain. They need 108. They need to score it over 8 runs and over. And clearly, it is at this stage, with still 4 wickets in hand, that somebody has to take to the attack. If it doesn't happen now, it ain't going to happen at all. Again, looking for the little tuck down to the third man area, missed completely. And Monty Sadler has maintained that foolish length outside the off stump, just out inside of the wide crease, and not too many of them, and the batsmen haven't made too much of contact with any of those. He's in again. There it is on the same length again. This time a forcing shot of the back foot is well fielded, doesn't find the gap. Does Dion, the new batsman. They've got to look to see that the straight hit would be their favour, maybe a sweep shot if it's much too slow. And if there is a lofted drive, he has to be very, very sure that it's going to go straight, because there is a fielder at a wideish extra cover, where we saw a catch taken earlier in the innings. This time he does go for the powerful hit. It lands just in front of the fielder on the edge of the circle at mid-off. In the end, it's the body that makes the stop and prevents any further runs. Just a single taken.
Slight cause for concern for Dion Kruger as he made his way to the striker's end, clutching the back of his hamstring, moving a bit gingerly.
It's the first straight delivery in the spell, I reckon. Nothing else has come off the pad as far as Sadler is concerned. Maybe just trying something different. He does have 3 men on the leg side, 2 in the inner circle, a square leg and at a wideish backward mid-wicket, and then a long on the boundary. But he's kept such a tidy length that the batsmen haven't been able to improvise. And that ends another very tidy over from Mr. Sadler. He's just gone for 2 runs in that over. This is excellent, and he's really putting the squeeze on. 139 for 6 after 33. 107 needed of the remaining 72 balls. Can the home team find someone to take the responsibility? Well, the 2 tall gentlemen out in the middle with the bat in hand have had a bit of a chat. And as I've just said during the over, that somebody has to take the chance. It's left to these guys. A wicket here and you're into the lower order. And maybe, just maybe, those chances, or any chance, will be going out of the window. Abbas has completed 7 overs, opened the bowling, very tidy figures for 27, is back in the attack. He's the orthodox left arm spinner, and will start the 34th over. 12 overs remain. And he'll bowl to Dion Kruger. Oh, that's gone straight, not where he's intended to hit it, but he'll get the single nonetheless.
Yeah, shaped to carve it through the offside, and got a thick inside edge. A curious place for the ball to go, given it struck the inside edge. Straight back past the bowler, fielded by the man at long on, a single accrues. Neither of these sides, of course, have their fate in their own hands at the moment. Both will be looking anxiously elsewhere, as this one is lofted over extra cover, plugs in the turf. 2 runs to the score. Yeah, both having lost a game, we'll be hoping that Border Over-50s, the reigning champions who have yet to lose a game, finally forfeit one to Boerland. Boerland, who are 3 down in pursuit of Borders 244, needing another 111 at more than 10 and over. Well, at least they've got wickets in hand, but 10 and over will take some getting, especially on these slow outfields that have characterized every venue but this one.
Ron Steyn has made the change because he saw the lofted drive come off the batter, immediately dispenses with the fielder, an extra fielder, leaves it to 3 in the inner ring, and he's been dispatched to long off. This is the right way to captain. The Titans captain is doing a really very good job in the way he's handling his bowlers. Immediately senses that he needs to plug gaps at this stage because they will be looking to open their shoulders. Bernard has gone to 19 off 40. Kruger has just joined him. As you mentioned earlier, he's hobbling along, so there may be a bit of a niggle. Mohammed continues, flighted delivery. That's a good controlled stroke there. This is going to go for 4. It's going to definitely beat the fielder. That is really well placed. And a welcome boundary. 142 for 6.
As things stand then, we're very likely to be vindicated in a prediction we made quite early on in this competition, that our finalists would be Border, the reigning champions, and the Dolphins, perhaps their most exciting challengers.
I've just been told that it's young Grobler at the crease and not Dion Kruger. So the scorers will make an adjustment to the score page, and now they've changed it on the score screen. We're waiting for the big scoreboard to just make that change, because if there's a disaster and we start criticizing old Kruger, he'll say, I wasn't even at the crease. 146 for 6 it is. We're at the end of the 34th over, in fact 147 for 6. 66 needed of 99. Who of Bernard and Jan Grobler will take the attack to the bowlers, who've been very good. And just talking about the captaincy from the Titans, I mean, he's handled the bowlers beautifully. He's placed his fielders in accordance with what is required. And what he's done is he's just maintained that tight noose around the batters. And you can see that what they've done in the last 4 overs is that they've pushed that required run rate now up to 9. So the pressure continuously exerted to the lower middle order here. And they're going to need to produce something quite special. But Sadler is the one who's impressed us. That's the first short ball of his delivery. And was that a mistimed stroke? Was it a catch?
There's a bit of excitement to that effect, wasn't there?
And he's apologized. So there may have been a mistimed stroke from...
I think it lobbed up off the splice of Willie's bat.
Willie Bernhardt. Looking to really hit the big shot there. Oh, there's a great opportunity. That should go all the way. Should go for 4 at least. It's a very good stop. Keeps the ball in play. Does the fielder in the distance. In the end, just 2 runs to the score. 149 for 6. We're in the 35th over. 97 needed of 64.
Rather bad news for both of these sides from the other match in this group, where Boerland Over-50s have just lost another wicket, as this one takes a thick outside edge, runs away behind the wicketkeeper. They've managed 1, but the third man came across quickly and did his work very tidily indeed, and 1 is all they'll get. It's 149 for 6. So if either of these two are to get into the final, they do need Border Over-50s to drop a game, and they don't look like doing that now. Boerland in pursuit of 244 for 5. Are still 107 short. Need to go at 10.7 from here with just 6 wickets in the tank.
Oh, there's the attempted big hit from Grobler, and all he gets is a thick bottom edge. Disappointing for him, I'm quite certain. 150 up on the board with the previous run, and this one will take it to 151 for 6. They both have the stature and the build to hit the big ones. I'm not sure if it's part of the game, but then you have to take your hat off for the likes of Sadler and other his fellow bowlers in the way they've just gone about. Now what they've done is square leg has been dispatched to deep square, because maybe the wicketkeeper just senses that there is this intention to score runs. That's a good quick delivery outside the off stump, a good change up of pace, very clever bowling from Sadler once again, and an opportunity lost from Willie Bernard's point of view.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. Can't afford to be missing out on any opportunity to free his arms.
And now straightens one up, and that'll end another very good over. This has been one of the finest economical spells you'll see, because there's no wickets to the Sadler name. 4 overs, 11 runs, 151 for 6, and there's exactly 10 overs that remain. They need to score at 9.5 runs and over. It's still a chance that they can make, if they can, at least in the next 4 overs, get an average of 12 runs and over, just to give them a semblance of control towards the end, and then try and also to shift the mental pressure to the fielding team. Can they do that? Are they perhaps sensing that that is what is needed? At the same time, the field is really well set for Mohammed, who will now bowl his final over. He's bowled 8 overs, none for 35, and will give you the field for the 2 right-handers as Grobler takes strike. Dot ball. So the offside, backward point, and then also deep extra cover on the boundary, and then a wideish cover in the inner ring, and of course there's protection at long off and long on mid-wicket, and then a wideish mid-on in the circle, and also square leg. Nobody in the deep outside at backward square. Are they looking around to see where the areas are to score runs? They need to be searching for that. They need to be looking to improvise somewhere or the other. I believe you need to sacrifice your wicket. 1 or 2 of them know their game well enough and should take that responsibility if they are to stay in this contest. Ooh. There's the full toss. It's up in the air, but mistimed, and all they'll get, in fact, they don't even get the single. It's come off the top half of the bat, but no ball called by the umpire. He's just signaled that. So a free hit, and that may have been for height. Mohammed's pretty bemused. The umpire once again signals to the scoreboard and signals the free hit as well.
First time we've seen that signal. They don't appear to give it for front foot no balls in this format.
This time the full shot is played. He does take the chance to play that stroke. They'll turn for the second.
Oh dear.
And 4 runs, in fact. So I think just out of picture and out of sight here on the ground, it may have just bobbled over.
Yeah, I have a slightly better vantage point than you, just peering over this roof beneath us.
Yeah.
Slightly overrun it, I'm afraid, and yeah, the less said the better, shall we say.
Martin Becker, the top scorer with the bat, unfortunately unable to get around that one. Mohammed in again. Here's a lofted drive. This time Becker is under this one on the boundary. He will complete the catch. And this wicket has really been forced by the way the Titans have tightened the noose around the Eastern Steam, and that's real good teamwork and wonderful responses from the bowlers, the captain, and of course now on this occasion a good catch in the outfield, and that means the 6th wicket has fallen, 7th wicket to be precise. 158 for 7. There's the confirmation on the main scoreboard, and that's also the end of Grobler's innings. 9 of 10.
Yeah, perhaps they went a touch early. The optimal strategy, especially when you've lost so many wickets, would probably be to just take the match as deep as you can. But they opted to go on the counter-attack to try and make a dent in this required run rate as soon as they could, and I'm afraid it's proved unavailing. Another wicket falls, and wickets tend to have the effect of only inflating that required run rate. Things looking pretty desperate now for the Eastern Storm. It's 158 for 7.
Yeah, I just think this has been very clever out cricket in the main from these gentlemen who are defending what we thought was a very modest total of 245. Given how this particular, well, the 2 pitches that have been used at this particular ground have yielded a good amount of runs. So Bernard still there on 28 of 48. And Morne van Eden has come out to the middle.
This one's full of length, driven strongly down the ground to long on, long off. Don't know why I'm confusing my on and my off today. Cricketing dyslexia.
It happens to the best, I can tell you.
Good news for both of these sides from the match between Border Over-50s and Boerland Over-50s. As Mohammed continues, this one's punched down to long on. Got it right that time. And a single accrues. Yeah, Boerland have shaved a full run off the required run rate in their game. Last time we checked in with them, it had swollen to 10.5 and over. It's now down to 9.5 and over. Vian Smit leading the way. He's on 53 off 48 balls. He's hit 1-4 to go with 5 sixes. A little explosion from him. If he hangs around for another 10 overs, that could become very interesting indeed and open up all sorts of possibilities for this group. We were expecting to have to reach for the net run rate calculator at some point in this competition. So well have both Border and KZN done, both unbeaten to this point, that was beginning to look unlikely. But Boerland, to date, without a victory in this competition, starting to threaten to post their first against the hitherto undefeated champions.
Well, exactly as we're seeing here, do they have in that middle and lower middle order big 6 hitters? Because as you're saying, they need to score at 9.83 on that particular ground or that contest, and here too, 9.6 with 3 wickets in hand. So with a single to Eastern Storms takes the score to 161 for 7. We are in the 37th over. Sadler continues in an impressive spell into his 5th over, gone for just 12 runs. He's perhaps been the reason why they've not been able to get hold of the bowling. Van Eden mistimes this to a vacant area on the onside, so a single is on offer and they take it.
What he's done very cleverly, Monty Sadler, is something he actually benefited from when batting. When you're facing batsmen who struggle to get their feet across to the offside, why not hang it out there and force them to drag it? Don't lob the ball into their slot, force them to reach for it. He's done a very good job of that. Once again here, lovely 4th stump line.
Just a hint of movement, away movement as well, as indicated by Willie Bernard.
Tried to run the ball down to 3rd man. There wasn't much pace on it either. It makes that task all the more difficult. Oh my goodness.
Well, this is up in the air, it's mistimed, one-handed, almost bobbles it out of his hand, fielder number 9. That would have been a rather disappointing drop. So Sadler finally gets some reward, just reward for all of his efforts, but he's also picked up the wicket of Willie Bernhard. So 162 for 8 here in the 37th over. The main score screen here changed to 7. It is in fact 8 wickets down, 162 for 8, and Willie B's innings has come to a close. Caught of Sadler for 30 of 51 deliveries.
Yeah, not the most gorgeous cricket you've ever seen. A slow full toss. I never quite got around to telling you what Spedegue's dropper was earlier, and an agricultural heave that sent the ball more vertical than horizontal. Fielder looked fairly comfortable under it, but it took 3 or 4 juggles to nestle at last in his hands. Thank goodness we don't have action replays. Cricketing purists are best spared that particular passage of play. But it's all the Titans now, and I think what small hope Eastern Storm had of winning this match and potentially securing a place in the final is now fast evaporating.
Yeah, the new batsman, Mohammed Taladia, joining the other new batsman in Morne van Eden. Taladia hits a good straight drive. It's the first firm hit we've seen off the middle of the bat for a number of overs. It's just gone for 1. but he's managed to do that now. I don't know if there's going to be a change in approach or attitude. It's pretty much heavy weather. 83 needed of 49. Do they chance their arm? It's much too straight and clever from Sadler once again, and all they'll get is a single to the deep.
Well, fortune favours the brave, and with things looking so parlous, I think you might as well go down swinging. I mean, the required run rate isn't yet impossible. It's now officially ticked over 10 for the first time. And at that point, consolidation's really out of the question, isn't it? You need to be scoring at least 1.5 a ball to keep that within respectable bounds. Looks like we might have a change in bowling on our hands.
Who did Titans beat in their first match? Yeah, number 47. So, Con Purchase back in the attack. He operated from the far end, batted quite well today for a short time that when he was out in the middle. 26 of 30, 2 fours and 1 6. Made some good stops in the cover region, and now orthodox left arm spin outside the off stump, and good contact here by Mornay. Van Eden.
Titans in their first match beat Boerland Over-50s, who are yet to win a match, but both their previous defeats were by very narrow margins, 2 wickets and 1 wicket respectively. Things could very easily have been very different for them, so it's no surprise to find them giving the defending champions such a stern test.
Very straight delivery. Talaria on the back foot just steers this to the offside, looks up and sees Van Eden following through for the single. Come on, Mr. Van Eden. Mornay, it's time to open those shoulders. Just a very good rounded attack here by the Titans. There's the heave-ho straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. He's certainly trying. He's got the right idea. There is a fielder at deep mid-wicket at Cow Corner, and then also long on. So where else can you look to find the boundary? Somewhere there. But that's a good quick delivery outside the off stump from a very crafty and a clever bowler here in Con Purchase. You can see he's really thinking the game. He's got 3 men on the offside, saving 1, 2 saving the boundary, so he flights this one, and indeed long off will come into the picture, attacks this very cleverly. That's exactly what's needed to continue to put the squeeze, so the fielders joining in on the act.
A lot of very impressive all-rounders in this Titans side, aren't there?
It's beginning to show. Oh, that should have been caught. I think by the time his hands went out to grab that, the ball had already passed him.
Came back very quickly indeed.
Yeah, it did. End of the over, 38 complete, 168 for 8, 78 needed of just 42 remaining deliveries. Sadler, 5 overs, 1 for 15, got reward. Purchase has bowled 5 overs, he's picked up 1 for 26, or 1 for 25.
Yeah, just to enumerate a few of those excellent all-round performances.
Yep.
Martin Backer, of course, who did all sorts with the bat. He looked devastating at times. Top scored, of course, with the bat, and has been very, very tidy indeed with the ball today. Just the 5 overs, 1 for 14 from him. Abbas Mohammed, whose lower order heroics were 30 for that 9th wicket. In his stand with Monty Sadler, he's also bowled very effectively, got through his full quota of 9 now, 1 for 41. Monty Sadler himself, indeed, who contributed 20 at the back end. He's bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15, as this one is drilled out to the long-on fielder for a single. And then, of course, Con Purchase, who batted very nicely again in the lower order and has chipped in with 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. So very much an all-round showing from these Titans cricketers. Plenty of versatile contributors for them. As this one is squeezed wide of third man, it will go for 4. Just what the doctor ordered. The score moves up to 173 for 8 here.
Yeah, I think to add to what you've just said about a number of decent, more than decent all-rounders in this setup, is just the way they've gone about their bowling. They've been well skippered. I think even though it was a score of 245, that early wicket of Suleiman was very important. There was a partnership of 66. But then we saw wickets falling at regular intervals with partnerships of 24 and 3 and 28. And then nothing more to add to that. And hence they find themselves at 174 for 8, requiring still another 72 of the remaining 39. Sadler in again.
Very smart bit of work from the Titans wicketkeeper, Weiss there. I don't think the batsman had ever quite left his ground, but he's had fairly little in the way of opportunities, the wicketkeeper. Always pays to remind the batsman you're there.
Also good to see that he's actually standing up, because for the time that he was standing back, I was wondering also, why don't the batsmen just go forward? This ball is up in the air, quite far in front of the approaching fielder at long on. So they'll complete the single.
Yeah, they haven't used their feet terribly well, have they, Eastern Storm? Certainly had the opportunity while the wicketkeeper was standing back, especially to the military medium of the likes of Monty Sadler, who's been allowed to settle onto a steady length. This one clipped away to mid-wicket for a single.
Also hands over number 39. 6 remain. They need to score at more than 11.5 and over with just 2 wickets remaining. Both batsmen, as they meet down the middle for that customary mid-wicket conference, are staring at the scoreboard and wondering who takes the charge here.
Yeah, it's not updated.
Oh, here's the agricultural shot over Carl Corner, and it's gone all the way for 6. This is exactly what this discussion may have been at in that mid-wicket conference. So Con Purchase's first delivery has gone high over mid-wicket. It's a deliberate pick-up over Carl Corner, and a very firm hit by Morne Eden. He's moved to 17 of 11. Can we see more of this now?
That's nice brave bowling from Con Purchase. You mentioned earlier how a 6 off the spinner was almost invariably followed by one darted into the pads. Not so from Con Purchase. More than happy to float it up there above the tail ender's eye line. Inviting agricultural shots. We see another one on that occasion. Bunted out to Cow Corner for a single.
And when you do have a big score to play at, then the bowler will say, take me on again if you want, because I've got 3 fielders in front who are waiting for the catch. Cow Corner, long on and long off.
Poor old Malcolm Nash always said the stupidest thing he did in that infamous over to Gary Sobers was for the 6th and final delivery, the one that went for the 6th successive 6. He, for the first time in his professional career, decided to bowl a quick seam-up delivery, landed halfway down the track with a result every true cricket fan will be familiar with. It's a natural instinct to try and bowl it quicker when you've sustained some tap.
And at that stage, Gary Sobers, who later became Sir Gary, will have probably anticipated the quicker delivery, because if you already hit for 5 6s, there's every opportunity for the big one. But let me tell you something else, that Van Eerden has again played this beautifully. A good deliberate stroke, and he's found the distance for another 6 to end the 40th over, 190 for 8. Unfortunately, that doesn't bring the run rate down anywhere near the 11 mark. It's still at 11.2, but he goes on to a very well played 24 of 15. What he does need is for Taladia to open his shoulders as well. if the pressure comes from both ends, it certainly gives the fielding team a lot to think about, and then forces the changes. But for now, they're so relaxed that Sadler, who's been so tidy in his 6 overs, 1 for 25, or 1 for 23, continues from the far side. There are fielders at straight long off and long on. So anything lofted, he has to be extremely precise in the way he places it if he's looking for the big one over the top. There's also a deep mid-wicket at Car Corner, and then a conventional mid-wicket almost on the edge of the circle. So one saving in most cases. And there's the big shot. I think it's going to go into the gap. Will it have the beating of the fielders? Oh, whoever's the fellow at long on has pretty much covered that ground neatly at good pace. He's kept it down to 2.
Yeah, he did very well. That was almost certainly 4 runs the first 2 days we had here. The outfield, especially on that grass embankment side of the ground, has slowed up a little. Not so much towards the grandstand. I don't think there's anything wrong with giving the poor outfielders a bit of a chance.
Well, they have some time this afternoon and early tomorrow morning to try and shave it to what it was on the first day. Because I agree, I mean, we noticed it from early this morning that it's certainly been a few percentage slower, a few bit slower than it was on the first 2 days. Oh, there's a terrific chance of a big boundary missed by Taladia.
Well, as I say, I don't especially mind it being a tad slower. I don't think batsmen should be rewarded with 4 every time they beat the infield. News from around the grounds, the Dolphins are now 1 wicket away from booking their place in the final. They have Eastern Province 124 for 9. As this one, oh, lovely fielding at extra cover. That looked predestined even, the moment it had left the bat for the extra cover boundary.
Once again, it's Con Purchase, who's just been fantastic. Nice little cameo, excellent in the field. Once again produces a wonderful stop because that was headed to the boundary. Keeps it down to 1. Good attitude here. They know they're right on top. The required run rate is now 12.5. They need 52 of 25. And really, apart from Van Heerden, who's hit 2 huge 6s, you just feel that it's an impossible task.
I can confirm that we do now have our first finalists. The Dolphins have defeated Eastern Province Over-50s by 144 runs. Truly impressive performance. They'll take some beating, whomever they meet in the final.
3 commanding performances, really. So well done to them. End of yet another Sadler over. 195 for 8 after 41. 4 overs remain. 12 extras altogether. 8 leg byes, 2 no balls, 2 wides. Pretty tidy keeping as far as the keeper is concerned. No byes. Just in general, a good performance by the Titans with bet earlier today. They managed to at least take the score beyond 200 and then beyond 240. And defending that total very, very cleverly. It's just been clever cricket all round.
The other thing the Titans will probably want to keep in mind is the urgency to finish this up as quickly as possible and make as big an inroad into the net run rate as possible, because that Border v Boerland match is still very much up for grabs. Boerland playing very much the spoilers here. They've lost both their previous matches by very small margins. They need 80 runs off their final 7.5 overs. They still have 6 wickets in hand, so all to play for there.
So the same question then applies. Do they have any 6 hitters in this middle order to try and overhaul that total? So the gentleman with 963 on his back, Martin Becker, is the replacement bowler. He starts with a short delivery. This is pulled across the line, but there is a fielder in position to intercept. So it's just a single to start the 42nd over. 196 for 8.
Well, they certainly do have 6 hitters, the Boerland players. Vian Smit has hit 4 sixes already, and Paul Penzorn, whom I don't think we've seen yet. Well, we haven't seen Boerland at all on this ground. He's got 1-6 so far in his 14.
Short delivery. This will be 4 off the Taladia bat. A welcome boundary, and that will also bring up the double 100. 200 for 8 here in the 42nd over Eastern Storm. Taladia on 13. And Morne van Eerden on 26. Although the main scoreboard shows him on 0, he's not going to be too pleased with that. 200 up.
Yeah, the further we go along in this game, the more importance you have to attach to that 9th wicket stand of the Titans.
Without a doubt, in comes Backer again. Oh, making room, and he's clean bowled. This was on a fuller length. He had made up his mind that he's going to go for cow corner because that's where he found some success. And unfortunately, Van Eerden's innings comes to a close. And Becker does the right thing, keeps it straight on the length, and that again just hits the outside of the off stump to see the end of. Is it Taladia that's out? It is Taladia that's been clean bowled. So 200 for 9.
Yeah, all over bar the shouting here. I mentioned earlier that 9th wicket stand in the Titans innings. They were 191 for 8 when they came together. Easterns have just crossed 200. With any luck, the Titans innings might have ended there and then, and we'd have an entirely contrary result. It's amazing what one partnership can do, how much of a difference, even in the lower order, it can make.
So Taladia clean bowl for 13 of 14.
Meanwhile, Boerland are still going great guns. They're up to 176 for 4. They've got the run rate required under 10 now.
Yes.
69 needed off their last 7. Still 6 wickets in hand. 2 batsmen well set at the crease. Vian Smith on 48 off 51 balls with 4 sixes. Paul Penzorn 32 off just 17 with 3 sixes.
There we go.
Both going great guns.
That's really the difference. When you start the 6 hitting, you do put the bowling team under pressure. We've not seen that happen here with Eastern Storm. So the new batsman, Fourie, neatly tucks us neatly off his body for a single to the onside. That brings Van Eerden back into the picture. He certainly hit 2 sixes, but that run rate has gone from 12.5 to 13.5, and it becomes a taller order for the home team.
Not sure how aware the Titans players will be of how well things are going, at least from their point of view, across the road. As this one's defended up to extra cover. Really speaks well of the Boerland players. They could very easily have entered this match thinking, well, dead rubber for us, we've got nothing to play for. But they've given the defending champions one heck of a game, and out of nowhere have Border's place in the final hanging not so much by a thread, but it's a rope that's starting to look a bit thready, shall we say, as this one is clipped very fine, and it will be 4 runs, straying slightly in line there.
4 wides, in fact. It must have hit a foot mark because it just dribbled away. It didn't rise up at all as it passed the batsman and the wicket keeper, so it runs away to the boundary. That's 4 runs, and you're absolutely right. I mean, Boerland there, very much in the hunt. And given the context of our discussion earlier with Brendan Stoll about the importance of seniors cricket, that these guys now obviously vie for places as well in the seniors team. So it's important that they do keep their names up in the air, up in the lights, and convince the selectors that they're still up to it for the next round of fixtures.
Just to keep you as apprised of affairs there as we can. It's now 45 they need of the last 5 overs. Still 5 wickets in hand. Indeed, that would mean that they've just lost one, wouldn't it? Yeah, Paul Penzorn, after hitting a 23 ball 45, including 4 sixes and 2 fours, has just fallen. That'll perhaps throw a spanner in the works. Oh, it almost certainly will set batsmen hitting sixes for fun. Border will be very pleased to see the back of him as this one is skied out to cow corner. Batsmen should complete 2. They do.
Yeah, that's a long throw, so 2 definitely on the cards. I thought for the moment, as soon as it left the bat, that was 6, because Van Eerden has played quite powerfully, but that is the longest boundary as well, cow corner, and he was aiming for it once again. Sadler continues. He's into his 8th over, 1 for 30. There's another well-timed stroke, gets down low and finds the gap beyond the bowler on the onside, and that brings that same fielder into the picture, keeps it down to 210 for 9.
So where's your money, Mr. Kota? Are we going to see an upset here? Are the Titans, against all their hopes, going to book a place in the final?
This does go all the way for 6. This time he does pick it up well. He's certainly a very powerful hitter over cow corner, and he favors it in that region. Having just mentioned the fact that it's such a huge boundary, he's gone for broke and he's cleared it by a big way, 216 for 6. The run rate has come down from 12.5 to 12. They need 30 or 15. Can we see a turn up for the books here?
Well, quite. Have I been writing Eastern Storm's obituary a bit prematurely? They're not dead and buried yet. This one's dug out. What a dab hand Morne van Heerden's played here.
Well, on the other side, at 209 for 5, and in the remaining 24 balls, what do they say? You said they required
36 to win.
36 to
last
win.
4 overs. That'll be 9 and over.
Whoever's come in now, after that wonderful innings from what, Penn Borton, did you say?
Penzorn.
Penzorn. That whoever's followed him needs to make sure that he leaves the strike to a guy like Smith, who's on a well-played 58 not out. Jacques Gabriels is the man. And if he's a big hitter, certainly can go for it, because don't leave it to chance. In the meantime, here, with 2 balls remaining in this over, again, the forcing shot, but this time it's hit too hard and too straight to that fielder at wide long on. In fact, almost a, let's call it a fine mid-wicket. 1 run taken. So that brings Fourie to strike.
Tell you what, the Eastern Storm are not dead and buried here. If they're able to make a substantial contribution off the next over, and we go into the final one with them needing anything between 10 and 14, it's game on, isn't it?
Last ball of the over, tucked away to the onside. They'll take the single. Fourie very cleverly just turns us from outside the off stump for 1 run. And that ends the 42nd over, 43rd over, 219 for 9. 2 overs remain, 27 needed. And I did say in the overs before they got to over number 40, and I emphasized that on a number of occasions, that they needed a few overs then, between 12 and 15 runs, to get them into a stronger position. I have a feeling maybe, just maybe, it's come too late. But Van Heerden has played beautifully, 33 of 24, and I think he's hit 3 sixes in this rather impressive innings.
Reflects really great credit on these veterans, how no game's ever quite dead and buried, how they confound even the most complacent of the commentators' predictions. Haven't quite confounded them yet, but I do feel we've perhaps been, well, I certainly have been a little too complacent about the Titans' prospects here.
It's a good single to just change the strike over. Oh, that's a good direct hit from the fielder, sprinting in from cover, hits the stumps. Batsman well in, because he had to cover quite a distance, but a good reflection, good reflexes as he picked up and threw the stumps down in one fell swoop. 220 for 9, 26 needed of 11. Van Heerden is on strike. Can he make this particular delivery strike just to put the bowler under pressure? Ball in hand, of course, that is Martin Becker.
Yeah, we'll need at least 2 lusty blows this over to make the final one interesting.
Plays a lovely little cut, but straight to the fielder. It's a good thing that the run's already been taken. The non-striker was through, and rightly so. Don't count for dot balls.
He'll be a bit disappointed, Van Heerden, won't he? That he didn't beat the man there. Yeah, plenty of real estate there to nudge the ball into, but he hit it straight to the man at backward point.
But it's another reflection of how well they've been skippered. Con Purchase has been just almost precise in the way he's done things. Now he's taken out the sort of a fine slip into a backward gully position, and just to the right of him we've got a backward point who made that stop. So it's a slower wicket. That's the area where if they can't hit in front, they're going to look to hit runs towards backward square on both sides. So Becker again, right arm seam, keeps it nice and straight. It's steered to that fielder in the deep, and that's a good single taken, because it is Morne Van Eerden that wants the strike. And how many balls remain in this over now?
3 more.
3 more. So 9 balls to go, 24 needed. Can he strike 2 mighty blows here? Again, he surveys the area on the leg side. Who's the craftier of the two, Martin Becker or Van Eerden? Let's watch this delivery come in now. It's too far down the leg side. It will be called a wide. Good take by the keeper. That's why boundary hitting is so crucial, because it's a bowler of any standard, of any class, that will always be put under pressure in the closing overs if you give things away.
Meanwhile, in that all-important Border-Boerland match, 24 now needed off the final 13 deliveries. Still 5 wickets in hand there for Boerland.
Once again, steers the ball straight to that fielder at backward point. That's all he can do, and he just admonishes himself as he completes the run here on the non-striker's end, striking his pair. Disappointed that he didn't get that through those 2 fielders. Very beautifully placed by Corne Purchase. Very much in charge. You can see his head swinging from left to right, keeping a keen eye on his field placing. Well supported by the likes of Becker and Sadler in the way they've bowled. Becker in again. Straight drive. Just 1 run. And just 1 ball remains in the penultimate over.
An awkward situation here for Morne Van Eerden. Does he choose to retain the strike, or does he realise that he's got very little margin left, 21 needed off the last 7 balls? Does he go for broke?
He has to go for broke. He needs to put pressure on the bowler in the last over. He does play a powerful looking drive, but he cruises through, so which means he'll be happy to, in fact, retain the strike for the last 6 balls. They need as many as 20 runs. And can Van Eerden pull it out of the bag here for Easterns? He certainly played a wonderful hand here, as we saw earlier. The likes of Sadler and also Abbas Mohammed had a crucial 50 runs in that, what was it, the 9th wicket partnership, to give them that, to take them to that score of 245 for 8. Sadler will continue. He's been the key man in this attack. He's gone for 41 runs in his 8 overs. And it's good to see that he's the one that's favoured to bowl the last over. He has been the best of the lot, no doubt. In his disciplines more than anything, I don't think we've seen so much of skill and change of pace. He's just kept his discipline line, and he's made the batsmen come at him. Nothing more to speak about, in all honesty. But now, can he be put under pressure? Oh, he's been bowled. He's been clean bowled. A Yorker length delivery, and that may be the end of it for. That's the 10th wicket, and the game ending with the first ball of the final over.
Rather anticlimactic.
What an anticlimax it has been, and what a way to go for Van Eerden. 41 of 23 was it, and 226 all out. So the Titans will be pretty relieved that they've managed to pull off this win after what was a rather modest score of 245 on a very lush and beautiful outfield and on a perfect pitch for batting. They've managed to pull off the win.
Tell you what we'll do. With that live Boerland border match still ongoing and still in the balance, I think it would make sense for us to describe the closing passages of play over there for people on this channel. A bit weird since there won't be any commentary on that channel, but we're a very low-fi production, and this is the best we can do for the time being. A very exciting match over there. 18 runs needed off the final 9 deliveries for Boerland. We've been desperately unlucky in this tournament. Defeats by 1 wicket and 2 wickets in their previous 2 matches.
Whilst Rodney keeps a keen eye on that, I can tell you that out of your picture, we do have a static camera here, remember, for the coverage. So out of the picture, it's just good to see that the two teams, as it's become so customary these days, it doesn't happen outside of the boundary, it happens inside of the boundary. All of the team players and the management shaking hands and acknowledging what I think has been a very good contest. And congratulations to Titans veterans, because they've won this one by 19 runs. And there's the summary, very quickly. The Titans, having been put into bat by the Easterns, managed 245 for 8 with scores of 74 from Becker, 68 from Seymour, and Mohammed, a very lusty and an important lower order 30 of 36 that saw them propel to 245 for 8. And then we saw 2 wickets apiece for Steyn and Nell, and 1 for Talaria. And then in reply, the Eastern Storm, as gainly as they tried, falling short by 19 runs. Braun got 56 from Ian and 41 of 28, perhaps the highlight of the innings. And I think the key aspect of wickets in the first part of this innings was that of Wajid Fazal, who looked beautiful for his 38 for 45. And when he held out in the deep, we just saw the run rate being arrested by the Titans bowlers. And we need to mention again that Becker in his 7 overs went for 32, picked up 2 wickets as well. Fenter picked up 2 for 35 in an impressive 9 overs. And then Sadler, 2 for 41 in his 8.1 overs. And that was the final wicket that he took. And in so doing, Titans winning by 19 runs. Let's keep an eye on what's happening with the Boerland innings.
While you were talking, Aslam, Boerland scrambled 5 runs from the remaining 3 deliveries of the penultimate over, leaving them 13 to get off the last one. Two batsmen set at the crease now. Jacques Gabriel on 19 or 14 balls, and Vian Smith on 63 at exactly a run a ball, as we go into really a final deciding final over. Of course, we've still got to compute net run rate and all those permutations, but that will only be relevant if Border finally drop a match, which they're only 13 runs away from doing. Who saw this coming, Aslam?
Yeah, especially given how well Border, what a well-tuned team they are. They are the defending champions. They were exceptional in their first outing as well. For all intents and purposes, they look like the team that was almost written down to be a finalist. Of course, we can confirm right now that with the Dolphins having scored another emphatic win, are your finalists for tomorrow here. And as we wait for the last over to get underway in that Boerland match, I can tell you that the main pitch is being covered for the cup final tomorrow. So no watering, no tending to the pitch, and I'm sure the ground staff will work on it early tomorrow morning to make certain that we are in for another very good close final. Of course, who's going to be the second finalist?
I should say that if Border do drop this match against Boerland, we won't be able to tell you immediately who the Dolphins co-finalist is. We've only got one laptop at our disposal at the moment. And, if Boerland go on to win this match, it will require some frantic last-minute net run rate calculus from us, but we will bring that to you, if necessary, as soon as we can. This one short of a length from Andrew E. It's pulled away by Vian Smith through mid-wicket, just a single, however. So 12 off the last 5 deliveries. Perfect start for Boerland. What a match that has turned out to be. This one is launched over extra cover. They've crossed for 1, and 1 is all they'll get. Really suboptimal start there. I must say I can see why this match has been so high scoring. The grass looks a lot shorter than it has on previous outings.
10 runs needed of how many?
Well, 4 deliveries.
6.
And this one has cleared the ropes. An excellent stroke by Vian Smith. Held his shape perfectly. The ball was in his slot. And that agricultural swipe over long on used to be frowned upon by lovers of the MCC coaching manual. Today it's as valid a cricket shot as any. And it has got Boerland within touching distance of their first win in this tournament.
Just to remind viewers who are watching the screen with a match summary of the game that's just been complete between Titans and Eastern Storm. Titans winning by 19 runs. We are keeping an eye on a very important contest that's happening on the adjacent ground with Boerland in this rather memorable, what is now turned out to be a memorable run chase. And to bring us up to date, 2 balls remain and 4 needed of the last 2. And Jacobs or Jacques has played a fantastic innings, but more so Vian Smith, not out on 71. He's the non-striker right now, and 2 balls remain.
Yeah, Jacques Gabriel.
4 to get.
He's had a tough act to follow, but he's kept the momentum up there and kept his team in with a hope. They do not deserve to leave this tournament, do Boerland, having lost all 3 of their matches. They've all been so close. This one, no exception. They are 1 hit away from being kingmakers. This one dug out. Oh, beautifully bowled.
Oh, this is so important.
And a run out at the non-striker's end. No runs accrue. They'll have a new batsman unless the umpires decide that they've crossed. That'll be an important consideration. But as things stand, it looks like they'll have a new batsman coming out to face 1 ball and needing to score 4 runs off it.
So Andrew has produced an excellent Yorker length delivery. There wasn't much Jacques could do with it. He dug it out straight back to the bowler. Clearly Vian was looking to take strike, and he left his the crease at the bowling end. He was too far gone, and the bowler just retrieved the ball and easily hit the stumps, dislodged the bail. There was a run out. Imagine in the penultimate delivery of such a close contest, the key batsman is run out, and now with 1 ball remaining.
Can you see what Jacques Gabriel's done? He's very cleverly positioned himself at the striker's end. As far as he's concerned, they crossed there. He wants to face this final delivery.
So have they not? Have the opposition not raised the question? Have the umpires perhaps not conferred?
Well,
remember, for us it's all out of picture. We only got the screenshot from which to comment.
At present, the scorers have Jacques Gabriel facing. That's an important factor. You'd much rather he do it than the new batsman.
So, but I think it is right in that Jacques is he should be striking, because he
doesn't seem terribly likely that they crossed, the ball being
they
bunted
didn't.
Straight back to the bowler. But yeah, Jacques Gabriel will face. In he comes. He's launched this high, handsome. Has it gone all the way? No, it has not. It's cleaned up on the boundary edge. They cross for 1. That leaves them 2 runs short, 3 runs short, in fact, of their target. They lose the match by 2 runs, having lost their previous 2 by 1 wicket and 2 wickets respectively. Really, Boerland have been sorely unfortunate in this competition. But yeah, Border confirmed as champions by the very skin of their teeth. They will face the Dolphins here on the main oval tomorrow, and what a match that'll be. I think the best batting lineup against the best bowling lineup.
Yeah, 2 well-grilled teams, I reckon. What a pity for Boerland. And Andrew E., in his 8 overs, he's gone for 60 runs, and yet he was given the final over to bowl. And because of that Yorker length delivery, the only delivery in that over that was really classy, that instigated the run out, and now they've lost. Can we get the scorecard of the batters to see, apart from that Vian Smith's 71 of 66, that included 5 sixes and then 4 sixes for Paul Penzon. So those wickets falling at a rather opportune time towards the end of the innings for Border, and they've been able to win this by the skin of their teeth and also place themselves in the final. I'm sure that the Dolphins would have been watching the progress on this particular ground. I think they've just finished their match. I see the Lions are also done with that, so it's about time that all of the matches end here in this 45 over contest. And Western Province over the Lions. Well, the Western Province have scored the win there, and the Lions 223.
Yeah, our scorecard hasn't quite updated.
That one
itself.
hasn't updated, yeah.
Yeah, but I think we can be fairly confident that the Lions failed with only 2 wickets in hand to chase down the 41 runs they needed off 13 balls. The last time our scorecard updated itself.
Okay.
But I think that's a good place to leave it, Aslam. It's been a wonderful day's cricket, full of ebbs and flows, twists and turns. We were almost caught out by that late eastern storm resurgence, and what a thrilling conclusion to the Border Boerland match. It's been the story of this entire tournament. These guys are vastly experienced. They never give up a match as lost, even when the commentators are. And it's made for a really, really edifying series to bring to you.
Yeah, without a doubt. And as we learned earlier today from Brandon Stoll, that there's so much more context to these matches, to these competitions, and that is why we're beginning to see more classy finishes, more classy cricket all round, and closer finishes as well. And we were treated to another good one here, as Rod has mentioned, with the Titans winning by 19 runs against the home team, the Eastern Storm, unable to overcome that score of 245 in their pursuit. And I think their middle order clearly lacked a bit of practice and perhaps a bit of 6 hitting. And that was the result of the match that we covered for you today. It's been a pleasure to bring you the cricket from this competition, the Over-50s Men's Interprovincial Tournament. And please stand by for a 9 o'clock start tomorrow, when we do bring you the cup final, and that'll be between Dolphins and the defending champions, the Border Cricket Union, or Border Veterans Cricket Association. Until tomorrow morning, from Rod and I here in Benoni, it's goodbye.